Welcome to the World of Warcraft Arena World Championship, where 8 of the world's top teams will battle for cash prizes and a chance to be crowned the best of the best. Europe, China, APAC, and the Americas have all selected their teams to represent them here in Burbank, California. These 8 teams have proven they have what it takes to make it this far, but will they be able to bring down their rivals and represent their regions on the BlizzCon stage? There, they'll battle it out for a share of the $250,000 prize pool and the ultimate bragging rights of being crowned the 2015 World of Warcraft Arena Champions. Join us for every kick, every polymorph, and every glorious moment of combat the arena can handle as the World of Warcraft Arena Championships begin at BlizzCon opening week.
Hello and welcome back to the World of Warcraft Arena World Championships. I'm Jackson Bajira Blighton, joining you once again here live in Burbank for BlizzCon opening week. Now, as we said yesterday, we have the 8 best teams in the world competing today for a share of a $250,000 total prize pool and a chance to play on the BlizzCon stage. From North America, we have Cloud9, Follow Esports, and Tempo Storm. From Korea, qualifying through the Asia-Pacific Regional, Do It For Fun. Our Chinese team, Original Gangstar. And from Europe, SK Gaming, Skillcapped EU, and Solari Gaming. Now keep in mind, these guys did play yesterday, and our winners going into the upper bracket are going to be jockeying for position leading into BlizzCon because they guaranteed their spot on stage. Our teams that lost, however, will be in the lower bracket fighting to keep those BlizzCon dreams alive. In order to get down to the games, let's throw over to the casters and meet the guys.
Thanks so much, Bajira. Welcome back, everybody, to BlizzCon opening week. My name is Josh Allen, aka Lord, joined here at the caster desk once again by my good friends Jared Colston, aka VHEL, and of course Sid Compton, aka Super Tees. It's a elimination day for a couple of teams today. 2 teams are going to be dropping out today.
Yeah, it's a very stressful day for 2 teams. Follow Esports could face elimination. They were kind of had their series almost stolen away yesterday. I'm really interested to see if they can bounce back. They will be fighting the Koreans. Do It For Fun later this evening, but we've got a Titans first match of the day between SK Gaming and Tempo Storm, EU versus US.
All right, and if we can take a look at the brackets to see how these teams have gotten here this weekend, because we've had some exciting matches already yesterday, and we have even more action for you today. Of course, SK Gaming did defeat Original Gangstar 2-0 in that match, and I know we're going to see a lot of 2-0s in these brackets, but man, if you didn't see those games yesterday, go look at the VODs. They were incredible. 2-0 does not paint the story of that match whatsoever. Of course, Tempo Storm did defeat Solari Gaming 2-0, and then one of our games later today is going to be Original Gangstar versus Solari Gaming. So that wraps up our Group A games so far this weekend. And of course, if we can take a look at the Group B brackets, we have Cloud9 defeating Do It For Fun. And that was another one that was extremely close. So that's another good one if you guys want to go back and watch some RMD action. That's a good one to take a look at. And of course, Skillcapped EU versus Follow Esports. And again, Sid just said that one felt like they almost got robbed in that one. So it'll be interesting to see if Follow Esports can come back from that.
Yeah, absolutely. I am super excited for all these matches. Like you were saying, even though there were a lot of 2-0s, they really felt those were super close games the entire time. Let's go ahead and actually take a real quick look back once again at the rules just to make sure everybody's on the same page here. Of course, the first game of every series is going to be played on the Grand Arena, and that's going to be a blind pick from both teams. They're not going to know exactly for sure which compositions their opponents are going to be playing, because a lot of these teams have multiple compositions that they can actually play, and so they might pick something that they think there's a little bit of a mind game that goes on there. After the first game has been played, the losing team will be able to declare which map they would like to play on. Following that, the winning team will declare the composition that they want to play, and then the losing team has the option to counter-comp that choice and say, okay, well, you decided to play RMD, so we're going to go with a Shatterplay instead, or something like that. So lots of back-and-forth action. It's led to, in previous tournaments, like at the European Regionals as well as the Americas qualifiers, it's led to a lot of very, very close series. And as we're getting deeper and deeper into these brackets, I would expect to see a lot more extremely close series coming up.
Yeah, definitely. This first 2 series that we're going to have today are going to be the closest, I think, of the tournament, completely involved between SK Gaming and Tempo Storm, leading off the day. And then following that, we're going to have an EU versus NA RMD showdown. But I don't really expect them to do that. Maybe their cockiness might get to them. They want to prove and say we're the best Rogue Mage Druid team in the world, and they might lead off with it. I would expect, though, the Shatter play to come out from Skill Capped EU, as they do believe it is a bit of an advantageous comp decision. So I would expect to see Valet playing at least in his first game here today.
Yeah, and I definitely, I don't know, it's interesting sometimes when you see these teams where you know that they're really, really good at their main comp, and then when they do face that moment where it's the mirror, and it's like, well, I can prove that I am the best RMD in this situation. And then sometimes it's like, well, we want to play it safe and counter comp. So we'll have to see. Like you said, you know, maybe they might get a little cocky and want to prove that they're the best RMDs in that situation.
Yeah, and of course, as you guys just saw on the screen as well, if you'd like to join in the conversation on Twitter, use that hashtag WoW Esports. Let us know what your thoughts and predictions are as we're going throughout the day today. We had a lot of awesome predictions coming through yesterday, and we've been using those poll options as well, so keep an eye out for those. So you can sort of say, you know, maybe I think SK Gaming is going to win this one. Maybe not. You never know where it's going to go exactly. So it's been really, really interesting to see so far. It's been a nice little extra feature on the broadcast, and I'm looking forward to seeing more of that today.
Yeah, definitely. We're not the only ones here today to bring the broadcast to you. Let's jump over to Bajira as he will be introducing Elliot.
Hey guys, welcome back to the analyst station. I am joined by the fourth member of our casting team, Elliot Venruki Vencel, a tournament veteran, going to be joining us today to break down these awesome games live, play-by-play. You got to be excited, man.
Yeah, absolutely. We had some incredible games yesterday. I'm looking forward to even better games today. It's going to be nice to continue the North American versus EU kind of rivalry, as well as seeing some of the Asian teams kind of redeem themselves. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it very much.
Yeah, I think these games are going to be awesome today, maybe with a little bit of surprises, maybe even right off the bat. We'll have to see. But these guys are going to be fighting for a pretty substantial prize pool as well.
Yeah, absolutely. These guys are going to be battling it out for a total prize pool of $250,000. The first place team, of course, going to be walking away with $120,000, second place $50,000, and down from there, as well as the title of BlizzCon champion.
Yeah, there is a lot on the line today, and I know that these teams are raring to go. And honestly, I cannot wait to get started. So let's throw it back over to the casters and get these games going for you guys.
All right, thanks so much. Yeah, I'm really, really super excited to get into this first match as soon as possible here. These are some of the, again, we're going for the upper bracket first here today, so we're going to be looking at some of the teams that already won yesterday, finding out who's going to come on top in their group and who's only going to come maybe second place or even have to battle for third place next week at BlizzCon.
Yeah, this is really important because we are moving from the group stages on to that final bracket. So we are going to separate the winner from Group A and then the winner from Group B on opposite sides of the bracket. So this is an extremely important match for these teams to secure their top seed going into there.
Yeah, it definitely is, and I know that Tempo Storm have prepared a wild card of sorts. They have Jamili potentially playing Arcane Mage and Peekaboo practicing Assassination Rogue alongside Elite, and it would be Elite's first debut. I don't even think he had a chance to play in the North American Regional, so it would be awesome to see him on the stage. Maybe this is going to be Elite's chance to shine. Obviously, we have to go through the draft process first to decide that, but I would be really excited to see an Arcane Mage on the BlizzCon stage.
Yeah, that could be really exciting. And to get us into these games, of course, we do have to get the teams out here on the stage. So let's go ahead and introduce SK Gaming. This, of course, is Team SK Gaming coming all the way from Europe. Right there in the front, we have Joe Fernandez. Following right behind him, we can see that is Swapsy, followed by Botar with Fabs down at the end. These guys have been playing absolutely amazingly in every single series that we've seen so far. Obviously, winning in their earlier game to be able to get here to this match. They've been playing incredibly well. And also, this was the team that came in first at the European Regionals.
Yeah, they did a great job in the finals. That was one of, I would say, this team, for me, that was their defining match. Like that brought these guys onto that next level for me. Like they really proved that they deserved to be at BlizzCon.
Yeah, and they actually lost to Skill Capped EU earlier in the tournament, so it's cool to see the evolution of the teams throughout the brackets and kind of evolve and adapt and get better and be able to take the win at the end of the day. And that's exactly what a tournament is for, is to decide who is the best, who can evolve, who can improve the most.
Of course, they are going to have some very, very fierce competitors that they will be facing off against here today. So before we go on any further, let's go ahead and introduce Tempo Storm. All right, Team Tempo Storm, we see Elite walking out in front, followed by Starship. Right behind him is going to be Peekaboo, and down at the end is Jamili. These guys have been very, very fierce in all the matches they've played so far. They came in second at the Americas Regionals, but up until that point, and even during that series, they were just looking very, very strong as a team.
Yeah, they did end up taking second place in North America, so it will be the second place North American team versus the first place team from Europe in this specific matchup. And I know that there's a lot of pride on the line between these teams. It's not even really about the money between them. You often see them bickering, saying, no, US is clearly the best. No, we're definitely the best. Your RMDs don't know what they're doing. You turbos don't know what you're doing. And it's going to be great to finally get to settle that with action rather than words.
Oh, no, absolutely. And I do like that it isn't just like some forum posts that are determining, you know, which continent is better, whether it's the Americas or the EU. You know, we have it on stage at this point, so I'm excited to see this matchup.
Yeah, we're just going to actually find out the actual answers to these questions instead of trying to speculate about, the RMD plays this way or the Turbo plays that way. But we should find out what comps these guys are actually going to be playing. So let's go ahead and take it over to the draft and find out what has been locked in. Of course, that first game is going to be Nagrand Arena. SK Gaming, you can see, is going to be playing that Turbo Cleave.
It's there.
But look at that. On Tempo Storm, Assassination Rogue. Yeah, okay, that's a little bit different. And oh my, is that an Arcane Mage? I see.
Channeling that baby Michael. That's what's going to go on. It is crazy to see when the meta shifts in WoW and what causes it. Sometimes it'll be like a hotfix and one class will get like slightly nerfed, and then everyone's like, oh, we can't play that class anymore. Let's find out some other crazy strats. But this wasn't because of any buffs, any hotfixes, anything. This was just somebody found the secret to defeating Druid teams, and it is an Arcane Mage.
Yeah, the spell steal key that the Arcane Mages have allow them to remove healing overtime effects, gain it themselves, and access a heal. So spell steal is like a 3-for-1 value global cooldown, and Arcane Mages don't run out of mana nearly as fast as the other specs of Fire and Frost. So I'm really glad that Tempo Storm is going to be leading with their wild card to try and surprise their opponents, as at this stage in the tournament is a best-of-3 format. If you take that first win, even by a gimmick, even by someone just overreacting to the damage, as SK Gaming probably doesn't have barely any, if at all, any practice against this composition. So I'm really happy. I think it's a smart strategic decision from Tempo Storm, and I'm excited to see how it plays out.
Yeah, I think SK Gaming was already beginning to travel by the time that this comp has started to show its face on the North American ladders. If they were, you know, maybe watching some streams, I think Venruki was actually playing it the other day on his stream. So it was interesting to see, like, even somebody who just picked up this comp, you know, being able to play it so well because he's so familiar as Frost Mage. So tossing him on an Arcane Mage, it isn't too foreign. You know, there's a lot of little subtle differences, and you had, you know, your burst potential, you know, using your cold snap to reset your palm, you know, stuff like that. That's going to be a little bit different. But when you have a mage like Jamili, who knows this game in and out and can play so many different classes, switching over from Frost to Arcane, I don't think it's going to be a problem at all.
Oh yeah, definitely. And we've seen him practicing this a whole bunch as well backstage, so we know that he's going to be comfortable on that Arcane Mage. Before we move on any further, we do have a Twitter poll coming in for you guys. If you want to go ahead and participate using that hashtag WoW Esports, you'll also be able to give your predictions. Who do you think is going to win? Right now, it's 100% in favor of Tempo Storm. I feel like that's going to change as time goes on.
I think
use that
people
hashtag SK and use that hashtag Tempo Storm. I think now that people know that they should be tweeting this out, maybe we'll see that number change a little bit, because this seems like a fairly even matchup to me between these two teams.
I think Mitch Jones might have stacked the polls there. He wants to live the Arcane dream. I mean, if Arcane wins BlizzCon, what can you really do after that?
I'm going to be really sad if Mitch isn't watching this series. Like, we need to go and shame him if he's not watching this series. I'm so excited for that. But it is great that that, you know, these polls are showing up, because there's a lot of NA-EU rivalry going on, and so, you know, we definitely have a lot of EU fans in like Twitch chat, for example. I'm sure they're just spamming NA or EU, you know. And you got to give a shout out to Twitch chat, though. We were watching it briefly before when we start, and you guys nailed the countdown almost exactly when we were going into this, the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So shout out Twitch chat.
Yeah. Get a few Kappa Ross going in there as well.
Oh man.
I want to ask you guys a question though about this upcoming matchup. So the Arcane Mage, we've talked about that a lot already, and how it's actually become a really strong class to actually play. But I'm curious about the choice of Assassination for the Rogue and then using the Holy Paladin as the healer. How does that tie? Because obviously, normally when you play RMD, you want to have like a Subtlety, sometimes Combat Rogue, but usually Subtlety, and you want the Druid obviously for the heals. but what they're actually switching up here is they're switching over to the Paladin. RM Paladin is still a pretty good composition, but it's the Assassination Rogue is what really gets me. I'm not quite sure what's the purpose of that change.
It's specifically the ability called Vendetta, so it's a very long cooldown, but it makes the Rogue almost completely able to solo his target. So often what will happen is the Arcane Mage will blow his Arcane Power, use all of his damaging cooldowns. That will force a cooldown out from SK Gaming. After that, then they can follow it up with the Assassination Rogue on Vendetta, and it's really up to SK Gaming to always have an answer. Trade the cooldown, 1 for 1, even all the time, and if they end up not having cooldowns, that's exactly what Tempo Storm's opportunity is to strike back and take a win. I've seen them practicing on the ladder an extreme amount, and they've been just dominating at least all the North American turbos, and I know that SK Gaming's got a word for them as well to try and prove that they are in fact the best in the world and they can deal with this situation. But it's definitely going to be interesting if Tempo Storm can take that 1-0 lead with this comp, and I'm curious to see what they would do after that fact.
Yeah, it would be interesting. Maybe this is because the first game is so important in these matchups, because even if you win your first one, right, and then the enemy team gets to pick the map, and then they get to counter you, basically. But if you win, if you lose that, then suddenly it is your map pick, and it is your counter comp at that point. So winning this first map by surprise is going to be gigantic for this team.
I think Fabio might even get an opportunity to play today, as it might be a good option to do what the Holy Paladin Warlocks are a strong suit against Holy Paladins. Holy Paladins have much more burst-based single target healing. They don't deal with AoE nearly as effective as, for example, a Restoration Druid like Starship. So we might actually see the mind game switching the 4 players in here used a lot more often. I'm really curious to see. Obviously, just the Arcane Mage enough is blowing my mind.
yeah, definitely. And he may be blowing some opponents' minds as well here with that sheer burst damage that they're going to be capable of. However, as these players are getting everything ready, we did manage to get a chance to talk to SK Gaming a little bit ahead of time. And so we have a little bit of a video piece we can show you guys and get their thoughts on just generally the tournament and how they're feeling going into this.
I think we can beat both Cloud9 and Tempo Storm. Even though they were playing RMD, they didn't practice as much as we did. We win them with both setups. We play easily since they don't care about the details. They only care about the meta game and how people play on US. They adapted to that. But at the same time, the turbos on US aren't as strong as our team, because they tried a lot, but they didn't try everything. They didn't try the small things and the defensive management.
That's some very interesting thoughts coming out of Botar there, talking about how they haven't tried the small things necessarily, because even the small things can really have just a big influence in how, like, we've seen things like, I'm going to use Cloud9 as an example, doing stuff like chaining CC long enough to be able to get a blind off and then a sap off, and that's something that a lot of the top-end players have now picked up on, but for a while that was something that very few rogues were actually able to pull off effectively.
Yeah, I think those were kind of more some silent shots. He wasn't really being very loud with it, but it was kind of saying some shots at the US turbos at least. And now they're going to have to back up their words, however, here in this first match of the day. Very excited to see it between Tempo Storm and SK Gaming. As we've said, the Arcane Mage, Assassination Rogue, Holy Paladins locked in for Tempo Storm. The Turbo Cleave is locked in now for SK Gaming as well. I'm just more than excited to jump into the game, and look what we've got. We've got a game right in front of us.
All right, that is going to be SK Gaming on your left, of course, Tempo Storm on your right, and Elite on Holy Paladin, and Jamili playing that Arcane Mage, so pay attention to everything that's going on with him, and Peekaboo on Assassination Rogue. So this is going to be a very, very interesting match.
Yep, right away we're going to be looking for Peekaboo to try to go for that good opener. You got the sap onto Swapsy. That's what he wanted right off the start, but are they going to push in off of this, or are they going to wait for just a second? Looks like they were trying to wait back for just a second, but Joe Fernandez caught sight of Jamili and was immediately able to charge in there. Now the cheap shot onto Swapsy, the full Fist of Justice onto Botar. They're trying to put a ton of damage into Swapsy, and they're pulling it off. Ring of Frost onto Botar. Swapsy already in a lot of trouble, but holding onto his Shamanistic Rage for so long. Now the blind comes out onto Botar. He's going to trinket that immediately. Swapsy gets put into a short kidney shot, but they've come out of this amazingly well with no major cooldowns used just yet out of SK Gaming.
That was great cooldown usage out from SK Gaming, only using the Vigilance to answer the Vendetta, going 1 for 1. SK Gaming have definitely practiced a lot here against this specific composition. Now they hold on to the Shaman Rage, they hold on to the Iron Bark as well to deal with any oncoming damage. Peekaboo's feeling the heat, down to 40%. Cheap shots onto both DBS. Shaman Rage immediately coming out from Swapsy as Botar is caught into that full polymorph. Elite pops the Avenging Wrath here to try and do a bit more damage as well as catch up on the healing here. Shaman Rage is going to be fading in about 5 seconds. Botar has to be careful for the next Palm Chief. He needs to make sure that he pre-Iron Barks it.
Yeah, as Peekaboo is going to be the targeted choice. You can see him spamming that feint, and he does get Shockwave again with the Freedom on him too. And wow, Cyclone 2, I like that play right there. It's going to tick out a bunch of the remaining time on that Avenging Wrath since it's so much healing output. Peekaboo down to half, catches a decent heal at that point, and you can see Botar is on top of this game. Peekaboo is constantly affected by Fairy Swarm.
Yeah, they just really haven't been able to put out much damage, and also keeping him in combat and able to re-stealth is so important for SK Gaming in this. The Fist of Justice onto Botar, are they going to force any sort of cooldowns out? The
double ring? Double ring into triple ring into Poly. I think
Swapsy's in trouble. He's caught down to 20%. Botar is still CC'd. If they can follow it up at all, they might be able to hit it, but they're not going to be able to. Joe Fernandez is going to shut it down with that triple shockwave. Well done from Joe defensively here. Shroom Rage is available for Swapsy for the next setup. SK Gaming are looking good. They're setting up on the Peekaboo with the bash. Down to 30%. He's going to pop the evasion. A little bit of overlap with the save by the light. So SK Gaming getting a bit of a cooldown lead here into the middle of this match. Hex over on Jamili. That's going to sit full. It is going to break to the dot damage. However, Peekaboo getting picked up by Elite. Vendetta coming up into in about 5 more seconds. Joe Fernandez needs to react quickly when that Vendetta comes out from Peekaboo.
Yeah, now focusing a whole lot of damage into Jamili over here. We have seen them primarily focusing on Peekaboo, but they still want to make sure that Jamili is going to have to stay feeling a little bit defensive, and they don't want him using his Ice Block too offensively to break CCs. The Iron Bark comes out onto Swapsy, limiting a little bit of that damage and allowing him to hold onto his Shamanistic Rage just a bit longer, and they're continuing to turn it back around onto Peekaboo. The Cloak of Shadows comes out, the Death from Above. He actually got a Blessing of Protection on him there for just a second. They were a little bit worried. Elite was just a little bit worried about Peekaboo's health for just a second, just long enough to get another heal off onto him, and now Peekaboo's going to pull back over here behind this pillar, and he's actually going to be able to get a re-stealth off, I think.
SK Gaming are a wall in terms of defense. They haven't overlapped a single thing thus far through the game, which is why it's gone on for 3 minutes. Tempo Storm has been knocking around the US Turbos within the first minute. SK Gaming are putting up such a good fight. We see another setup out from Tempo Storm. The Shamanistic Rage is going to answer that. Will it be enough? Jamili connects the Ring of Frost. Botar has to save his Trinket. Thankfully, he did pre-shift the Ring of Frost. Now that comes the blind. Trinkets that immediately into a DR'd Ring of Frost. Unfortunately, staying on top of the effect a little bit too long. Shroom Rage is now falling off, down to 47%. If Tempo Storm can keep up this momentum, the next Hodge could end the game potentially.
Yeah, and what I really like about Joe Fernandez is all of his shockwaves have been hitting 2 or 3 targets almost exclusively. You see when Elite is pushing up and trying to help out there, that Joe Fernandez is immediately identifying it and landing those, and it's so important with that stun cooldown.
Yep. They're now once again focusing on Peekaboo for the time being. He does get into that full bash. He doesn't have feint up. He could just die right here. The Blessing of Protection comes out at 7% health. Peekaboo is gonna stay alive, but just barely.
Jamili sheeping Swapsy so the Bob couldn't get purged. That was absolutely perfect. But Jamili is in trouble also. As you see, he has 3 stack right now, trying to get those polymorphs out as he is using that Evanesce to, be immune instead of running that Ice Block, as Botar is going to be sheeped, and that Shroom Rage comes out immediately by Swapsy.
Yeah, but a bit of an overlap between the Iron Bark and the Shroom Rage, so there's going to be a bit of an opening here. Vendetta coming up in about 9 seconds, and SK Gaming are going to have to soul-heartedly rely on the damage reduction cooldown out from Joe to be able to survive the next setup. Joe is holding onto his Trinket patiently. He knows that he needs to be able to activate that Vigilance onto Swapsy when the time comes, but Vendetta is available. Arcane Power is coming up for Jamili. Tempo Storm, they're pulling the trigger. Full Hodge onto Botar. If he connects the Ring of Frost, it could be the game. The Vigilance comes out. Will it be enough? Death from Above connects. Swapsy down to 30%. Gift of the Naru trying to kite away here and stay alive. Down at 30%. Ring of Frost is going to fade. Botar connects the NS. Triple Trent down. And Swapsy is going to survive.
Oh, what happened to that poly? Did it get grounded? Because he had that poly channeling on Botar while he was in that ring. And actually the Treants got hit by the ring too, so that is great for Tempo Storm. Unfortunately, if that poly would have connected, I think they would have killed him.
Yeah, but Swapsy somehow, some way is still alive, and they're now turning it back around once again onto Tempo Storm. Peekaboo could be in a lot of trouble. There is no Blessing of Protection available to save him this time if he dips down low again. Jamili just channeling those arcane missiles, trying to turn around as much as possible, does manage to force out the Iron Bark onto Swapsy, but Swapsy does have the Shamanistic Rage available. Botar is caught into a Fist of Justice. Do they have any follow-up CC for him? Yes, they connect the full polymorph. That's immediately going to force out the Shamanistic Rage, but Peekaboo is getting so low. He has the Cloak of Shadows, but is that going to be enough to keep him alive through this damage? Joe Fernandez is just going to town on him right now, but it looks like Elite's going to come out. He's going to pop pop his Avenging Wrath, and he's going to be able to keep his team topped off.
Where did that blind go?
I'm not sure. I think it ended up actually breaking, but Recklessness coming out from Joe, pairing that up with the Avatar. Joe's going to be doing a lot of damage. Jamili realizes this, polymorphing him on that increase of damage. Well done from Jamili. Pressure onto Peekaboo, though. He's been the primary target, always down at half HP. Elite still has a few more seconds of the Avenging Wrath, but he goes into the full fear. Well timed from Joe, into the charge stun onto Peekaboo. He follows up with a Shockwave. There's no trinket for Peekaboo, dipping dangerously low at 26% into Execute Rage, and SK Gaming can take the game here if they can connect. Defensive Smoke Bomb comes out. Joe comes into it and finishes the job, and Tempo Storm are going to go down in game number 1.
Wow. What a great game right there. You know, we did see the power of the Arcane Mage there. It was just that split-second grounding or shock at the shear at the very, very end of the cast. I thought I saw the cast go off, so it must have been grounded.
Yeah, it had to have been. I saw the same thing, and it was like, okay, they're in so much trouble here right now. But no, actually, SK Gaming able to stay alive just long enough to be able to finally get that kill. I thought Peekaboo was going to live forever at that last bit too. Like, he stayed at 17% health for so long, even with the defensive smoke bomb going down to make sure that Joe Fernandez couldn't charge onto him. But it just wasn't enough. Joe Fernandez could just waddle all the way over there, push execute, and that was the end of that game. So that's going to put SK Gaming up 1-0 in this best-of-3 series.
And it's interesting to see the interview that we had with Botar prior to the series, as he said, you can't sweat the small stuff, and you really could see it in that last match. Really no defensive cooldowns or overlap. Joe was very patient with his trinket, holding onto it the entire game to make sure that he could activate his defensive cooldown when it was needed, not playing too aggressively, not playing arrogantly, and they played it perfectly to point as if they've been playing against it their entire life.
Yeah, that was a very, very clean match.
That's a good way to start off the day.
It wasn't what I was expecting, too. I would have expected they would have react oddly, maybe trying to go in on the Arcane Mage or maybe trying to train the Paladin down, but I liked that the target was Peekaboo every time they knew that they can land him into that stun.
Yep. All right, so we are going to head over to Jackson over at the analyst station to take a look at the Windows 10 game DVR replay.
All right, guys, as you mentioned, Laura, what a great way to start the day. That game was incredible, and I definitely think it came down to the defensive usage, as you guys mentioned. Let's take a look at the replay here to see how the game ended. But I do want to talk a little bit about how Tempo Storm ended up being countered a little bit by SK Gaming's extremely patient defensive cooldown usage. And what I mean by that was, once again, we saw Botar only use Trinket on blind. There was a moment where the blind hit, and VL was like, what happened to the blind? Instantly trinketed it. And in addition to the trinket usage, we also had Joe Fernandez saving Vigilance every time Vendetta came out. And when they were able to finally wear down this team, endure the Arcane Storm, they ended up scoring a kill on Peekaboo there at the end. But I definitely think these guys, despite maybe not seeing Arcane that much, definitely seem to know how to deal with it. And I think that Tempo Storm has their work cut out for them in this next match. I'm not sure if anything is going to change, but are they going to stick to their new Arcane comp, or are they going to have to go back to their classic RMD? Either way, let's get into this next game because I cannot wait to see how it goes. Back to the casters.
Thanks so much, Jackson. Yeah, we actually saw two very important differences between how the North American teams tend to play Turbo versus how SK Gaming was playing Turbo there. One was that they were running that Vigilance on Joe Fernandez, which we haven't seen as often until very, very recently, actually showing up in North America. But in Europe, that kind of seems to be like the go-to in this matchup. The other one is that they were primarily focusing on the Rogue as their kill target. A lot of times you see people going after the Mage over and over and over on the Mage, trying to get through those two ice blocks because the thought is we get through two ice blocks and then he just dies. But they're just sticking on the Rogue the entire time, and as soon as that feint fell off in that last little bit of a stun there, just big chunks of damage came in, and that was it.
Yeah, but in this specific situation, I know you're probably referring more to RMD. It's just that the Arcane Mage doesn't have the ice block. It's a little bit more constant defensive management through spell steal.
You're right.
Yeah.
And you can even use Evanescence if you need to defensively. It just seemed like SK Gaming was ready. I don't know if they spent an all-nighter in the hotel room together watching videos of Arcane Mage, Assassination Rogue, Holy Paladin, because they were just on top of it. They were just an unstoppable wall, because I can tell you for a fact that I've seen Tempo Storm practicing on the ladder and just rick-rolling every turbo that they met. No, it wouldn't last more than 30 seconds, and SK Gaming lasted, what, almost 10, 12 minutes almost?
That was good.
Towards the end?
The thing is, you just can't kill an Arcane Mage. When the enemy team has a Druid, like you were saying, that spell steal is just so impactful. Jamili, if he wants to, can just chain strip Hots off of it, healing himself, stealing the Hot. It's just constant. And we knew that they couldn't go on the Mage. That wasn't going to be the target. But the fact that they killed Peekaboo like so easily over and over was crazy.
Yeah, the burst was huge out from SK Gaming, constantly setting those up. It really was that fear also towards the end that Joe timed right for the last seconds of the Avenging Wrath so that Elite couldn't benefit from the increased healing, chained that over into the charge stun, into the shockwave. He really set that up well, and the patience from Joe as well. Usually in a matchup against a mage, you get frustrated, you're getting polymorphed over and over, you just want to play, you want to attack stuff, and you'll end up trinketing recklessly, but he held onto it the entire game, so there's a lot of resolve on SK Gaming. They know exactly what they need to do as a 3-man unit. Now it's up to Tempo Storm to respond.
Yeah, and we're going to find out if they do anything different to respond, as we do have the draft finalized. We're going to find out which map they've chosen, as well as which compositions both of these teams have locked in. It's looking like Tiger's Peak is Tempo Storm's map choice for this next matchup, and they are going to be sticking with that Arcane Mage.
All right. Might as well.
I guess maybe they just don't feel that confident in their Rogue Mage Druid. It's a similar kind of matchup. Maybe they're just hoping that the Assassination Rogue Arcane Mage combo will be a bit more of a gimmicky kill. Maybe even be able to kill through Shamanistic Rages. I've seen that happen on the North American ladder.
And they actually went for it early on, and they almost did it through Swapsy's wall. Like we said, you know, one more polymorph that would have landed and he would have been dead. So, I mean, they were really, really close to the kill. So I actually like that they're sticking to this.
Yeah, I think it's a smart decision as well. If they can polish up the play a little bit in terms of damage dealing. I'm not sure if the smoke bomb was readily available there to be used defensively, but it did allow him to survive at least one execute. You can tell that Peekaboo, Jamili, and Elite are always mastering their own class. And again, even for them, they haven't really played the composition a lot. So they're trying to catch SK Gaming off guard, but they might be catching themselves off guard a little bit in terms of what they need to do. We saw that really clutch bop out from Elite down at 7%, as you said, was cross crowd control to the polymorph onto Swapsy, so he wasn't able to purge it off, and it kept him alive at 7%. So there were great plays from both sides, but SK Gaming just playing it textbook style, as if they've been playing against it, like I said, their entire lives. So I'm interested to see if Tiger's Peak will really prove to be too much of an advantage. I kind of doubt it. I know that Tempo Storm are going to be avoiding Dalaran Sewers. They don't want to stack up for triple shockwaves, probably avoiding Runes of Lordaeron for a similar effect. So Tiger's Peak is kind of the safe one. You're definitely not want to go to Blade's Edge. I'm a bit surprised that they didn't go for Tolvaron. But Tiger's Peak is still safe as well. I just think that Tolvaron might have been a little bit more advantageous. Obviously, they've been practicing a lot in the past 3 days, and I haven't had an opportunity to see it other than from their side of it. So I'm going to trust them on the map pick here. And I'm just still ecstatic that the Arcane Mage is actually still in it. They're not giving it up. That game was very close nonetheless, and I'm excited to see if Tempo Storm can pull it back, or if SK Gaming is just going to wipe the floor with them.
And another crazy thing about that bop that was at 7% that the Shaman got sheeped on, he had Ascendance up also. So it wasn't just those purges. Like, he was going to go to town onto Peekaboo if he wasn't crowd controlled in that exact moment. So great job by Jamili during that moment.
Yep, and as this game is about to get underway here, we do want to check in real quick on the results of that poll that we put up before the first game and find out what you guys at home think is going to be the result from this matchup. Now, after that, even after that first game, SK Gaming up 1-0, but it's still looking 72% for Tempos. It's got to be. It's the Arcane Dream, man.
You're holding on to the Arcane
Jones
Dream.
Army is tainting that poll a little bit.
A little bit, man. He's fluctuating it on Twitter probably. But we can see the gates are about to open. Tempo Storm sticking to their original composition in match 1. Let's see if they can pull a win off here in match 2. Peekaboo crossing the map with his Shroud of Concealment and his entire team not visible to SK Gaming just yet. Let's see who they choose to use the sap on. Maybe they're just going to go right away for Swapsy. I would expect maybe Tempo Storm to be bouncing around on targets, as they know that Botar is most likely using his trinket only on blind. I'd like to see them exploit that.
Yeah, where is Botar right now? Okay, so he is out behind right near there. He's hiding behind there. Already has the mushroom out, you know, for that healing and stuff. We see the double cheap shot going right away. So let's see if Peekaboo can make something happen with this, as he is going to get feared out while he's in stealth right now. That ring does come down though. Oh wow, look at the double ring. As it looks like they are going to be going on to Swapsy. That Vendetta is just barely ticking out right there, but Swapsy's at full health at the moment. So Peekaboo trying to connect back onto his target. Looks like something might be going on with Peekaboo at this moment. No, there he goes. Now he's going to find his target, as immediately that sack and evasion comes out.
Okay, yeah, we did just get confirmation that there is some sort of tech issue going on, so we will be restarting this game and coming back into it here very, very shortly. We want to make sure that everybody is playing very evenly. Yeah, it definitely looked like there was something weird going on Tempo Storm's side.
The jump around in circles as a rogue out of stealth isn't the greatest strat you want to do with this case, so I was wondering what was going on there, but we'll have to see what's going on. Probably, headset, keyboard, something. They'll figure it out, though. We have some great admins and tech people to stand by on this one. But another exciting match. That opener was kind of going in favor of Tempo Storm. I liked the double ring at the start. They were going to try to kill through again right from the start. We saw the extremely early Vendetta. What do you think about using Vendetta in the opening versus holding on to it?
I mean, he would like to use it when Joe Fernandez doesn't have a trinket, but in this specific matchup, Joe's just not giving it away.
Yeah.
He's playing very greedy with it, and I mean, there's something here for Tempo Storm to exploit, and I think I was pointing it out that I think they should go after Botar's trinket because it's a fall save. He's always trinketing blind, so maybe save for the next setup, use the next kidney shot to swap, and maybe polymorph swapsy. Barkskin's a much weaker defensive cooldown as opposed to Shamanistic Rage. If you do it in an in-between setup when Vigilance isn't available, you can basically 100-0 Botar probably if he's not caught in bear form through Barkskin as this composition, as long as Elite's there to participate some denounce damage as well. So I'd like to see them try and exploit something different. They played very standard in the first match against Swapsy, just setup after setup after setup. And SK Gaming, they were ready to play that. There's, I'm here, you can't get past me. I'm probably the best goalie in the world if I was going to play a sport. So they really need to, I think, kind of mix it up, go for some different targets, swap around a bit, and try and get SK Gaming off footing.
Yeah, it's really interesting. One thing that you mentioned there, actually, that the denounce coming out from the Holy Paladin, that's one important thing to think about, because while a Resto Druid obviously can do a fair amount of damage while they have Heart of the Wild active, it kind of falls off when they don't have that active anymore. Whereas the Paladin, with that denounce damage, they can sort of keep that going the entire time, and not only does it do a fair amount of damage on it, it was hotfixed to be a little bit less damage relatively recently, if I remember correctly, but it does still do a fair amount of damage, and it also makes it so that they can't crit.
And that's the big part about this, because if Botar's in a full CC and Swapsy's the only person that can heal, and he's healing himself with no crits out of a enhanced shaman, it's a massive difference in the self heal.
Yeah, it definitely is. You want your healing surges to be critting as often as possible, and the denounce is, I really think maybe Elite could have actually participated a bit more aggressively with damage. Obviously, you're in a tournament setting, you don't want to throw the game because you missed time a heal or something like that, but as this specific composition, definitely the Holy Paladin damage is an advantage that you need to take. If Elite isn't participating damage during kills, that's when you don't have enough to push through Shamanistic Rage. So possibly Elite playing a little bit too safe. You can't blame him for wanting to do that, but
I think maybe he got scared after the beginning, because as we saw at the beginning of that grand match, when all three players kept getting shockwaved over and over, I think after the second or third shockwave, he's like, I'm out. I don't want to feed him that cooldown reduction. I want to make sure that I'm sitting back a bit more, and it put him out of CC range a lot. So I think maybe that's what happened there, and he just kind of got a little bit scared, because he was right in the middle, right at the start, you know, hodging Botar, setting up for that, you know, with the Fist of Justice, and then immediately putting the denounces out.
You know, and maybe the playstyle difference is to be aggressive and just trade the cooldowns. You know, you want to hold on to them as long as possible, and pushing in is more likely that you're going to need to use them. But in this specific matchup, I think that Tempo Storm need to end the game much faster than they did, because dampening didn't to be proving too much of an advantage for them. So playing towards the aggressive stance as three players might have been a little bit better for them in game one. Obviously now they're in game two, and this is their last chance here to take them down. So it's a bit of a risk if they end up wanting to do that now. So I would have liked to see it in game one. Unfortunately, I think maybe Elite got a bit off put by the amount of damage that SK Game was actually outputting onto Peekaboo. But they do have defensive cooldowns early on, and that's when they need to be the most aggressive. So I would like to see Elite kind of just stand up against SK Gaming and say, you know what, I'm here. We've been practicing this. We're going to take you down and tie this up 1-1.
Yeah, and that's definitely what they're going to be going for here from this point. Obviously, they don't want to go they don't want to go 0-2. That's generally not your goal as a team in a best of three. So they're going to be trying to come back here. Of course, if they do win this next match, then they will have to beat SK Gaming on SK Gaming's map and counter comp choice. So they've got a hard road ahead of them if they want to be able to come out of this on top still.
Well, what do you think that Tempo Storm could change to? You know, even if they win and then it's SK Gaming's map choice, and let's say it's really close. Let's say that it cross kill or you know, everything comes down to it, and it doesn't look like the Arcane Dream is that solid. Is there anything that they can throw at them? Can they run the Holy Paladin Shatter play? Like, do you think that's worth running?
I think it would be a suicide mission if they ran the Holy Paladin Shatter play at this point. I really think their only options are Rogue Mage Druid and this Arcane Assassination Rogue Holy Paladin comps in terms of their best chances of winning. I like that they're sticking to it to try and play it through. Obviously, they're moving on to BlizzCon no matter what, so maybe they're kind of playing it out here in the tournament setting, maybe seeing if SK Gaming chokes at all. But I think after that, you can tell that they're not going to choke. They're managing the cooldowns perfectly. Every single small detail is accounted for on the side of SK Gaming. So unless Tempo Storm can find something to exploit, like I was saying, try and take advantage of Botar's Trinket, as it's basically the only cooldown that they can get guaranteed, and they know when they're going to get it, and try and play around that. Let Elite come in and participate some damage, and then take some gimmicky burst kills really through Barkskin, I think is their best chance here against SK Gaming, because the standard game is exactly what they want.
Do you think it's worth even trying putting Starship in this comp, or are the bops and the Aura Mastery just so important for that Arcane Mage to get his damage?
I definitely think you need the Paladin backing it up, not to mention just the Mastery buff to buff their damage passively. You really need that increase of burst. I don't think they're going to be able to get the Resto Druid on. If they were going to put Starship in, I would expect them to be playing the Rogue Mage Druid. But also for SK Gaming, you can't forget Fabio. He's there in the center. He hasn't played any matches, even from the European Championship. However, if this did go to a Game 3, and we saw that Elite was guaranteed locked in on Holy Paladin, we might see him come forward, like I was saying, because the Affliction Warlock just deals a lot of spread pressure. They can play for a very late game, has decent peeling effects as well against the Assassination Rogue. So we might see Fabio play if this goes to a 1-1, which would be awesome to see all four players on both sides subbing in and out. This is exactly why the format was changed to a 4-player roster, and it's great to see these surprises here, even on the BlizzCon stage.
Yeah, and well, like you were saying earlier, both of these teams are guaranteed at this point to go on to BlizzCon. However, the winner is guaranteed to make it all the way through to the semis,
which is gigantic.
That's a big deal, because the loser will have later on. We're going to have Original Gangstar versus Solari Gaming. I believe that's the match that's in this same group. I'm just trying to remember off the top of my head, but I believe that's accurate. And the loser of that will be eliminated. The winner next week will be facing off against the loser of this match to try to continue through the group stage. So if you do manage to make it through this matchup, you still, if you do not win in this matchup, you will still have another game ahead of you to be able to graduate out of the group and get into the semifinals at BlizzCon itself. So this is still an extremely important match for both of these teams. They're not going to want to try to do anything just for the lulz or whatever. They're going to come in here and be like, no, we want to do exactly what we think is going to win.
Yeah, I think Tempo Storm is very serious about the Arcane Mage Assassination Rogue. It's not a troll pig. They're not doing it for fun. I don't think they're being overly reckless either with it. Strategically, it's a good option, but SK Gaming, they obviously studied up on it and watched them a lot, because that last game, like we were saying, they looked like a wall. It's like the unstoppable force really coming from SK Gaming, and Tempo Storm need to evolve and adapt to it. They played a very standard game. It was great to respect that, and now I would like to see them kind of mix it up, go for some different targets, try and surprise SK Gaming and catch them off guard, because originally that was the whole point of picking this comp, was to surprise your opponent.
Right, and it, like you said, because of that opener, it didn't seem like it went as well as I would have expected, being like the surprise comp, you know? Like I would have expected right out of the gate, like SK Gaming doesn't know how to deal with this, and they play kind of sloppy at first, but they didn't at all. Like it was absolutely perfect.
They were almost greedy.
Yeah.
Like the amount of bursts that came out from Peekaboo and Jamili just off the bat made SK Gaming need to react, and they traded only the Vigilance for the Vendetta, knowing that they need an answer for Jamili's Arcane Power. They even need an answer really for Elite's Avenging Wrath, because that can almost be as strong as Vendetta if he's allowed to cast frequently enough to get the damage out. So again, as we've been talking about throughout all this, I really think Elite just needs to kind of step out of his comfort zone. He's obviously great and an excellent healer, but he needs to kind of participate some damage with his team, because I think that's where the real advantage is for Tempo Storm.
Well, and to that point as well, you're talking about how it wasn't really working very well as a surprise. I don't think SK Gaming was really surprised by this pick. I think they were kind of expecting, like they knew that this was something that Tempo Storm had been practicing and that had at least in their wheelhouse available for them. So I don't think SK Gaming really, I don't think there was much of a chance for it to work purely as a gimmick comp that was, if it were purely as a gimmick comp that they're like, oh, well, we didn't know how to deal with this, so we lost the first game, shucks, you whatever. Like, no, this was going to be something that no matter what, Tempo was going into this thinking we can win with this composition, and I think they can. I really think they can.
Yeah, the crowd control, the setups are really good. I mean, getting the follow-up sheep is pretty important as a mage to make sure that you're chaining the CC together, but they had so many good setups. It was just that Joe was always there exactly when he needs to be. So Vendetta comes out, Vigilance comes out, Arcane Power comes out, Shaman Rage comes out, Avenging Wrath comes out, Pre-Iron Barks out from Botar were on point throughout the entire game. There were some situations I was pointing out where if he doesn't Pre-Iron Bark, he's going to go down. Always had it, tried to read the palms. It was a little bit too early, but it's better to get it off and use it rather than say, well, you know what, you were going to die, I couldn't use it. So so really well played from Botar as well to make sure that he was always pre-Iron Barking those desperate situations.
Yep, and it looks like the game is now going to be getting underway here very, very shortly. We've worked through those technical issues that we were having, and we're going to get this game to you guys as soon as humanly possible. Just as a reminder, this is SK Gaming up 1-0 versus Tempo Storm. This is going to be game 2 of this series. If Tempo Storm loses this, then they will have to go down to the lower bracket and face off against the winner of Original Gangstar versus Solari Gaming, which is another series that will be coming up later today.
Yep, and we've got so many series. This is just the first one of the day, only getting through one game so far. Obviously a bit of a technical delay, but it looks like we've got the next game almost underway. Team Tempo Storm playing the Arcane Mage, Assassination Rogue, Holy Paladin, and Team SK Gaming playing the Turbo Cleave, and they've played it all the way from the European Championship up to this point. I would say, however, if Tempo Storm are able to tie this up, we may get a debut of Fobs on Affliction Warlock, and I want to see that. I mean, I'm not trying to be biased, but I would like Tempo Storm to win a game here, then let Fabio kind of come out of his shell as well and play on the BlizzCon stage. When the gates have opened, we are jumping into the combat, and we can see the Shroud of Concealment out from Peekaboo again, making sure that his team is completely invisible to his opponents as they sneak forward and prepare for the attack.
All right, and everything's pretty standard. You know, Jamili is playing that Arcane Orb, the Incanter's Flow, Supernova, Cold Snap. This is a pretty much on point. Oh, he is playing Rapid Displacement though, which is kind of interesting, you know, as an Arcane Mage for that extra blink. But we'll have to see if he can get that poly off, and he does. So there is a cheap into a poly onto Joe Fernandez. And it looks like Elite is going to be playing a little bit more aggressive as he stayed on his mount, as you can see. And now he's running a little bit away with that Speed of Light as Jamili is trying to kind of zone out the enemy team, making sure that... Oh!
He's got palm up, and he's still got it up. I'm curious if Swapsy sees it. I think he's trying to purge it off. The Hodge comes out. Swapsy can't get it off, though. I think Jamili's going to get it.
He's behind the pillar.
Unfortunately, the sheep comes out.
Wow.
Vigilance comes out and answers the Vendetta. Once again, Joe Fernandez with a good answer to keep Swapsy alive. We see the gift of the Naru. They're going to be pairing that with the Vigilance to reduce and heal back some damages. Botar was caught in that polymorph, but now the Vigilance is over. Into the Growth Sounds, full blind under Botar. Trinkets that right away. And again, this is where Tempo Storm need to take advantage of Botar using his Trinket. I would really like to see a Druid swap here soon.
Yep. They are trying to put out as much pressure as possible here. They haven't been able to force out too much in the way of cooldowns out of SK Gaming, though. Now Peekaboo caught into that bash for just a second. They're going to cause a little bit of extra damage. They're basically just trying to make Peekaboo lose track of his feint and take a ton of extra damage when that happens. Peekaboo's still trying to put out a whole bunch of damage. They do manage to force out the Iron Bark from Botar onto Swapsy, but Peekaboo still hovering at around 40% health. But as soon as I say that, gets a nice big heal from Elite, who has popped his Avenging Wrath. Going to top him right back off, and now Tempo Storm is going to try to go back on the offensive here, but Joe Fernandez does have Avatar up, doing a bunch of damage to Jamili, who is going to have to blink right out of there. Pops the Evanescence as well, just to be able to make sure that he's going to survive.
They messed it up, though. Botar was able to shapeshift the Evanescence Poly, and Elite now getting locked on a heal. Tempo Storm aren't looking good here. In game number 2, double shockwave out from Joe onto the DPS. Elite trying to pick his team back up as they are caught in that stun. Nice Hex out from Swapsy. Recklessness comes out from Joe. He's not able to polymorph it. Good CC from Swapsy to deny that. Peekaboo down to half HP, spamming that feint key. Elite trying to pick him back up. Charge now over onto Jamili. Joe trying to spread his damage apart, but as Vihel was saying, Jamili is playing double blink, so he's a much more slippery target. We see the double fear onto the DPS into the capacitor totem, well placed from Swapsy. There's the Shamanistic Rage, a little bit of a preemptive Shaman Rage out from Swapsy, trying to predict some of the incoming damage, but that is going to be an opening for Tempo Storm here down the line.
Joe Fernandez walking over towards Elite and then getting a cheap shot, so maybe he was going to go for it. The polymorph does go out onto Joe Fernandez, which does get dispelled. Peekaboo definitely has to run right here, of course, Elite is going to be playing Saved by the Light, I do believe. Let me check that real quick. Yep, he is. So they do have that extra thing to fall back. He is playing Holy Prism also, so I like that he's going to be able to have that little bit more of instant healing against these two melee.
They're looking for the kill, though. Smoke Bomb dropped onto Swapsy. Pre-Iron Bar comes out. There's the Vigilance out from Joe with the Shockwave to peel.
Wow.
This Vendetta again is going to get shut down, and Tempo Storm need to find their opportunity to kill without that Vendetta cooldown, because Joe is always going to answer it.
Yeah, great play there by Botar, getting that Iron Bark out onto Swapsy just before all of that CC came out, as well as that Smoke Bomb. Just shut that entire thing down. Now Swapsy, though, caught into a full kidney shot. The blind comes out onto Botar. He's going to trinket that right away, keeping his trinket lined up with that blind cooldown just to make sure he doesn't ever have to sit through a full blind. Swapsy down to about 50% health. He has a Shamanistic Rage, but he's holding on to it as long as possible. Peekaboo forced to pop the evasion to answer the Avatar coming out from Joe Fernandez. Elite actually using his Avenging Wrath as well, just trying to make sure he can keep up on the healing as much as possible. Now Botar into that full sheep. Are they going to be able to make something happen onto Swapsy here? They need to get through that that Shamanistic Rage if they want to be able to get a kill here and there. They do manage to pull out the Shamanistic Rage, but it's just as the Iron Bark's about to come up. But can they just kill him anyway? Down to 20% health. The Iron Bark comes out just in the nick of time as Botar gets put into that Garrote Silence, but Swapsy is still actually in a lot of trouble here.
That's the overlap that Tempo Storm were looking for. The next setup could easily be the game. They can take it in at least the next 20 seconds here, as long as they survive. Shockwave on a Peekaboo with no trinket, down to half HP. Elite gets locked on his heel. Cloak of Shadows is going to come out from Peekaboo to reduce Swapsy's damage. We see Polymorphs defensively. There's the Hodge on the Botar. He pre-shifted it, and I don't know if Jamili is playing Ring of Frost. We see the Ring of Frost trying to come down. He connects the Ring of Frost. They could easily kill Swapsy. Swapsy trying to retreat, already out of line of sight, predicting the setup and just kiting back and forth. Peekaboo is finally going to reconnect. They need to get a kill with this setup, but Botar is no longer crowd controlled. We can see Elite trying to participate some damage, but Tempo Storm's setup is going to get shut down by Swapsy's kiting.
And there's a couple times where even Peekaboo's feint is falling off before the Shockwave is landing. I think Joe Fernandez is just waiting for those little moments when Peekaboo's just going a little bit too ham and doesn't have the energy to put that feint back up. And it's happened a couple times so far, and one of the reasons why he had to trade that cloak for it. So it'll be interesting to see if Jamili can keep that crowd control up. It's awesome to see such a durable mage just be able to play inside, just right in their face, as Jamili is almost never punished.
Yep, Botar now into that full fist of justice. He's caught in caster form. He's going to get put into the full sheep. He has no trinket available. Swapsy in a lot of trouble right now. They may be able to force out the Shamanistic Rage, but no, they don't even get the Shamanistic Rage out of him. Now Botar is out of that crowd control. Swapsy's going to be completely fine right now. They've got so many cooldowns available. Meanwhile, Peekaboo caught into that bash. He does still have his feint active, and so he's not going to be in too much trouble just yet. But if this keeps up, he could be. And he is going to go ahead and use that evasion to limit the damage coming out from SK Gaming and make sure he can stay alive. Elite having to use his Avenging Wrath as well.
Yeah, Hodge over on a Botar. They're looking for the setup. Shamanistic Rage is there to answer. Unless they can punch through it, I don't think Swapsy's going to go down. Peekaboo trying to build up some combo points, but a double Shockwave. Joe is just always there. He's just the best defense man to have on your team.
It seems like Peekaboo and Jamili, when they go to burst, Jamili is almost on top of Swapsy every time. I know he has to push up for those polys and stuff, but that's a lot of disruption. Even that brief moment when he can't blink out of that stun just for that split second. So that is an interesting observation just with how they're positioning. Is Jamili just seems to be a little bit too close to Peekaboo when they're going for the kill on Swapsy.
Yeah, they need to spread out a little bit more. We see Avatar out from Joe. We see pre-Ironbark out from Botar as he does not have a trinket, and there is no Sham Rage. His Ironbark is a necessity, but is going to be fading here shortly. There's about an 18-second kill window for Tempo Storm, but they're going to shut it down with the bash. We see the bop out of that immediately on Peekaboo. Here comes the setup to win the game. Elite needs to connect the Hodge. The Hodge connects. Jamili has to get the sheep. He goes for the palm. He goes for the ring. He connects the ring. Swapsy, no Sham Rage for 4 more seconds. He's trying to kite away. 3 more. 1 more second down at 40% HP, and he will have the Sham Rage now available, trying to be greedy, holding on to it. Botar will connect that Nature's Swiftness, and SK Gaming getting a little bit ahead here. He's being greedy, down to 9%. Rallying Cry comes out. Arcane Barrage is flying through from Jamili. Elite pops the Avenging Wrath. We can see all 3 of them participating damage, but Swapsy will survive with that Sham Rage, despite being a little bit greedy here. But the next setup, again, could be a kill. They're swapping some damage over onto Joe. He's caught down to 50%, forcing the Shockwave out. They're actually using it offensively onto Elite. He has his bubble available here. He's trying to hold on to it as a Saved by the Light procs. He's going to use the Stone Form as well, trying to reduce as much damage as possible, but Joe is not giving up the chase. Maybe this could be an overextension from Joe. It's not going to be. He pops the Vigilance. Ironbark is up to answer the Vendetta, and Tempo Storm once again is getting shut down.
Botar caught into that Ring of Frost, though. The Ironbark is about to wear off on Swapsy. If they have any more CC for Botar, this could be it. They get the sap onto Botar. The Garrote comes out onto Swapsy. They're limiting the amount of self-healing he can do, down to 30% health. A half sheep out onto Botar, but they've just got nothing left to chain onto him, and the bop has to come out on Peekaboo, which is going to stop this pressure for a moment. But Swapsy still in trouble, but no, he's going to catch a good heal and be back up to full, and now it's Peekaboo, once again the target of choice here. Has to pop the evasion at 40% health. That's going to keep him alive for just a little bit longer, but this is getting deep into dampening now. 18%. I don't know how much longer either of these teams can hang on.
Yep, definitely we see another setup. Sham Rage coming out from Swapsy, though, should be enough to deal with it. There's the full poly onto Botar. Tempo Storm need to be able to kill through this Sham Rage. Doesn't look like they can, though. Swapsy just kiting every time. Full blind onto Botar. Trinket answered with that once again. Sham Rage is fading. Arcane Missiles following up by Jamili. There's the defensive polymers coming out now as well. Joe trying to catch a reflect on one of those. Not going to find it, however. Swapsy going for a defensive Hex. He does get counterspelled on it, which means that Botar could be free, maybe to go for a clone. It seems like SK Gaming don't want to really risk anything aggressively here. Avenging Wrath comes out from Elite to recover here as Joe does connect. Cheap shot onto Joe. Hodge onto Botar. Jamili goes for the Ring of Frost. He connects it. There's no Sham Rage. There's no trinket. This could be the game and the comeback for Tempo Storm. They need more damage. Where is it? Swapsy caught in the last second of that kidney shot. Ironbark comes out. They don't chain the CC, and Swapsy is going to continue to survive because of it.
This is kind of not the Tempo Storm I would expect to this. They're not landing that clean CC chains, which we thought, and one of the big things is because Joe Fernandez is just such a dominating force on that battlefield, shutting so many things down.
Yeah. They're going to try and turn it back around onto Peekaboo once again. He did get caught there for just a second without his feint active, and it's about to wear off again. It was just at the last second there. He gets that feint back up. It's very easy in these sorts of tense situations to not quite overlap that feint, and as we've been seeing earlier, Joe Fernandez is always there with that shockwave as soon as it drops off to be able to chunk a whole bunch more damage into him. Peekaboo just hovering at 50% health. Elite doing his best to keep him alive. Peekaboo actually having to get out of there, but Joe Fernandez is right on his tail. The smoke bomb comes down. They may be trying to turn it around onto Joe. He's going to pop the die by the sword, and he should be just fine off of that, but Peekaboo still, the triple shockwave. Elite has to trinket that to keep his teammates alive, but it's not enough. And Peekaboo is going to go down. That's going to be a 2-0 victory for SK Gaming.
Wow, just really well played from SK Gaming. Again, like it seems like they've been playing against this comp their entire life. Tempo Storm weren't able to catch a break. I can't help but feel that last
guy right
attempt.
there.
That guy right there. He's the real hero of SK Gaming, constantly there with the vigilance and with the shockwaves, perfectly timed and keeping his team alive. You can't discredit Swapsy's ability to kite. Botar always managing his cooldowns as well and pre-iron barking every exact situation. And SK Gaming played like they were almost like robots in that game, never really making a mistake and just taking advantage of the late game and dampening with the healing reduction and catching Peekaboo off guard in a stun, which means that SK Gaming have secured their spots in the semifinals moving forward in BlizzCon.
Wow. Whew. That was an intense series, and that's just our first series of the day. We got 3 more series coming up, plus a little bit later on, we're actually going to have that 6v6 Battleground exhibition, so that should be interesting as well.
You are one up. I believe the next series we're going to decide if we can tie that ball game at all. But that was a really exciting series. I'm glad that Tempo Storm were experimenting, but they just didn't catch a break. SK Gaming were prepared.
All right, and we do have Jackson over with the Windows 10 game DVR replay, and let's see what he saw during those games.
Hey, thanks, guys. Now, when you see 2 colossal teams like these clash, you know it's going to be a battle of the Titans. Let's swap it over to the replay real quick and see how this thing goes. So, we knew once again that SK Gaming knew how to play defensively. And not only that, Joe Fernandez was on top of every single setup. He always had a shockwave or a fear, and if he had his trinket available, he was able to vigilance the Vendetta every time. And if they were able to survive, then they can time this game out. They can constantly survive these openers, these setups that Tempo Storm was going for. And once again, even in a very dire situation where Joe Fernandez got caught in a smoke bomb, they instantly turn things around because they're all stacked up again. He lands a triple shockwave, and just like that, Peekaboo goes down with a Storm Strike and an Execute. This game was absolutely intense, but once again, it's that solid defensive playstyle that this Turbo Cleave is definitely up to task for. The solid cooldown usage, but also you cannot discredit the kiting capacity of Swapsy, constantly behind the pillar when his team didn't have cooldowns for him. Every setup, you could hear Tempo Storm in the studio said, "I can't hit him, I can't hit him." I think that's why Jamili took a double blink to try to blink around pillars to try to hit Swapsy whenever they had their setup going. But SK Gaming was definitely ready for it, and that's why they got that 2-0 victory over him. We're going to be hearing from Joe Fernandez, the team captain, and the warrior god himself, right after we talk to the casters.
All right, thanks so much, Jackson. And yeah, I definitely feel like Joe Fernandez was a major contributing factor in that matchup.
There was so many times when they were going on Swapsy, and Peekaboo and Elite were both trying to get over there, and you just saw Joe Fernandez going back and forth, just snaring both of them, just not even the shockwaves or anything, just making sure that they couldn't even waddle their way over to connect onto Swapsy.
And the interesting part about Arcane Mage is you're often actually trying to trick your opponent into attacking you. So I wonder if he was overly defensively glyphed, taking the double blink and making it to a point where he couldn't be touched, because in reality, he wants them to attack him. So I'm curious maybe if that ended up backfiring on him at all. We don't get to see this matchup that often, as the Arcane Mage spec in general is kind of just rising up in terms of a ladder and a BlizzCon viable class. So I'll be curious to see if they end up playing this composition again later down the road, if they do face SK Game later in the tournament. However, it just didn't work out for them here today, and that means that SK Gaming have locked themselves in the semifinals for BlizzCon, as Tempo Storm will need to continue battling it out.
Yep. We're actually going to take a look real quick at what some of the upcoming matches we're going to see throughout the rest of the day are going to be. Just as a quick reminder here, we are going to have Cloud9 versus Skillcap DU coming up next. That's going to be an exciting series. And then after that, we've got our 2 elimination matches. That's going to be Original Gangstar versus Solari Gaming, followed by Do It for Fun versus Follow Esports. And in both of those 2 final series, one team is going home. They will not continue on in the tournament.
And that's kind of a sad story, really, to come here all this time. I mean, you get a bit of a paid vacation, but these guys are here to play for the love of the game.
They really are.
And to play on the stage. So it is going to be breaking some hearts later in the day. You guys definitely want to stay tuned for it. I'm excited to see if the Asian regions can redeem themselves, as they did lose 2-0 in the initial round. I can't help but feel that the Korean team do it for fun. We're robbed a little bit of the
I think
victory.
both of them were saying that this was their hardest matchup of the day.
It definitely was.
Or of the entire tournament, was this first opening match. So now that they've made it past it, you know, they're now comfortable on stage. Those guys were just playing absolutely perfectly. Like, a lot of those matches came down just to the very, very last moment. So it'll be exciting to see if those guys can bounce back, since both of them are in the lower bracket at this point.
Yep, and we are about to hear it from the man himself, Joe Fernandez, who is over with Jackson at the analyst station for our winner's interview.
Hey guys, like you just heard from Laura, I am joined by Joe Fernandez, team captain and victorious 2-0 winner here. So that was a pretty intense match right off the bat. And I'm wondering, what do you think about their choice to play Arcane?
It was quite a difficult matchup because we saw they could pretty much insta-gib us. And I think they chose it because they were too afraid to RMD into us.
So it seemed like you guys knew how to handle Arcane. Is that something that you did a lot of practice for during the week of, or is that something that you guys just kind of like pen and paper broke it down in terms of, because you guys responded to cooldowns beautifully?
We actually only had 4 games against them, but we didn't have practice at all, but we have great knowledge of the game, so we knew what to expect.
So we're making a big deal about this whole NA versus EU thing. Is that something that's on your mind when you're playing, or are you just focused on winning games?
It's on my mind, yeah. I mean, you can tell that the US teams are definitely below the EU teams, and we came here and proved that today.
Awesome. Some strong words from Joe Fernandez, but I think he can back it up with his gameplay. So congratulations. We are going to go to a quick commercial break, but we'll be right back for more awesome arena matches.
Okay, I actually don't want to say that.
No?
But it's true. Okay, I'll say it.
Yeah.
So, to get a clear mind before a game, it's always a good idea to work out. Yeah. Also, make sure you're not hungry.
Can you say that again?
No. That's too weird. If we win BlizzCon, we'll still be like streaming.
Anything fun celebration-wise?
Maybe. I don't know yet.
Hello, my name is Raiku and I play Mage for Skill Capped EU.
Hello, my name is Healingstad and I'll be playing Restoration Druid and Holy Paladin for Skill Capped.
I'm Pry and I play Rogue for Skill Capped.
I'm Ville, I'm the team captain of Skill Capped EU.
For us it's really important to be here because I think we are one of the strongest teams in EU.
We actually only came together about a week before the first qualifier, yeah. We had a little bit of a bumpy start, but our synergy's much stronger now.
We've prepared for like every single team that's here.
None of the US teams have ever played at BlizzCon before. A lot of us have played at multiple regionals or qualified for multiple regionals.
Everyone underestimates North American teams. And I tell my team every time, don't underestimate them.
We are certain we're going to beat the NA teams at this BlizzCon.
I think there is no team I'm really scared of because we can beat everyone here.
SK Gaming, I wouldn't mind knocking out. They're really strong players and they play a really good comp.
We really do see SK Gaming being a big milestone for us.
I really want to knock out SK Gaming because we lost 3-2 on regionals against them.
They're pretty cocky as well, like really cocky. So if they lost, I wouldn't mind.
Our rogue Prey has even lost sleep because of countless nights he wakes up in the middle of the night, he starts typing in Skype that he has a new strategy he wants to try out tomorrow.
We were kind of obsessed about beating them now.
This time we're not going to lose against them.
An event, a moment for people to come together.
We are thrilled that you are here.
Hello, BlizzCon. This community is everything.
The World of Warcraft Arena World Championship is brought to you in part by Intel, Windows 10, T-Mobile, and MasterCard. Hey guys, welcome back to the World of Warcraft Arena World Championships. We're live in Burbank and we just saw SK Gaming, the EU powerhouse, take a convincing 2-0 victory over the Tempo Storm team, whose arcane dream turned into a bit of a nightmare. Up next, we've got Cloud9 against Skill-Capped EU in another NA versus EU battle. I'm gonna go ahead and throw it over to the casters and get this game going.
Thanks so much, Bajira. We are back here at the caster desk. Once again, my name is Josh Allen, aka Lore, joined by Sid Compton, aka Supatees, and now once again over here, Elliot Venzel, aka Venruki. What did you think of that last match?
Oh, I was in the back. It was really, really exciting to watch. It was nice to see Jamili bust out that Arcane Mage and play something a little bit untraditional. This is something sort of new to the meta. It's unfortunate that it didn't work out for them, but I'm really surprised that SK Gaming was able to deal with it because it's taken a lot of the US turbos a lot of time in practice to be able to deal with this composition. I've been told that they've done okay against it in practice games, but it's really cool to see SK just sort of dominate it right away.
Yeah, I mean, Joe Fernandez even said in the winner's interview, they've only played against it 4 times, and every time I kept referring that they've been fighting against it their entire life. In only 4 games, they've gotten that good, that solid of play out from SK Gaming, and they've secured their spot in the semifinals. But moving forward now, we've got another series. It's going to be NA versus EU between Cloud9, Rogue Mage Druid against Skill-Capped EU's potentially Rogue Mage Druid, or potentially Holy Paladin Shatter play. I would expect that we're going to be able to see Valet on Shadow Priest. The first time I think it's going to be debuted on the BlizzCon stage, at least this year. So it's going to be awesome to see Valet play if that's what they decide to do.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see the Shatter play come out, if that is in fact what they end up going with, because we haven't actually seen a Shatter play in the tournament just yet, at least at this event. So it's going to be exciting to see how that can match up. It's generally considered to be kind of a counter to RMD, which we know is what Cloud9 is preferred to play.
That's part of the reason why these teams have it. You know, they run RMD and then they run Shatter so they can mirror, because if they don't mirror it, they're most likely going to lose. It was interesting though. I was talking to a Wealthy Man this morning. We ended up meeting up in the gym and actually had a little bit of like a workout session, so I got to like talk to him and pick his mind a bit. And he said they've actually been doing pretty good in practice games against Shatter, despite it being kind of like a countercom. So I think we definitely can't count them out.
Yeah, this could be North America's chance to strike back. Europe is now up 1 as SK Gaming has secured their spot. Now, obviously, Cloud9 would be looking to represent NA. Obviously, Skill-Capped EU aren't going to be ones to make it easy for them. They're going to be vying for it as well. We might have 2 European teams locked into the semifinals after this. I'm excited to see what composition Skill-Capped EU decide to lead off with. I know that Prey has been talking about a composition that he calls Kaliga Cleave with a Shadow Priest, a Rogue, and a Holy Paladin, and he actually found it to be very effective against Turbo. I didn't really get to talk to him too much with it against RMD. I kind of doubt it, as the whole reason Valet is on the team is to deal with the North American RMDs.
Yeah, let's actually go ahead and take a look at the brackets really quick to show you guys exactly how everything is shaking out from here. Of course, in that last series, SK Gaming versus Tempo Storm, that was a 2-0, and it's been the story this entire time that these 2-0s are happening, but only barely. Like, that was such a ridiculously close couple of games that could have gone either way. Of course, that means SK Gaming is moving on to the semifinals at BlizzCon, and Tempo Storm will have to battle against the winner between Original Gangstar and Solari Gaming, which we will be seeing coming up a little bit later. Looking over at Group B now, this next matchup that we have coming up is going to be Cloud9 versus Skill-Capped EU. The winner of this moves on to those semifinals, just like SK Gaming just did. The loser will go down to the lower bracket, where they'll have to face off against the winner between Do It For Fun and Follow Esports in order to be able to move on to BlizzCon themselves. And that Do It For Fun versus Follow Esports, I know that's not the match we're about to see here, but that's another one that I'm really, really looking forward to seeing later on today. The Korean team, Do It For Fun, of course, they qualified through the Asia Pacific qualifiers, and they came here to the Arena World Championships. They were looking very, very strong yesterday, despite getting knocked down to that lower bracket. But of course, Follow Esports, that team has also been looking amazing every single time we've seen them play.
Yeah, a lot of the scores throughout the tournament, if not all of them, I think, actually are 2-0. So it's unfortunate. It looks a little bit of a one-sided tournament on the bracket, but in reality, the games have been all so close. So we saw kill opportunities from Do It For Fun yesterday. We saw kill opportunities from Follow Esports as well in their matchup against, I believe it was Skillcapped EU, which are going to be playing here next. So it's interesting to see it all line up as 2-0. However, I think maybe if it was a best of 5, we might see some 3-2s, some comeback opportunities. Obviously, moving into the semifinals, the format does change a bit to best of 5, so maybe we're going to have those comeback opportunities later in the tournament. But unfortunately, as we just saw, Tempo Storm not able to take advantage of their wild card nearly as effectively as I would have thought, or they probably would have thought. SK Gaming definitely surprised us a lot with their gameplay in the last series. Now Skillcapped EU versus Cloud9. I'm interested to see, is EU greater than NA once again?
Yeah, I don't know. We will have to see. Specifically looking forward to both Do It For Fun and Gangstar playing a little bit later on in the tournament. They both were the first 2 teams to lose, but I don't think that does them justice. They're amazing. They've been blowing a lot of these teams out of the water. Yeah. So we'll have to see how they do in these losers bracket games later on. But we do have a poll ready for you guys. If we can take a look at that really quickly. Which team do you think will win? It doesn't look like too many people have voted yet, so if you guys want to go vote, use the hashtag WoW Esports and vote for the team that you guys think are going to win in this next matchup.
Yep, use that hashtag Cloud9 to vote for Cloud9, and of course hashtag Skillcapped to vote for Skillcapped as well. I thought it was interesting getting back to something you were just saying though, talking about the Asian teams and how we have this sort of EU versus NA rivalry that we keep talking up. I'm just waiting for one of these Asian teams to go like, what?
Well,
EU,
you can't
NA,
neglect
who
us.
cares?
Like,
we're going to win everything.
Yeah. I really feel like the Chinese team, Original Gangstar, definitely have it in them. In practice, they've been defeating all of the Rogue Mage Druid teams specifically that we've seen dominating throughout the bracket. Obviously, that last one, we didn't see the composition actually played, so we can't really gauge it effectively. However, it would be awesome to see Original Gangstar move forward. It also would be awesome to see, I believe it's going to be the EU Jungle Cleave, Solari Gaming. It'd be awesome to see everybody move forward. I just want to see more games every day, but some people have to lose and some people have to win. That's just the way that the world works.
Yeah, that's the reality of esports, unfortunately, but I mean, that's what makes it exciting as well. We're going to have this year's 2015 BlizzCon champion, which I'm very excited to see. Of course, after this tournament, we will be moving to BlizzCon next week for more exciting games.
Yeah, mentioning BlizzCon, that actually reminded me of something that's very interesting about these teams that we've got here today. A lot of the European teams have a lot of BlizzCon experience. So the players from the European teams have a lot of BlizzCon experience. The Chinese and Korean team from the Asia Pacific region, they all have a lot of BlizzCon experience as well. But our North American teams, a lot of these guys are very, very new to the scene. Not necessarily in terms of overall gameplay, like they've been on the ladders for a long time. They've been playing in like the GCD tournaments and so on. But a lot of these guys are not, they're relatively new to BlizzCon. So it's actually been really, really exciting to see sort of the fresh blood come in a little bit and be competing on a level that's equal with a lot of these like veteran BlizzCon champions.
Yeah, I was just thinking that through in my head and I was like, none of the North American players have actually made it to BlizzCon in the past, so it's all fresh blood in terms of representing North America. So it'll be interesting to see if that plays into effect. Obviously, the team Original Gangstar as well, their team hasn't always been here in full strength, not able to get their visas on time properly to make it over. Dark Archon specifically as their team leader, so it's going to be interesting to see how they play together as a complete unit, all 4 of them here this time around, and they're going to be facing, I believe, is the EU Solari Gaming. So both those teams will be matching up later in the day. The series that we have coming up here shortly is going to be Cloud9 versus Skillcapped EU. And we keep saying it EU versus NA, but we can't neglect the Asian region. I think that they're going to actually surprise us quite a lot.
Yeah, no, that's one of the things too. I think previous BlizzCons, like you were saying, they've had visa issues, so they haven't been able to bring their A-game teams, kind of having to make last-minute adjustments, and that's why, as a team, they've been a little bit weaker. But I think as players, they're very strong, and now that they can finally show a full lineup from their region, I'm excited to see it.
Yeah, we do actually have a little interview video prepared for you guys with the team Cloud9. We had a chance to talk to them earlier, so let's go ahead and check out and hear what Cloud9 has to say.
Being the only team with 3 people on it, a lot of people see it as a disadvantage. I mean, like, we only have 1 comp we can play, but I think it really like boosts the synergy though between like all the players. Like, that's all we play, so we know RMD like inside and out.
We all understand the comp enough and understand like what's good to do, that if someone mentions something we weren't thinking of, like we generally like instantly know if we should be doing that.
I'm really proud of like how we all get along together first of all, and like how like our CC in game is like really, really good. Like when we're on point, it's just like there's like almost nothing the other team can do. And like when I've like watched scrims of like the other RMDs play, like it seems like we can do like a lot more insane CC than them. So definitely like makes me feel really good about my partners. Like I'm playing with the right people.
It's not so much about regions. It's just that our RMD is the best out of everyone.
Wow.
That's confidence.
That is definitely some confidence there. It's not about regions. We're just the best.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I can't argue with them yet. They haven't lost. I mean, obviously, maybe the confidence might come back to bite them if they do end up losing, but it's great to have that attitude moving forward. You really want to make sure your team is as hyped as possible, and we can tell that Cloud9 have all the confidence in the world moving into this match.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see if SkillCap just decide to bust out that RMD mirror and say, hey, you know what, we're better than you, just to prove that. But when so much money is on the line and they have that second composition available that can sort of run, perhaps even counter, I think it's worth it, and I think it's smart for them to do so.
Yeah, definitely, considering that they have that Shatter Comp available to them, which has generally been considered to be the counter to RMD. With $120,000 for first place, you're not gonna, it'd be cool to step back and say, you know, we're gonna play RMD and we're gonna beat you at RMD just for the bragging rights, but I think in this case, $120,000 versus bragging rights, like which one do you go? I go for $120,000
I mean, the thing is, too, if you win, you still have bragging rights, right?
No matter what.
Yeah, it's not like it's some bad thing to do in a WoW tournament. You're playing the rules. You know, you're playing to win, which is what they should be doing.
Cloud9 can't take advantage of the fourth player as they don't have one. So obviously, you're going to want to say, hey, Valet, this is your job. This is what we brought you for as a fourth player. So we're going to have to see how he stands up and fills those shoes, as I don't believe he's gotten a lot of practice on a LAN tournament stage moving forward through the European Championship. I'm not sure if you guys can update me. I wasn't there live.
I think this is actually his first game playing.
I think this is his first time playing on the LAN stage if he does play, so maybe nerves are going to be a bit of an issue for SkillCap EU.
Yeah, thinking about it, I don't believe we saw him play at the European Regionals either, so I think you're right. I think this is the first time, assuming that he does actually come out and play here, maybe they'll step back and say, you know what, Valet, you haven't actually played in a LAN setting yet. Maybe this is a risky maneuver, but I don't really think that's the case.
These guys have been here long enough and sort of been on the stage and been backstage and been able to practice enough that he should be comfortable in like a little bit of a different environment, because I'm sure they've played with him quite a bit to make sure that he's well practiced.
Yeah, so what is it exactly, just to talk through this matchup that we're about to see, assuming again that we do see the Shatter play going into the RMD from Cloud9, what exactly is it about Shatter play that makes it so good against RMD? Why is that generally considered to be the counter?
The reason is you have so many different defensive cooldowns. You can rotate through the Paladin, Stay by the Light, as well as Bops to get your Shadow Priest out of stuns. You have the Wings Execution Sentence, which is a full heal. You have Bubble as well as Trinket to get out of the RMD CC. So you just have way more defensive cooldowns to work and rotate through, as well as you have that Paladin Fist of Justice to sort of go in and helps you aid in killing the Rogue, which is really, really important. You know, if you disarm the Priest, put him into a Fist of Justice, it ends up being a long CC chain where the Feint fades off, which is the only thing that really keeps him alive.
Yeah, I think the Feint is very key in this matchup for the Rogue. I think we're going to see a lot of setups over and over onto Roasties. Obviously, he's been comfortable in the pressure seat, winning the North American Regionals, moving up to this point, winning his series yesterday 2-0. So he's able to keep up under pressure, but I would be looking for a lot of target swaps over to him with, as Venriky was saying, with the Horrify and the Hodge combination out of it. So it's just long enough for Feint to fall through. They can burst him down into the Twist of Fate range from the Shadow Priest, increasing his damage, and then finishing him off with the double Shadow Word Death. And obviously he's going to be supported by Raikou Unmage with those Ice Novas and those built-up Icicles. So really look for SkillCap EU to be developing their damage slowly early on, building up, and landing that one single timed burst. And really, it's up to Cloud9 to react. First of all, probably trading off the Trinket for the Rogue, the Cloak of Shadow. So Trinket Cloak is going to be his first reaction defensively. After that, then it's going to be up to Cubsy, Trinket NS, Iron Park, and they always need to make sure that they have something paired together with it. Obviously, they have Wealthy Man in the backline who can disrupt a bit of the damage with Polymorph, or locking somebody out on Shadow, or locking them out on Frost at a key moment could be important for Cloud9 as well. But the reaction times need to be on point from Cloud9, or else SkillCap EU could walk away with the series.
Yeah, and we do actually have an interview video with the team captain from SkillCap EU that we can go ahead and take a look at really quick here and hear what SkillCap is thinking going into this match.
Vilaya as a team captain, he tries to help us out in game. Sometimes it's good, sometimes we don't like it because he doesn't play the same classes as we do.
Me as a captain, it's like being ruthless is pretty important. When they make mistakes, I'm gonna ditch them and get a new one, just like we did before.
He also motivates us to not tilt, because we can get kind of mad in game, especially if it doesn't go as well as we hoped.
Okay, apparently that was an interview about their team captain and not an interview with their team captain. Apparently I got that cue a little bit backwards there. That was entertaining though. It's nice to see these guys just sort of having fun with everything and just like it's at the end of the day it's a video game. Like sure, there's $120,000 for first place in this video game, but it's still a video game and it's fun to be able to sort of take that attitude of, you know what, we're going to take it easy. We're just going to have some fun, and if we get $120,000 for that, then that's no bad thing.
Yeah, definitely. It's really exciting to see people keeping a level head and just being happy to be here and competing on the BlizzCon stage leading up with opening week right now, and then BlizzCon next week. The days are just rolling by one by one by one, and eventually we're going to have a champion. So thank you guys for tuning in. I'm sure that these oncoming games are going to be just as awesome as the previous.
Yeah, absolutely. Got a great day ahead of us, including this up-and-coming match, which I think is going to be one of my favorites of the day. It's one of the most anticipated, for sure, for me. So I'm just excited to get into these games.
Yeah, definitely. Just to give everybody a quick update, we have been working through a couple of technical issues. As you guys saw earlier today, we were having a little bit of a tech problem earlier. We just want to make sure everything is completely smoothed out at this point, and then we'll be getting these players out here and getting into this matchup because we want to see these games just as much as everybody else does. I promise.
Yeah. If I wasn't here at this desk right now, I'd be at home on my monitor watching, waiting in anticipation. So this is the event of the year, right? So
everything leads up to this point. The past year, all of these players have been practicing so hard just to get here, and now that they're finally here, they can live the dream or the disaster if they end up losing. Obviously, both of these teams have secured their spots at BlizzCon, but if you win this series, I believe you actually don't have to play an extra day. So if you can look at that a little bit positively, I believe we're doing... no, maybe I'm incorrect about that
You
statement.
will still end up playing, but you have one fewer series that you have to play.
One fewer series. Okay, so you can relax just a tiny bit, and you can kind of gauge what your opponents are going to be a little bit better, as opposed to having to lead up to it and being ready for more compositions in different teams if you do end up losing. So
not only that, but there is a week before BlizzCon. So if you're in the upper bracket and you're just hanging out, enjoying that you're in, that you won, it's a lot better than waiting around for a week, waiting to get back into those games, being in the losers bracket on the edge of elimination. So they're conscious, or they can rest assured that at least they're going to be fine for the first few games.
Well, and especially if you are in that upper bracket, then you have, like you were saying, a little bit better idea of what teams you're going to be facing off against, and that's so important because if you know you're going to go up against, say, an RMD, you can start practicing against RMD, or you can start practicing against Turbo or FLS or whatever team you end up going up against. You know what you need to practice against specifically. But if you have 3 series ahead of you, then you can you can sort of guess and see what you think you're going to end up facing off against and try to practice against those teams, or just say we don't know what we're going to end up hitting, and we've got to split our practice now through all these different compositions and work on what we think we'll end up hitting.
Yeah, generally speaking, there's kind of 2 main play styles to World of Warcraft Arena. You have one play style that's based around crowd control, isolating one person and bursting them down. On the opposite side of that, you've got compositions that function around just dealing a lot of damage and surviving as long as possible and winning through attrition. And when you have to play so many teams in a row and change that mentality, you might get caught off guard. First, you face a Feral Lock Shaman. Your mentality is, okay, we've got to set up the burst perfectly. We can play a little bit more loosely because they can't counteract that right away. And then when you go and face an RMD after that, you might be playing a little bit too slow. As you can be a little bit more relaxed in terms of reacting on the defensive cooldowns against an attrition comp as opposed to a burst comp, or you end up overusing cooldowns. So definitely want to be able to keep yourself in the right mentality moving forward in the tournament, so that way you're not caught off guard and your reaction times remain on point.
Yeah, definitely. So I believe we will be getting into this match here very, very shortly, waiting for confirmation from our production teams backstage to find out exactly where we're going from here at this point. But yeah, I am excited for this matchup. Cloud9 versus Skillcapped EU. These are definitely 2 of the best teams in the world right now, and seeing them match up against each other, that's gonna be good.
Yeah, it definitely is, and I believe we've got the compositions available unless we are undergoing a test right now.
I believe this is a test right now. And like you're talking about sort of the attrition compositions versus the burst compositions, I think today, at least in this specific matchup, these are both like exceptionally bursty comps. So we're going to be looking to see one target getting isolated and destroyed. So they're going to have to make sure they rotate the defensive cooldowns properly, or it's going to be a nightmare for both teams.
Absolutely. 100% absolutely. You are right, as usual, in everything that you say. But real quick, we are going to take a quick commercial break as we sort out these last couple of technical issues, make sure everything is working properly. We will be right back with Cloud9 versus Skillcapped EU.
experience has taught the Protoss that when we do not fight together, we die alone. But we shall not see defeat this day. For we stand as one. Our differences will not divide us, but make us stronger. Together, we will defend the Nexus with honor and earn our glory. I am Hierarch Artanis, leader of all Protoss. And in unity, there is strength. It is said that I hunt alone, wandering these bitter lands, far from civilization. But in truth, I hunt with family. One that I hold close. I protect them, and they protect me. I am Rexar, champion of the Horde. And I never hunt alone.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here at BlizzCon opening week, getting ready to get into this series between Cloud9 and Skillcapped EU. We are going to get those games going for you guys here as soon as humanly possible and technologically possible as well, just as soon as that's all sorted out. But we do have the results of a poll from earlier that we can go ahead and take a look at.
I want to see.
I'm excited to see. Looks like 66% of people are saying Cloud9 is going to come out on top here.
I'm curious to see if that's actually accurate. I think the polls have been incorrect thus far. Chat, you guys are kind of letting us down. You guys need to bump up your prediction, I think, moving forward here with these votes, because I'm not sure if Skillcapped EU are going to appreciate a 34% vote. It seems like maybe we've got more of a North American-based audience here today, but if Cloud9 disrespect the zone against Skillcapped EU, it could definitely go back in favor for Skillcapped EU and maybe even take the series because of it. Who are you predicting to win this?
That's what I was going to ask you. You're putting Chat on the spot now. I want to put you guys on the spot. I think that this is going to be one of the few, I mean, we haven't seen any 2-1 series yet. I think this is going to be the first one. I think if I had to guess, I would say Cloud9 is going to take it 2-1. That's my prediction. What about you guys?
I kind of feel like, I think from talking to the guys from Skillcapped, I know that they feel very confident going up against Cloud9 here. But at the same time, Cloud9 is the most confident RMD you will ever see ever at all anywhere. So I'm gonna lean in the direction of Skillcapped. I'm gonna say 2-1 Skillcapped.
2-1 Skillcapped. You think Skillcapped's actually gonna win?
I think they can, yeah.
So we've got Cloud9.
Yep. Yeah, I'm Cloud9 2-1.
Skillcapped EU. I'm the deciding factor on the majority here.
No, you're on the spot, man. Don't be wrong.
Put me on the spot. I think if Cloud9 are playing 100%, I think they're gonna take the series. But I'm predicting 2-0. If they play at their 100%. So Cloud9, don't let me down. Play at 100%. I don't want to be wrong. And I believe that we've got Jackson in the backline as well to talk to us a little bit. What are you excited for BlizzCon, Bajira?
Well, for BlizzCon, I think that honestly my thing I'm most excited about is actually being up on stage, bringing these awesome games to a live audience, a huge crowd, all as just about as excited about World of Warcraft as we are. But I am going to hop into your discussion there. I think that even though Skillcapped EU is running a bit of a what some would consider a counter comp, I'm very confident in Cloud9. I think that these guys are going to 2-0 Skillcapped, but they're going to be some pretty serious games. I know these Skillcapped guys are looking over at me real mean right now. But hey, you guys got to bring it to the table. I'm excited to see it. Either way, no matter how this game goes, these are going to be some absolutely epic matches. Now, the casters were hinting a little bit about how Skillcapped is going to set up their damage on the RMD of Cloud9. And to break that down just a little bit more, Why it's considered a counter comp is because they can do this setup so often. They can use Hodge and then the Horrify effect on the Rogue. Meanwhile, we've also got a Deep Freeze into a Polymorph on the enemy team's Resto Druid. Luckily, it is likely that Cubsy will be shifting these polymorphs, so they might have to go for Ring of Frost, but it's very similar to CC on a very similar repeatable window. Except polymorph is spammable, and if they have to go for that Ring of Frost, it's going to be a little bit less often in terms of their setup. But that same Deep Freeze, polymorph, Hodge, Horrify on Rogue, it's going to be something they can run constantly throughout the game. Now, one of the things that the Cloud9 is going to have to try to, obviously they're going to have to prevent that, but their setup is going to be interesting because there's a little bit of difference in terms of what teams like to go for. Sometimes the RMD likes to attack the mage, but also they can definitely turn the pressure onto the Shadow Priest. It's going to be interesting to see what decisions they make because Cloud9 is, considered by many, for good reason, to be the best RMD in the world. And these guys definitely have what it takes to bring an epic match against Skill-Capped EU. Now, one of the things that's interesting about Cloud9 is that they are extremely confident. We hear in the video they're the best. They think they can beat anybody when they're on. And I wouldn't disagree with that. But they are a fairly new team to this scene. They have probably the least amount of experience out of everybody here. And one of the funny things is that Wealthy Man is actually is our youngest player, and Roasties is actually his guardian, which is really interesting. I actually kind of, if we get a chance to talk to them later, I'm going to ask how exactly did that happen. But even though they are a fairly young team in terms of their collective age and also their experience level on a big stage like this, they definitely have what it takes. But I'm wondering if eventually, if they're not on their game, what does that look like? We've only ever seen them playing extremely sharp. But if there's ever any nerves, if there's ever any sort of uncertainty, maybe if Skill-Capped is able to give them more of a challenge than they're expecting, more of a challenge than they've seen in their entire tournament run, are they going to be able to come back from that? Is that confidence that we saw in the video, is that confidence that we see in their gameplay going to remain even in the face of a potentially serious team? Now, one of the things that I heard from Wealthy Man today is that even though they're pretty new to this, and even though, admittedly, he said he had a little bit of nerves, in some of his first tournaments, when he gets in the game, he's zoned in. There's no focus on anything but the video game. He doesn't realize that he's on stage. He's not worried about anything like that. So that's really good to hear from a tournament player with as little experience as he have. I mean, experience is one thing, but being able to show up consistently every game and kill it, that's what you like to see. And I think that what Cloud9 is going to be able to do here today is going to be able to rely on that synergy, rely on that confidence, rely on that tournament experience, and give us some awesome games against Skill-Capped EU. We're going to throw it back to the casters and try to get these going for you.
All right, thanks so much. I kind of want a Rogue as my guardian. I'm going to be honest. I want to just be walking around.
Really?
It's late at night, but I know that there's like someone sort of sneaking along behind me. So if someone comes up, starts giving me some trouble, all of a sudden just cheap shot, Garrote, kidney shot, etc. And I'm just
I think having a Rogue or Joe Fernandez.
Joe Fernandez. Exactly.
Either one of those.
Do not discredit that.
Yeah.
I mean, Bajiro obviously be the most realistic one. I mean, that guy is tough, and he's just an awesome guy. And thanks for that insight as well, Jackson. It's great to hear your opinion on it as well. Moving forward, and I think now we've got, what is it, 3-1 for Cloud9 amongst the casters in terms of voting right now. I think we're 3-1. So, Lore, it's a lot of pressure on you.
Yeah.
I mean, if we lose, you get to be the guy that's like, you guys are all dumb.
See, that's how it is. I'm just playing the odds here. I'm like, okay, you know what? If I win, then I get to make everybody else look dumb. But if I lose, then I can just be like, all right, yeah, you guys were right, and it's no problem whatsoever. So it's all about just playing it off easy, So, okay, I want to ask you guys now, what are you most excited for at BlizzCon?
I mean, just the live audience. It's going to be awesome to have you guys there on the stage as well, going through all those moments and hearing you guys build the energy behind us as well as online. It's just great to have that hype level building. I'm really looking forward to that the most. I'm sure that Venruki probably shares a similar fashion. What are you most excited for?
Same thing. It's going to be so fun to just be in a live audience. That energy just really pumps up the players. I know from experience playing at BlizzCon, when you're playing and you're doing something exciting or you barely survive, having the crowd go insane, it's a really fun experience. I've tried to explain it to some of these players, and I hope that they get the chance and opportunity to do that.
Yeah, and definitely if you guys are at BlizzCon, don't be afraid to say hi. We're not unapproachable. All of the players here are very chill as well. If you walk up to them, ask them some questions, I'm sure that they'd be more than happy to answer you guys as well. And moving forward into that next week, it's just an awesome experience so far, and I can't wait for that final destination on the road to BlizzCon.
Yeah, I think I think you guys said a lot of what I would say for my favorite thing at BlizzCon, what I'm most looking forward to. Obviously, the live audience. It's always amazing casting in front of a live audience. We got to do that at the EU Regionals, at the EU Road to BlizzCon event in Prague, and that was amazing. And then, of course, every year at BlizzCon, it's always amazing as well. The teams, games are going to be amazing, but I'm going to add one more onto the list. I'm just going to go ahead and say it. Linkin Park.
The goodie bag.
The goodie bag?
Yeah.
Of course. Always looking forward to
You
see
put
what's
the
in
goodie bag over Linkin Park?
I don't want to say that. I don't want to say that.
Tip to the wise with Linkin Park, if you want to watch them live, get there early because that fills up almost instantly when it's about an hour or two beforehand. So if you guys are going there maybe solely for Linkin Park, you definitely want to get there early. If not, I'll let you know that it is comfortable watching it from the tournament stages. They broadcast it through a bunch of monitors there at BlizzCon. So if you're interested in comfort as opposed to being just right in front of the action, definitely make sure that you find a seat at any of the tournament area venues as long as the tournament actually isn't going on during the thing. We saw the Heroes of the Storm tournament getting delayed a little bit here. We're hoping that that same delay does not, in fact, end up happening here today. The players are just testing it through and practicing it as well. We want to make sure that everything is in 100% shape and top notch for these players because this is the final stop for BlizzCon.
Yeah, well, let's talk about something else that's happening a little bit later today is the 6v6 tournament that we have. We're going to be doing some RBGs, 6 versus 6, the North American region against the European region. These guys have selected their top 6 players in the best compositions possible, and we're going to be doing, I think, a best of 3 in RBGs, just as kind of a fun skirmish thing. And I'm excited for that too later on today.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see because there isn't anything really on the line there except for, well, I say anything really on the line, but that NA versus EU, that's a big deal. That's almost a bigger deal than even the BlizzCon prize pool to a lot of these players. It's like, I don't care about $120,000. I just want to be better than North America. I just want to be better than Europe.
It could be the deciding factor as well because after this series of Cloud9 wins, I think we're tied in terms of how many tournament wins there are for EU and how many tournament wins there are for NA in the tournament. So that RBG exhibition match could be the final straw before BlizzCon to just decide moving into it that US is better or, sorry, NA is better or EU is better. But I'm really excited to see all the teams play throughout today. I think that for the Korean team, they kind of had their win stolen away from them yesterday. They're going to be looking to battle it back. It's going to be interesting to see how those Lock Shaman compositions go up against the Hunter Shaman compositions, see which one is a little bit more advantaged because in the Asian region, as far as Warriors are concerned, and Baichuan is definitely one of the more dominant ones moving forward, and he kind of defensively carries his team just as Joe Fernandez would do, and they bit their nails a little bit too hard in terms of the bracket moving forward at the start. Getting SK Gaming is just not what you want in a tournament. You see SK Gaming, you're just like, no.
No.
They also have the attitude, though, that that was their hardest game.
Yeah.
So now they've lost their hardest game, and moving forward, they have nothing but an easy road, is what they would look at it.
Yeah.
But I mean, none of the teams here are easy. But
yeah, I mean, that's
a
what
little bit of an understatement, but still.
still.
One thing I wanted to mention, too, something just to talk about, is if you go back, despite the European and North American pride and always talking about the best region, if you go back to BlizzCon champions from like 2009 forward, I think it went something like this. It went North America, Europe, Korea, North American, Europe. Did Korea win twice? I don't think so. They won with the PHDK.
I think only once.
Okay, yeah. So the point is, anyways, North American, Europe, and Korea, Asia have all won at BlizzCon. So I don't think any one particular region dominates, and BlizzCon always shows it.
Yeah, it's always different every year. So be curious to see if EU can keep their throne in terms of the BlizzCon Championship this year, or if North America or Asia will overthrow that. But we are deciding the elimination of 2 teams throughout today, so we are going to be breaking some hearts. Yeah. It's a sad day if you're the losing team, as you will not be playing on the stage. So there's a lot on the line for the series following this one, the final 2 of the day moving before BlizzCon, and every team needs as much support as they can get moving forward. So if you guys have them on Twitter, you tweet them, give them your support, your love, because they're going to potentially be eliminated today.
Yeah, and of course you can use that hashtag WoW Esports as well. Just thought I'd throw that in there really quick. Nice smooth little plug for that hashtag WoW Esports. But we are going to go ahead and take a quick look at a profile video for SkillCapped EU. I apologize again for the delays here. We're just making sure everything is functioning 100% perfectly, and we will be getting these games to you guys as soon as possible. But real quick, let's take a look at SkillCapped EU.
Hello, my name is Raiku and I play Mage for SkillCapped EU.
Hello, my name is Healingstad and I'll be playing Restoration Druid and Holy Paladin for SkillCapped.
I'm Pry and I play Rogue for SkillCapped.
I'm Ville. I'm the team captain of Skillcapped EU.
For us, it's really, really important to be here because I think like we are one of the strongest teams in EU.
We actually only came together about a week before the first qualifier, yeah. We had a little bit of a bumpy start, but our synergy's much, much stronger now.
We've prepared for like every single team that's here.
None of the US teams have ever played at BlizzCon before. A lot of us have played at multiple regionals or qualified for multiple regionals.
Everyone underestimates the North American teams. And like I tell my team every time, don't underestimate them.
We are certain we're going to beat the NA teams at this BlizzCon.
I think there is like no team I'm really scared of because we can beat everyone here.
SK Gaming, I wouldn't mind knocking out. They're really strong players and they play a really good comp.
We really do see SK Gaming being a big milestone for us.
I really want to knock out SK Gaming because we lost 3-2 on regionals against them.
They're pretty cocky as well, like really cocky. So if they lost, I wouldn't mind.
Our rogue Prey has even lost sleep because of countless nights he wakes up in the middle of the night, he starts typing in Skype that he has a new strategy he wants to try out tomorrow.
We were kind of obsessed about beating them now.
This time we're not going to lose against them.
All right, of course, that is Team Skillcapped EU, who we will be seeing playing against Cloud9 here from North America very, very shortly. Again, we're just making sure everything is working 100% perfectly before we move on to this this match. I believe, from what we're seeing so far, I believe we're just about there. I think everything is, we're just making sure at this point that everything's been fixed and working properly. And we will be getting into that match here very, very soon.
But we can take a look at the brackets so we can catch everyone up to date on this. We are currently looking at Group A. SK Gaming led off against Original Gangstar 2-0 and then followed that up 2-0 against Tempo Storm, securing their spot in the semifinals at BlizzCon. And now Tempo Storm has been knocked down, awaiting their opponents from Original Gangstar and Solari Gaming. We can't also point out that Tempo Storm did defeat Solari Gaming 2-0, a very strong showing from them moving forward, potentially a rematch at BlizzCon if Solari Gaming can pick up the pace. Now moving from Group A into Group B, we can take a look and determine who the other side of the bracket will end up being. As soon as we have it available here, we can see Cloud9 led off the day yesterday 2-0 against Do It For Fun, and then now moving forward into the series against Cloud9, or Cloud9 moving forward against Skillcapped EU, and previous to that, Skillcapped EU 2-0 to follow Esports. So all these teams 2-0ing to make it to this point. Let's see if they can do it again moving forward in opening week to BlizzCon. I'm excited to see who ends up coming out on top between Cloud9 and Skillcapped EU.
Yeah, and of course we've said multiple times, but it bears repeating that even though there's been a whole lot of 2-0 series here, they've all been very, very close series. The games have been able to go either way at any given point. Like it's hard with World of Warcraft to really look at a 2-0 and say, oh wow, they just completely shut them out or something, because there will have been many points in a lot of these matches where a single crit could have made the difference and turned that into a 2-1 or even flipped it around entirely. So these have been some amazing matches. Obviously, I would love to see more 2-1 series just because it means more games, and more games is always a good thing.
Yeah.
But it's still the caliber of play coming out of these players has made some very, very epic series, even though they've been those 2-0s.
Yeah, and once again, if you guys want to join in on the conversation, you can tweet at us using the hashtag WoW Esports, of course, and join in on the conversation a little bit. So we sort of talked about what teams we think are going to win, each and every one of us, but it goes without saying both these teams are amazing and both capable of winning. Cloud9 sort of North America's last hope moving forward in the debate if EU or North America is better. So I know there's going to be a lot of North American fans cheering them on today, as well as a lot of European fans cheering on Skillcapped.
Yeah, of course, Cloud9 are the last North American hope, as the other teams have been not eliminated just yet, but have lost and moved down and have to continue fighting it out in the lower brackets. So can Cloud9 be the last hope for North America, or will Skillcapped EU make it a European team-only invitation for the time being? We're going to have to find out here shortly. It's something that I'm really looking forward to decide to. Strategically important point between these teams is that they are very bursty. So there's going to be a lot of fast damage, a lot of instant crowd control as well, following that up through spammable CC. Obviously, we've been talking a lot about Skillcapped EU setting up for the kill, but we can't forget that Cloud9 is going to be doing the same. I would expect a lot of pressure onto Valet, the Shadow Priest, and how he reacts is going to determine the momentum of the game. I would expect maybe an early trinket on the initial kidney shot, landing a double psychic scream, fearing up both of the DPS of Cloud9, and then reacting from there, where Talbytree will most likely, the healing stat Talbytree is the same person, where healing stat will follow up the next kidney shot with a Blessing of Protection to break it out. It's it's really all about making sure that Valet is mobile and ready to go in the heat of the moment, whereas Cloud9 are going to be looking to lock him down and burst him down.
Speaking of being ready to go, I have some very, very good news. We are ready to bring these teams out onto the stage. We're going to start by bringing out Cloud9 from North America. The only team in the tournament with only 3 members on their team, but what an amazing 3 members they are. Of course, we see Roasties there in the front. We've got Wealthy Man sitting in the center and Cubsy down at the end. These guys are looking super calm and confident. They just want to get into this game every bit as much as we do.
And we've seen that sort of calm demeanor the entire tournament. I mean, when these guys lose, which doesn't happen very often, they're very calm, cool, and collective, and can kind of look at what happened in the game objectively. And the same thing, don't get too excited when you win. Stay focused and in the moment.
Yeah, it's a best of 3 format, so you only have 2 chances to come back, so you really don't want to get irritated at your partners. I can know for a fact that Pry is definitely the loudest player in the tournament, and his team probably the most critical when they lose. So this first match could be what determines the series. If SkillCap.eu are able to win, I would expect them to stay with positive energy, staying hyped up and excited about it. But if they lose, that's where kind of the negative mindset ends up coming out, and they might have some second guesses, some doubts on their side. So it's very important for SkillCap.eu to win this first game, whereas Cloud9 are obviously going to be looking to stop that from happening.
Yeah, and we need to bring, of course, SkillCap.eu out as well. Coming all the way from Europe, SkillCap.eu. Sorry, guys, didn't mean to interrupt your game of rock, paper, scissors there, but of course, out in the front, the loudest player in the tournament, that's going to be Pry, followed up by Healing Stat, aka Talby. Going down the list there, we're going to see Raikou, and all the way down at the end, we haven't seen him play just yet, but we're expecting to see Valet come into this next matchup.
Yeah, and both teams looking very dapper in their team uniforms. It's awesome to see the teams getting sponsored. Such a great showing for WoW esports in general. I'm really excited to see this match, and like Laura was saying, I think that it's going to be Valet's debut. Is he going to take his team victory or defeat? That's what we're going to find out here shortly between Cloud9 and SkillCap.eu.
Yeah, and this is definitely an important match for SkillCap.eu, like you were saying, not just from that perspective of obviously the winner of this match doesn't have to worry about graduating out of their group, but also for that national pride. The European teams at the moment they kind of have a lead, and if they can secure this one, then that means that the North American teams haven't sort of tied it up, and Europe is just sort of setting, like, you know what, at that point we can say, all right, Europe, okay, we get it, you're really, really good at this game.
Yeah. And we do actually have the draft ready, so we can take a look and see what both teams are going to be running. And it looks like it is going to be an RMD mirror. Ooh, this is exciting. SkillCap deciding not to use their advantage and just say, you know what, we're the best RMD. Here we go. And this is really a battle of North America versus Europe in an RMD mirror, which I am very excited about.
You can't say they counter-comped in this specific situation. It's going to be almost a mirror. We can see that Prey is going to be playing the combat specialization, over Roasty, who is going to be playing Subtlety. And, you know, interestingly enough, I talked to SkillCap.eu, and they felt that Subtlety had the advantage in the mirror matchup. Maybe Pry not feeling confident enough to match Roasty on Subtlety, so he's going to be sticking to his main spec as combat. I'm curious to see who ends up coming ahead in this clash of NA versus EU. A mirror for the first match. We couldn't have asked anything better in terms of competition.
Yeah, definitely. It's interesting. I do think it's really interesting, that choice to go with combat, because with, of course, the killing spree, you get that red buff killing spree, and as long as you can maintain that killing spree the whole way through, it's a lot of damage. But of course, the RMD composition, they have so many different ways to shut down that killing spree and make sure that it doesn't actually go off. So that is a very, very odd choice. I agree.
One of the things that's nice about Subtlety, too, is you get to play that Death from Above specialization. So you actually have that as a gap closer, as well as sort of an immunity. So if he opens up and he gets that early Death from Above off, he can't be cheap shot. He can't be stopped, which is really, really nice. And also, I mean, if Raikou decides to blink, it's just going to chase him. So it's another good gap closer.
You know, I can't help but feel that SkillCap.eu are actually being a bit arrogant. I mean, they have Valet on their team. They have the option to try and get a bit of a soft counter. Maybe they don't trust Valet. Maybe I'm completely wrong. But this first pick definitely seems to be maybe a bit of arrogance out from SkillCap.eu. And I mean, if they've got the action to back it up, they can make me eat my words, as I would say. So Cloud9 versus SkillCap.eu. We are going to be starting with the blind pick format, which means that in the Grand Arena, both teams didn't know that they were going to be playing RMD. I don't think that Cloud9 even really expected it. So I'm curious to see how this actually plays out as the gates are about to open in 3, 3, 2, 1.
You just got the dirtiest look from Valet, by the way. I just wanted to point it out. He was just looking over here, of course, because as he is not part of this game, he is not allowed to be on voice comms with his teammates, so he does not have his headset on and heard every single thing that you just said.
He just has to sit back and relax and hope that his team can pull off a victory, but I don't know. I mean, Talby said he's not worried about any of the North American teams in this tournament. He's just certain that he's going to dominate them, so we'll have to see how this game goes. It looks like Cloud9 is going to be pushing back. Wealthy's actually going to get sapped right away by Pry. Roasty's actually opening up with the blind onto Talby, immediately going hard. Talby decides to trinket immediately in Ironbark. Raikou, they want to go offensive fast. Roasty actually caught into a stun, has that Ironbark. He did have to trinket that as well, so immediately Skillcap going insanely hard onto Roasty's down to 40% HP. He's going to get topped off, but Talby has no trinket. Raikou in a little bit of trouble, down to 60% HP, going to get bursted down very hard by Roasty's as well as Wealthy Man. He is able to get off that NS. Talby using his Heart of the Wild and able to top his team off.
Yeah, Wealthy saw getting cloned up here. Half polymorph onto Cubsy. They're still setting up onto Roasty. That's going to be the preparation and second evasion. All major defensive cooldowns are down for Roasty. Cubsy has to be careful to keep him alive through the next setup. Cloud9 are not looking very good in this position. Raikou sitting with 2 blocks at the moment. He seems to be the primary target as we see the death from above connecting, already down to half HP. But with no crowd control onto Talby, it might have been a bit of a miscoordinated burst. There's the deep freeze out from Wealthy Man to follow it up. A bit of a mistimed blind here from Prey as well. The blind is going to fade right when the kidney shot came out. And I think that DR mistake out from Prey might cost them the kill here. Roasty had nothing left. Cubsy gets to keep his trinket. Now there's counter pressure still on Raikou as we see the off kidney shot onto Prey. Talby still caught into a clone. Cubsy though caught into a deep sheep. Raikou on the back foot down to 20%, catching the Iron Bark and overlapping the ice block. And Cloud9 are slowly but surely turning this around.
Yeah, that was the first ice block coming out of Raikou, but Wealthy has already had to use 1 ice block, but that does mean that Wealthy is going to be up on the deep freeze. He will, excuse me, the cold snap. He will have that cold snap available sooner. Roasty's now catching that Iron Bark yet again. They're just constantly going after Roasty's in here, and this is sort of the difference in the matchup between EU and NA. It looks like Skillcapped EU is going primarily after Roasty's as their kill target, while as Cloud9 is continuing to focus primarily on Raikou. Of course, they will be making swaps, as we're seeing right now, onto Wealthy, just trying to keep him on his toes. They actually put him into a polymorph for just a second there, just to interrupt his polymorph cast. That's a very, very smart play out of Raikou, and now with Roasty's caught into that full kidney shot, they may be trying to make something happen here again.
They actually completely shut down his Shadow Dance. That was very well played by Pry. Kidney shot his Shadow Dance immediately into that DR cheap shot, into a half cyclone. Ooh. Wealthy Man taking a lot of damage though, down to 40% HP. Cubsy has no trinket, so if they can get some CC onto him. Here comes the deep freeze. The polymorph slash Ring of Frost could come in, but he is in that frozen orb. He went into the frozen orb. No fall of CC is going to be available. Talby at the same time caught into the polymorph. The first block, or actually second block force from Raikou, does not have that cold snap for another 2 minutes, and Talby's still not out of CC. Finally gets out of that cyclone, able to get that Iron Bark out onto Raikou. Just going to get polyed up by Wealthy Man. Wealthy Man wants to make sure he's not going to be able to build out those icicles and put out CC onto Cubsy. You know, they got the ice block, and they can be happy with that.
Yeah, Cloud9 are taking an enormous lead at the moment. The next setup could be the win for them if they can execute the cross CC properly. We see cheap shots already wasted there onto Prey. They're going to actually swap over onto Cubsy. Surprise attack. He's going to Bark's going to immediately pre-bear form the swap as well. Cubsy reading Skillcapped EU like a book. He should be able to easily survive this swap. Well done from Cubsy. As I say that though, he's coming out of the kidney shot. Iron Bar comes up, down at 20%, down at 15%. Roasty needs to peel. He pops the Shadow Dance. It's not going to be enough. And the swap at the end of it, Raikou has no blocks.
We've got a cross
kill between Cloud9 and Skillcapped EU. Now in a 2v2 situation. Roasty's and Wealthy Man maybe a bit disadvantaged here. They've got 50 more seconds on Talby's trinket. They need to make something happen. Prey is down to 50% HP. Talby's caught into the kidney shot. Roasty's caught into the kidney shot. Smoke bomb gets dropped by Pry. Skillcapped EU are looking to try and take this. Talby able to get into the bomb though. Get some heals rolling. Blind over onto Wealthy Man. Trinkets that right away. Defensive polymorph after defensive polymorph. Cloud9 need to find a way to reset.
Yeah, Talby actually shadow melded that Ring of Frost. It's something you don't see too often. He actually was able to take full advantage of that. Roasty's in a lot of trouble though. Doesn't have his trinket. If Pry's able to get a full stun onto him, it's going to be in big, big trouble. He's caught into that gouge right now. Isn't able to really go anywhere. If he gets stunned out of that, this kidney shot could be the game. No feint available. Wealthy Man's doing everything he can to counter pressure Talby into that CC right now. Roasty's able to get away a little bit using that Cloak of Shadows, but he wants to go aggressive. Cheap shotting Pry. The Iron Bar comes out from Talby. Pry's going to be completely fine for the time being. Talby has his trinket coming up in 7 seconds, and this is not looking good for Cloud9. This is most likely going to be the game. The Garrote going out onto Roasty's. Pry getting sheeped up though. Talby at the same time caught into that blind, decides to trinket. He wants to keep him aggressive. Roasty's has no Cloak of Shadows, and he has that Fairy Swarm on him, which is just getting spammed over and over by Talby Tree. No chance of a re-stealth. Doesn't have Cloak for another minute, and this is going to be the game. The kidney shot. Skillcapped EU going to take the first game in this series. series and drop first blood. I actually can't believe that Cubsy died right there. The bear form, Barkskin, like you said, Ironbark as well. The damage coming out from Skill Cap EU, unbelievable.
Yeah, it's one thing in North America don't play that combat specialization, so they're not used to that amount of damage coming out from Prey, and he was able to take the kill because of it. Cloud9 responded with a cross kill, but in a 2v2 situation, we're definitely disadvantaged. Moving against the healer in 2v2 is not what you would want, so the cross kills not paying it forward for Cloud9, and Skillcap EU are going to take game number 1, but it was definitely a close call.
Yeah, and this is actually the first time in this entire tournament that Cloud9 have been behind in a series. This is the first time that this has ever happened. Skillcap EU, of course, they came in 2nd place at the European Regionals, and now they're coming back over here and proving, you know what, we are a very, very fierce competitor. You cannot ever count them as a loss.
Yeah, and Skillcap EU really caught Cloud9 off guard. I mean, Cubsy tried to read it. He was in bear form. He was ready for it. I'm actually really surprised that he ended up going down to that swap. And, you know, earlier I mentioned that Roasty wasted the DRs on stuns on Prey, and he had Dance up right when Cubsy was dying. If he wasn't on DR for that stun, maybe he could have peeled there. So
and
maybe
kept him alive,
yeah, it might have been a matter of just mismanaging your DRs there and not being able to peel, which Prey took advantage. He's like, I'm immune to stuns. Let's go in. Let's just randomly swap to Cubsy and try and get a kill through Barkskin, because Barkskin by itself, I would expect a kill setup like that to be possible, but I wasn't expecting with the bear form, with the Barkskin, with the Ironbark after that for them to really die. But
yeah, he ended up bear forming, Barskinning, waiting a little bit, using that NS without the Ironbark, realizing that wasn't enough. If he had used the Ironbark as well as the NS together, get that additional healing, that might have kept him alive, but I guess he just didn't expect the consistent ongoing damage coming out from that combat RMD of Skillcap.
And of course, we do have Jackson Bajira standing over with the Windows 10 game DVR replay. Let's take a look and hear what Jackson has to say.
I was so happy when Skillcap decided to RMD mirror these guys, and it looks like they made the right choice, and it looks like me and Sid may have made the wrong choice in terms of how we thought this game was going to go. Let's take a look at this replay here. One of the cool things about Skillcap is that they decided to play the Combat Rogue, and one of the things that the Combat Rogue allows them to do right off the bat was the killing spree, especially when they're going Rogue, actually goes through Vanish. So Roasties, even when he uses that crucial defensive cooldown of Vanish to get out of the killing spree damage, the killing spree can follow him in stealth. And another thing it allows them to do is make incredible swaps with that killing spree damage. We're looking at the end of the 2v2 here. It was really rough for them because constantly Roasties had that Fairy Swarm on him, which meant that there was no ability for him to re-stealth, and it was extremely hard for him to get away and get that full reset that Mage Rogue is going to need against Resto Druid Rogue in a 2v2. So unfortunately for Cloud9, they are dealt one of their only losses in their entire tournament run, and hopefully I wasn't jinxing them or anything there, but I did wonder is how are those losses going to affect them. A small thing was Wealthy Man actually came out of the arena gates with his on-use trinket available. I'm not sure if that's nerves, just a mistake, and I'm hoping that these guys are on their game, because like I mentioned before, if they are not exactly what they need to be, Skillcap is definitely ready to take advantage of any mistakes they make, and as we saw in that last game, these guys are here to play. Let's throw it back to the casters and get ready for this next game.
Thanks so much, Bajir. And that's an excellent point as well, that Cloud9, we've been saying this through their entire tournament life here, but they've been playing RMD, but they've been playing RMD flawlessly, and that's what's gotten them here today. If they do have those subtle little mistakes, if those are actually happening, that can be just enough for Skillcap to end up taking the win here, because both of these teams are so well matched against each other.
I can't help but Cubsy really didn't make any major mistakes. He just didn't expect that amount of damage. He was prepared for it. He was in bear form. He got the bark skin up. He reacted with the NS. He even reacted with the Ironbark, but it wasn't enough. And we saw Cloud9 still was giving it their all. They didn't give up immediately when Cubsy went down. They said, you know, we still have an opportunity to take Raikou out. And they did actually successfully do it. Unfortunately, they set themselves up into a 2v2 situation that was not really in their favor, to say the least, moving into that first game. But now Skillcap EU can say, you know what? We're the better RMD right now, and Cloud9 really need to strike back if they want to take that title.
And we actually do have the draft available for you guys, so we can go in and see exactly what these guys are going to be running and which map selection Cloud9 has decided to go with.
Yeah, this is an unusual situation for Cloud9 because they get their map choice as well as their potential counter comp choice. Of course, they really only play that Rogue Mage Druid, so that's what they will be going with. But they're going to Tolvaron Arena this time, and it is that RMD mirror, so the map choice doesn't have a huge difference here. The only real difference being that Combat Rogue versus the Subtlety Rogue. So I think this choice is primarily just one of comfort for Cloud9. They want to play on Tolvaron because that's a map that they like to play on. They feel like it fits well with the particular way that they play. So we're going to see if that ends up being an actual advantage for them here, as Skillcapped has once again gone with that Rogue Mage Druid, with that Combat Rogue, moving into the series.
And we do have a couple words here from Cloud9. They can say that they are unimpressed with the EU RMDs. Are you impressed now? Are you prepared? Because I don't think Cubsy was completely prepared for the amount of damage that Prey just dished out. And now Cloud9 need to respond. They need to keep a level head, because this is the first time, as we've all been saying, that they've been disadvantaged in a tournament series. So I'm curious to see how they end up reacting against Skillcapped EU. And like I was saying, Skillcapped EU, when they're winning, they continue winning. If they lose, that's when they kind of start having their problems. So it's looking good for Skillcapped EU so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do have these gates about to open, guys, in 5 seconds. Game 2 of Cloud9 against Skillcapped EU. Skillcapped EU was, of course, able to draw first blood. We're going to have to see which team gets the superior opener here. I like what Talby did last game. He made sure he trinketed that blind immediately, got the Iron Bark onto Raikou, and they were able to go aggressive off that. I think it's smart when the Druids in RMD mirrors trinket right away, make sure they get their hots rolling, make sure they can get Iron Bark out. And that's one of the reasons why Cubsy actually was winning in the last matchup, I believe.
And of course, one of the interesting things about the RMD mirror is that at the start, nobody's actually visible and able to see what's going on. But now, looks like Cloud9 is opening up onto Skillcapped already. That Iron Bark coming out from Raikou. Talby is caught into the Deep Freeze. Do they have any follow-up CC for him? No, the Ring of Frost did not get off in time. And now it's going to be Skillcapped's opportunity to turn around. Pry is using that Adrenaline Rush. He wants to get his red buff up as quickly as humanly possible here. Already forcing the Iron Bark out onto Wealthy. Nice pre-Iron Bark there from Cubsy, knowing that this Polymorph chain was incoming. So Wealthy looks like he should be fine right now. And now Cloud9 turning around once again onto Raikou. The Icy Veins is out. He's trying to put as much damage as he can, even spamming that Spell Steal, trying to take as many heal over time effects as he can. And it's working out well for him, because once again, they're able to turn it back around. Cubsy getting caught into that Deep Freeze, but no follow-up CC for him. But Roasties down to 10% health. Gets caught in the cheap shot. He just gets evaporated.
Goodness. They were able to force out a Trinket and just catch him in a smoke bomb killing spree. And that was it.
EU greater than NA, just proven in this series. Skillcapped EU are going to take a quick 2-0 over Cloud9. You can hear them yelling from across the stage over that victory, obviously feeling very happy, moving into the semifinals tomorrow.
And that's exactly what I was talking about. One of the things Cubsy did prior against when they played against Jamili's team is they actually used his Trinket on that blind right away, and we saw him actually sit a blind as well as a full Polymorph, and I think it kind of set their team behind, and they weren't able to get out the pressure and the momentum they needed.
Yeah, so that does mean that Skillcapped EU is going to be our winner, and Cloud9 is unfortunately going to be our losers. They will be dropping down into the lower bracket, which of course means in this whole thing, the team that really lost is going to be the victor between Do It For Fun and Follow Esports coming up later today, because even if they make it through that series, they still have to face off against Cloud9 in the lower bracket.
I don't think they were sitting pretty either way. Yeah, if either of these teams lost, they're scared, so...
Yeah, definitely. And I believe the next series is Original Gangstar versus Solari Gaming, my understanding. So potentially the Jungle Cleave coming out. Original Gangstar can play the Warrior Lock Shaman as well as the Warrior Mage Shaman. If you didn't get a chance to watch them yesterday, they were playing that composition instead. And it was definitely interesting. They put up a decent fight against SK Gaming, which is regarded as one of the best, if not the most talented team here, as every other team seems to fear them. That seems to be the team that nobody wants to fight. So they did a great job with that Warrior Mage Shaman. Maybe we're going to get a second chance to see it here today.
Yeah, definitely. Could very well be how that plays out. But just thinking back to this match yet again, I was expecting these games to be quick. That first one, it went a lot longer than I actually expected. And even with that cross kill, that was... We've said this a lot. These 2-0 series, they're ridiculously close. It doesn't get closer than a cross kill. Like, that is a match that literally comes down to seconds of difference between the two teams. And then this second match, Skillcapped was like, you know what? We don't want to deal with that again. They just annihilated Roasties, just out of nowhere, just completely melted him.
I feel like Skillcapped EU, they just had a strategy ready. So it's like pressure Roasty, try and get his Trinket. If we're not able to set him up in a smoke bomb, then make a swap to Cubsy. Just Skillcapped EU played really standardly, and it felt like Cloud9 were kind of just following them, just a little bit slower on the setups and not reacting as appropriately. So unfortunately, Cubsy was not able to recover Roasty's health bar towards the end of the second game, which means that Skillcapped EU have locked their position in the semifinals, moving towards towards BlizzCon and securing a lead here for EU, having more tournament wins throughout yesterday and today. And it's going to be decided next week at BlizzCon, but we still have 2 more series to finish out the day here.
We also have a replay with Jackson, a Windows 10 game DVR replay, so let's take a look at that.
Hey guys, now we knew the matchup against Skillcapped versus Cloud9 was going to be intense, and we knew that, well, I thought one way or the other it was going to be a 2-0 sweep. I did not expect Skillcapped to come out as confident and as impressive as they were. Let's take a look at this replay, because this game, the first game was really close. Came down to a 2v2 like we mentioned. This one, it seemed like they had something ready for these guys, just like Sid mentioned there. They had the setup they needed, and instantly you could hear them. You know, their synergy is on point. These guys are fired up, and rightly so. Because as soon as they get the setup they need, you know, you can hear Pry screaming throughout the entire setup. He's got red spree, red spree. He knows what he wants to do, and he knows exactly where he needs to go with it. And they're always looking for that swap to Rosies, and that's exactly what they got here. They pressured Wealthy Sock, they got trinkets, and once they caught Cubsy in that deep freeze into a Ring of Frost attempt, they didn't even need it. Cubsy got out, but as soon as he ran in, got stunned there, and with that red buff killing spree, that's exactly what Pry needed. Rosies went down. So in this next matchup, man, these guys, well, Skillcapped, like I said, they proved that they are here to play. And one of the things I was commenting on earlier was the confidence, team confidence. So Cloud9 came in extremely confident. Skillcapped was actually a little uncertain, but once they actually got on stage, once we knew they were playing RMD, that's a big step. That's a big statement saying we're here to play and we're going to beat you at your own game. And that's exactly what they did. So we're going to hear from the team captain Healing Stat in just a moment, because I know he wants to talk about this victory. Back to the casters.
Thanks so much, Jackson. Yeah, this was a very, very exciting matchup. And just look at how happy these guys were immediately after getting that victory. They're just hugs all around, just so excited by that victory. You can see our admin D-Machine in the background. He's just like, holy crap, these guys, they just completely dominated that matchup. So congratulations to Team Skillcapped EU, which, by the way, I feel the need to point out was my prediction. I predicted Skillcapped. I said 2-1.
You did a good job. We want to give you a pat on the back. Yeah, we want to give you a pat on the back.
Thanks, guys.
From both me and Sid. So congratulations.
You were right.
It was kind of a crazy statement, though. I mean, there's been so much hype around Cloud9 being the best RMD and how subtlety is actually better in the mirror. And somehow Skillcapped said, you know what? We run combat RMD. We're going to show you how it's done in Europe. And they came and they delivered. They delivered.
They definitely did deliver, and we still have more series throughout the day. Solari Gaming will be going up against Original Gangstar from China. To point out, Original Gangstar, kind of the all-star lineup from China, so it's going to be interesting to see how they stack up, being the best team in their region against what I believe was the third-place region between Solari Gaming. So it's going to be interesting to see how they match up. I know that Solari Gaming are a bit afraid, actually, of Original Gangstar playing that Warrior Mage Shaman, so it's going to be interesting to see what composition really leads off the series later today.
Yeah, everyone has really been kind of afraid of Original Gangstar after they saw them playing in the practice area. Like, it's actually a really, really scary team. Fortunately for, I'm trying to remember exactly who they faced in the first round. I believe it was Cloud9. No, I'm making that up. I don't remember exactly which team they played.
It was SK Gaming.
SK Gaming, you're correct. SK Gaming was able to pull out that victory and knock them down to the lower bracket. But having that sort of waiting in the wings, if you're Solari Gaming in this situation, you've got to feel pretty nervous going into this next matchup.
Yeah, I think a lot of the teams, I mean, specifically against this team, Original Gangstar, when other teams would lose to them, they were almost like laughed at. You know, watching practice, these teams lose to Original Gangstar, and they were like, how could you lose to them? But then they play them, and they're like, oh, what is going on? These guys are so good.
Stops.
Yeah, the laughing stops, and I expect to see that in this next matchup. These guys are an extremely good team, and they play WLS very well.
Yeah, Original Gangstar are going to be looking to slap some sense into the North American and European regions, and we wish all the teams best of luck here today. The matches have been excellent throughout, and you know, the scores of the bracket really don't represent the gameplay. Constant back and forth damage on both sides amongst all the teams throughout the tournament, so it's really awesome to just see how each region stacks up. And so far today, Europe has a strong showing and a strong lead in the tournament.
Yeah, and before we do move on to that upcoming series between Original Gangstar and Solari Gaming, we will have our winners interview with Jackson over at the analyst station.
Hey guys, welcome back to the Analyst Station, and I am joined by Healingstat, aka Talby, the captain of the victorious skill-capped EU, and also the owner of one of the coldest looks I've ever received here at the tournament. You shot me a pretty mean one after I predicted the 2-0 victory by Cloud9, but we were talking about that earlier. How did that change your motivation, actually?
Oh, I mean, I don't know if you guys know, but you probably don't. We're sitting right there, and we have our headsets off whilst they're fixing the tech issues, and this guy 2-0 to the American team. Why, man?
Yeah, we've seen Cloud9 be pretty impressive, but you guys, in a very bold move, decided to RMD mirror them rather than the God Comp, and it worked out great. What was the motivation behind that?
Well, honestly, I feel like a lot of people wrote us off in the RMD mirror, like from a very early stage. Everyone expects us to queue the shadow play. The shadow play maybe has 60-40 in the matchup, but there's no reason why we wouldn't RMD mirror. Like, Praise had to put up with both the other rogues saying in the interviews that he's the worst rogue here. We've had to put up with a lot of people bad-mouthing us on Twitter, on Twitch, saying that we're worse than the other teams, and we were just here to prove that we're by far the best RMD here, and also we're worthy of being the BlizzCon champions.
Awesome. So yeah, you guys definitely proved that you were here to play and that you beat the best RMD coming out, well, the best team coming out of North America. So how does that affect your outlook moving on to, BlizzCon finals?
So nothing's really changed for us. The team we were the most scared of meeting before we came to BlizzCon was the EU #1 seed. Like they won us 3-2 in the final. We won them 2-1 before, so it's pretty even between the two teams. But we definitely struggle a lot with them. We thought the other teams would be we wouldn't know where to place them, but we always felt confident. Like typically EU does beat NA teams, and we didn't think this year would be any different. I think Jazz team might be one for us to watch as well. However, their RMD didn't even feel confident to queue into the turbo because the other two RMDs that might be considered better are also struggling. So
yeah. Oh,
should be okay.
Awesome. So I have a question about the setup, because in that game, you guys came out looking extremely confident, and your team, your synergy looked great. Did you guys have some sort of pre-planned, if this, then that kind of setup for this, or were you just playing it by ear?
So we tried to mind game a little bit. We've spent a lot of time backstage preparing our shadow play and our RPP to try and throw the teams off, think they will never go in for the RMD mirror, but we definitely did have strategies prepared. We wanted to do Druid and Rogue swaps in the games. We did that, and we won both games by King Druid and Rogue. The first game was a little bit shaky by us. Red Buff's spree actually bugged on the mage when he was in a Cyclone, when we had the guaranteed kill on the Rogue in the first game, which was a little bit unfortunate. We didn't get thrown off in the game though, and we still managed to later kill the Druid. The second game was how the first game should have been, and yeah, 2-0.
Yeah, that's extremely polished strategy. Awesome matches there. You guys have a great shot moving forward into the tournament. Excited to see more games. We are going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with more Arena.
我觉得我们战队现在做的最好的就是在比赛方面没什么争议，而且3个人或4个人在就是比赛的时候的发挥是非常好的。
就我们队员的统一度，就是打比赛的时候统一度比较高，就是大家想法其实都差不多，就是对待某一个队伍，因为打的经场数都很多。
我个人觉得，也许是个优势吧。然后我们平常也在关注着我们的对手。
我们的强项就是说，我们对于我们组合、我们职业的熟练度。
It's not gonna get any better than BlizzCon, right? So if you win this, you're pretty much the world champion.
I think the EU teams are a lot better. There's like one turbo of EU, and I think they're close to the best players in the game right now. And I think they have the best chance to win BlizzCon, and that's why I think our jungle is better than theirs, because we practice against the EU teams, and in my opinion they're better.
I think the hype is actually justified, but considering the teams we bring from EU, I can't see an American team win this competition actually. Like that's really good players playing really good comps.
I think the biggest challenge to get to BlizzCon was actually in the qualifier, because there was one team they thought, or A1 thought, they will go through. I think it was Reawakened 2. They're playing Turbo 2, and Turbo is a hard game for us, but we surprisingly were beating them 2-0, and we were pretty confident after that.
I think it's really nice to see that WoW grows
and that they actually still care about the competitive side, and that's actually what is really motivating.
The best thing to win BlizzCon would be that at home everyone's saying it's just a computer game, or in school they told us that playing computer games is not something you should do. And right now I told everyone that I'm going to America just because I play a computer game. I think if we win here and get the $100,000 for our team, it would be cool to tell them that I've made a lot of money by playing computer games.
Event, a moment for people to come together.
We are thrilled that you are here.
Hello, BlizzCon. This community is everything.
The World of Warcraft Arena World Championship is brought to you in part by Intel, Windows 10, T-Mobile, and MasterCard. Hey guys, welcome back. We are live in Burbank, California for day 2 of the World of Warcraft Arena World Championships. Now we just saw skill-capped EU take a convincing 2-0 victory over the #1 team in NA, Cloud9, in an RMD mirror. So once again, we mentioned at the earlier part of this broadcast that today is full of surprises potentially. And that may not come as a surprise to skill-capped EU. They definitely seemed confident in their ability to play RMD, and they definitely showed that in their gameplay. One of the other surprising games, or at least action-packed games up next, is Original Gangstar versus Solari Gaming. Now keep in mind, we're into the elimination phase of this tournament right now. These two teams are coming out of the lower brackets, fighting to keep their BlizzCon dreams alive. These are definitely proving to be some action-packed games today, and I cannot wait to get down to this series. Let's throw it over to the casters and get this thing going.
Thanks so much, Jackson. So we've had a couple of series so far, which were pretty good. I think that's a way to put that lightly. Yeah. They've been pretty good. Those have been for position at BlizzCon. Now it's time to get serious. These next 2 series, someone's going home.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because, you know, we did bring the players out for these 2 weeks and the opening week. So, you know, we gave them a little time to come in, shake off the jet lag, practice for a bit, and they know that they had to perform during this tournament because they have an entire week until BlizzCon. And if you lose now, you have an entire week before you watch everyone else play at BlizzCon, and it's a really sad moment.
Yeah, absolutely. But we do have these teams actually ready to come out and get these games underway.
And there you go. Original Gangsters going out first. They are going to be your green team, which is going to be on the left, and I cannot wait to see these guys bounce back from their loss yesterday. It was such a close game. It seems like they could have pulled it out at any time.
Yeah, definitely. This team has been very, very scary. We were talking just before you came back on, Jared, about how this team, it sort of started off as the team that everyone was like, oh yeah, okay, they're here. We'll do some practice matches against them. And then as time went on, all the other teams were like, oh crap.
We don't want to play against these guys, and it's unfortunate because I think they got their hardest matchup in this tournament first. That's at least what they were saying. Turbo Cleave is very hard for a WLS, and I thought despite that, they still played very well, and I mean, their hardest matchup's gone. So should be smooth sailing for these guys. And we actually have our second team coming out, Solari Gaming.
Now, these guys played so well in Europe. I'm glad they're here. They need to bounce back from their loss just as much as original Gangstar did. But I think they're going to have a tough time in this matchup.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, we were just saying that original Gangstar is such a good team, but Solari Gaming, I feel like they may still have it in them to actually pull out a win here against original Gangstar. They did play incredibly well at the EU regionals, like you were saying, and I'm really excited to see what they end up going with here. A lot of people have been expecting it's going to be Lock Shaman on both sides of this tournament, of this matchup, but what's that third member on each team? What's that going to be?
Well, Solari Gaming has the ability to play both Jungle Cleave, that Hunter Feral Shaman, I believe, as well as Feral Lock Shaman. So they can run
that's true, yeah.
sort of that rot comp as well as that sort of single target comp. I think in this matchup, if I had to guess, they'll end up playing Jungle Cleave. I think that's a pretty decent matchup against WLS. You can train down the Warlock, you have a lot of CC for the Shaman, it can be hard to deal with, but if you fall too far behind, and as the game goes on, it's going to be hard to deal with that WLS pressure.
Yep, and again, because if they do play that Feral, make sure you keep track of that Incarnation buff. That's going to be the big thing. When that Druid is on fire, when his unit frame is on fire, that means he is going to be using either his Berserk or his Incarnation, and those are the big moments in the game. Yeah,
it's going to be that significant burst to be watching out for, which is a pretty good way to get through Shaman healing sometimes, is like when they're sitting low and they're just low, that Mastery kicks in for the Shaman and their heals just become bigger, and it's actually relatively easy for them to deal with healing a low target. But a dead target is significantly harder to heal. So that's that big burst coming out from that Feral Druid, and if they are playing the Jungle Cleave, the Hunter as well, could be very, very difficult for them to deal with.
And of course, that WLS does have the ability to use that Vigilance, which is something we've seen a lot of the European teams do, as well as this Chinese team. And they've been using that Vigilance, and that's a very good cooldown to deal with that Berserking, as well as that Incarnation. It provides a 30% damage reduction for, I think, 12, 15 seconds?
Yeah, it's pretty long.
Yeah, it's a long time.
Yeah, so the Warrior will hold on to his Trinket at that point to save it for the Vigilance, which is really interesting to see. You know, the Warrior could be, you know, they might stun him out in the middle and he might feel like he's afraid, but he knows he has to save that Trinket just for that one moment to protect his teammates with Vigilance.
Yep, and we do have the draft available so we can find out. Of course, the first map is always going to be in a Grand Arena. We can find out exactly which classes these teams have locked in. So it is going to be that Warrior, Warlock, Shaman for original Gangstar up against the Jungle Cleave with the Feral Druid, Beast Mastery Hunter, and Resto Shaman on Solari Gaming.
Huh, this is interesting. Running the Beast Mastery instead of, we did see Survival played yesterday a bunch, which worked out really well. So we'll have to see, you know, the playstyle difference for this.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they are going to be focusing on that single target burst probably. Like I said, training down this Warlock, making sure he doesn't have a pet, so that's going to be very scary. Dark Archon's going to have to do a great job moving his pet around and making sure it survives. If it dies, it's going to be a nightmare for him to deal with that Incarnation Berserk like we were talking about coming up from View, and as well as the BM Crows, which is another significant cooldown Sukin has. So both View and Sukin have a lot of damage potential, and it's going to be up to Hand by Xuan and Zhaoji to deal with it.
And since we are showing, you know, a very limited set of buffs, we don't want to like overload with, you know, maybe some of the group buffs and stuff, but one of the things to watch is that Soul Link. It's that purple debuff on the left for the Warlock. When that fades, that means he either sacked his pet or it's dead. And another thing to watch is the status of the Warrior's stance, whether he's in battle. He's in battle right now. That'll switch to defensive if he needs to. So those are some things to follow along with at home.
Yeah, Dark Archon does immediately get that gateway out. It looked like Fuan was going to try and move in and interrupt it, but he was not able to. So Dark Archon, we've seen him in his previous matches, just so good at kiting around, and immediately we're going to go ahead and see that he's going to go ahead and port back over here and limit that damage as much as possible. One thing about the Beast Mastery Hunter in this situation is that it's actually very difficult to completely shut down his damage, and with Fuan playing the Feral Druid as well, it's very, very hard to actually kite against this composition, so that could be why they decided to go with the Beast Mastery, because as we can see, Dark Archon, even though he has his Dark Soul active and he's putting out a whole bunch of damage, he's still having to kite like crazy. He does just use his Demonic Circle port, and he does not have his gateway available, but fortunately that was a Soul Burn portal, and he's going to be able to keep that sprint active and get over here once again to be able to get behind that pillar and heal up.
That was actually the Berserk and the Incarnation, as well as the BM Crows coming out from Fuan and Sukin. So basically their offensive cooldowns were wasted. I mean, Zhao Ji still has his trinket. He has both Spirit Links, Dark Regeneration still available. This is looking very good for original Gangstar. And having a little bit of trouble getting out some damage right now. Dark Archon still taking a bit of damage, down to around 40% HP. Zhao Ji not in any crowd control, though. He should be able to top him off. The double shockwave coming out from Han by Xuan onto Fune, as well as Sukin. Now Sukin getting a little bit low. A huge heal comes out from Waffle, though, topping him off. And it looks like Solari Gaming is stabilized for now. Zhao Ji now caught into a full trap. Dark Archon pulling away with that BM Crows, but he's still in a little bit of trouble, taking a lot of damage. If Fune can connect, which he just does, this could be very scary. The first link, though, coming out from Zhao Ji as a response, wants to pre-link that damage, make sure Dark Archon's okay and not mess around.
Yeah, I'm glad that they did pre-link it. And we did see a trinket on to that Cyclone from Han by Xuan, because he wants to stay offensive. He really needs to be that big disruption between the team. As you see, he is going to be trying to stick to the BM Hunter right now. Oh, look at that double shockwave onto Sukin and Fune. But the entire team of original Gangstar is stuck together, which means Waffle is just able to sit back with Ascendance and pump heals out. But look at his mana at this point. He's spent a ton of mana keeping his team alive. It almost seems like Solari Gaming is so much on the back foot. And just as I say that, of course, Dark Archon is going to be pumping out that damage with the Dark Soul, plus Zhao Ji was trapped right there. So a lot of crowd control coming out onto the team of original Gangstar.
Yeah, Waffle getting pretty low there on that mana, but he does still have both of his Spirit Links available should they be necessary. The second Spirit Link now coming out for Zhao Ji, so original Gangstar might start to actually look like they're in a lot of trouble here. Solari Gaming looking to be on the offensive and keep this momentum going. Dark Archon down to 30% health. Zhao Ji is actually rooted, but he's still in line of sight. The trap comes off, gets immediately broken, and Dark Archon looks like he's still gonna be just fine. He's just kiting around like crazy, living up to his reputation at this point, and just being incredibly difficult to actually land a kill on.
Now, Fune is actually out of survival instincts at this point. Sukin's getting a little bit low. Full roll of dots plus the Haunt out, so Dark Archon is pumping out that damage right now, and it's reflected in the mana of Waffle yet again.
Yeah, and despite it looking a little safe right now for both teams, Waffle down to around 10% mana. Dampening hasn't even started. Zhao Ji caught into that bash right now. Sukin and Fune both getting a little bit low, though. Zhao Ji caught into that full trap. Dark Archon trying to get away the best he can. The Incarnation as well as the Berserker coming up in around 18 seconds. Zhao Ji not going to have any Spirit Links or Trinkets to deal with that. It's going to be up to Dark Archon and Han by Xuan to deal with that. Hopefully he does have that Vigilance ready to go. Otherwise, this could be a very scary moment for Dark Archon, who's already down to 40% HP. The BM Crows comes out. Zhao Ji trying to get heals, desperately popping that Aura Master onto him. Waffle actually though, so this could be the point in the game where it turns around. Dark Archon, though, unable to get topped off, down to 20% HP. This is the full trap. This could just be the game. Dark Archon down to 9%, 2%, 1%, and Solari Gaming going to take this first game. Waffle actually completely home at the end of that game, but the Incarnation and the Berserk coming up, and that's sort of the enrage timer against the Feral Druid.
It really was, and look at how much health Waffle has. If they would have lived through that somehow, I know it was just an incredible amount of damage, but I think it completely would have gone in the favor of original Gangstar if that lasted any longer than that moment.
Yeah, I felt like Dark Archon was actually being a little bit greedy with his Dark Regen there, because he had it available for pretty much that entire burst, which was just hanging on to it and hanging on to it and hanging on to it. And then once that trap finally came out, it was too late. He wasn't, obviously it does some healing over time, and that's the biggest benefit from the Dark Regen, and he was too low on health for that healing over time to actually make the difference in there. So I feel like that was maybe a little bit of an overly greedy play from Dark Archon. He is very, very good at kiting and getting away, but if you don't use your cooldowns, then you die. So that's kind of a, I don't know, that was an interesting first match to this series. I think interesting is a good way to describe that one.
And it's so hard for Dark Archon to get out damage. If you look at the damage meters at the end of that game, he was actually the lowest person of all 4 damage dealers. So despite being an Affliction Warlock, just being shut down so hard, of course both Fune and Waffle are able to dispel his agonies, which are a huge chunk of his damage. It makes it so hard, especially when you're being trained. So I think we're going to have to see him next game try to get up more damage, and I think that's going to be key to them winning this game.
Yeah, and maybe a map other than Nagrand might actually play in their favor, because they do get to pick the next map at this point. We'll have to see in that draft what they do pick. I honestly can't see either team switching it up at this point. I think that all of their comps are pretty much locked in for the rest of the series.
And of course, we do have the Windows 10 game DVR replay with Jackson, so let's head over to that.
Hey guys, great match to start the series. I want to look at the replay, but I also want to talk a little bit. Let's take a look at the replay. I want to talk a little bit about how Sukin decided to change up his spec. So we were talking about seeing him practice survival a lot, but when we see the draft, he's picked Beast Mastery, and I think part of the reason for that is he's trading dot damage, so damage over time, and decreased trap cooldown on survival for increased damage increased physical damage, but with a slightly longer cooldown on trap. And I think the reason for that is they definitely know they're going to be hitting this lock all day long, and the more physical damage they can do to a cloth-wearing target, you know, better chance they have victory. So what we see there at the end was he baited the trap, which made Han Baichuan jump over to the Shaman, knocked them both with a stun trap, and then landed the trap after that, along with his BM Crows and his barrage, allowed them to score the kill. So I do want to see how this next match lines up. It did seem pretty rough for the WLS to deal with that sustained burst damage and sustained, you know, every time there's a trap, Feral's doing damage, and the Hunters usually got some sort of offensive cooldown, so it definitely seems like a rough matchup for WLS, but I wouldn't count this Chinese team out just yet. Either way, let's send it back to the casters and get going for this next match.
Thanks so much. Yeah, definitely that match went very differently than I was really expecting it to go overall. Like, it seemed like Solari Gaming actually was in a pretty good position for most of that. And like we were saying earlier, we saw when these teams were practicing and also when Original Gangstar was playing yesterday that they were looking very, very solid. But it seems like maybe Solari Gaming, that knowing that they're going up against this team next, maybe they've been doing a little bit of extra research, maybe a little bit extra practice, doing something that's going to get them what looks like actually a fairly strong advantage in this series so far.
And let's see if their homework has paid off. Let's take a look at the draft to see what they have selected. Again, Original Gangstar, it is their map pick right now, and they are going to be able to lock in. The winners has to lock in their comp next, and then they're going to be able to counter. And so, you know, this is pretty much what we expected.
Actually, it's not what I expected because it's Dalaran Sewers. We've seen throughout this entire tournament, anytime a Warlock dies round one, always Blades Edges. They've decided to switch it up. Dalaran, a little bit more of an offensive choice. It's going to be easy for him to get out damage, but he's not going to have that Z-axis port, or at least as good of a Z-axis port to survive. So I don't know about this map choice, but it may end up paying off for them if they can get the damage out they need. Yeah,
the one sort of, I guess, maybe kind of advantage. I'm just trying to think through reasons why they may have gone for this, and the one thing that I can come up with is that it is a little bit easier since the Demonic Gateway was nerfed in Warlords of Draenor to not go quite as far. You can still get from box to box on this map if you actually manage to get that gateway down between the two boxes, but it's so
hard to do.
That's so impossible to actually do that I don't know that that's actually. I'm just trying to come up with a reason for this map choice. It is definitely catching me by surprise as well.
All right, the gates are about to open. We have about 15 seconds to go on this. Of course, Solari Gaming is going to be up 1-0 right now. Of course, that is Waffle Eye playing that Resto Shaman, Fuin on the Feral, and Sukin playing that BM Hunter. Just almost a dominating victory last game.
Yeah, and one thing we didn't actually talk about last game is Dark Archon is actually playing Howl of Terror, so he doesn't have that Shadow Fear. He's opting for that instant fear on the Feral Druid, as well as Sukin as some sort of like peel. He can survive, but immediately Dark Archon getting opened up on, taking so much damage. The BM Crows coming out. Zhao Ji already caught into the full trap. This is the Nightmare Vigilance coming out, as well as the Incarnation Berserk, so well-timed Vigilance. Definitely going to get a lot of value out of that. Zhao Ji finally out of that crowd control. Probably going to be able to top up Dark Archon. Dark Archon deciding to go offensive, using his Demon Soul, trying to load up the entire team full of dots. He has full dots on everyone. Sukin taking a lot of damage. The first Spirit Link, no, that wasn't a Spirit Link.
It was just a really big heal.
Yeah, it just catches a huge heal from Waffle Eye onto Sukin, and they're pretty stabilized at the moment.
Yeah, it looks like Dark Archon actually in a ton of trouble still, down to 40% health. He actually caught a lucky break a second ago. There was an explosive trap that actually knocked him away. But down to 20% health, that's going to pull out the first Spirit Link from Xiao Ji. And Original Gangstar, once again, even though this is their map choice, they're kind of looking rocky here. They had to use a whole ton of cooldowns already. Well, I guess really the only big one was Xiao Ji's Trinket and that first Spirit Link, but that's a lot for a Resto Shaman in this matchup. Fuin looking like he might be taking a little bit of damage here. Han Baichuan is trying to stick onto him as much as he possibly can, but now jumping over and going after Waffle. That's an interesting choice.
I think he's going to give up right away.
This is a little scary, though. The full BM Crows are up. There they go. BM Crows with the full trap. Dark Archon's going to be in a little bit of trouble here. The full clone as well coming out from Fuin. Sukin taking a little bit of damage, trying to counter pressure the best they can. The Howl of Terror coming up from Dark Archon. Dark Archon stunned up at the moment, taking so much damage from that barrage. The Rallying Cry, as well as the Dark Regen comes out. Zhao Ji does have that Ascendance he's going to use, as well as the Ore Master. He actually gets stunned on it. Stunned on the heal. The triple DR bash on the heal as well. Dark Archon getting dangerously low. Beautiful CC coming out of Solari Gaming, forcing that link. Yeah, that's beautiful.
Oh, that's huge. As the double fear lands on both Fuin and Sukin from the team of Solari Gaming. Another trap on Zhao Ji yet again. He is nailing these traps. Looks like they are going to go onto the Resto Shaman for a little bit. I don't know about this, if he's just trying to scare him off a little bit, or maybe spread out the pressure a bit, but Dark Archon again is just going to be taking damage non-stop. Han Baichuan pretty much can do whatever he wants because he's not being focused at all this game.
Yeah, they're trying to just keep swapping back and forth as much as they can. I feel like either Sukin or Feywin could be their best choice for a kill here.
I don't think Feywin has any survival instincts left either.
No, you're correct. He does not. So he could be in a lot of trouble here. He does get caught in that shockwave for just a second, down to 33% health. Waffle Eye is over on the other side of the map, spamming out healing surges, down to 49% mana. So he's going to be able to keep that up for a while still. Dark Archon does have his Dark Soul now just wearing off, but he's got a lot of spread pressure going out on the entire team of Solari Gaming. And now porting over here, looks like they may actually be trying to go hard onto Dark Archon at the moment. He does catch the Vigilance from Han Baichuan, which is going to help him out a little bit here, but that's really the only major cooldown they have remaining. Excuse me, Xiaoji does have his trinket available, but he doesn't have a Spirit Link for another minute. Caught into that short bash. He's going to hang on to his trinket for this trap. It's amazing timing to have that trinket
this
available.
Is a nightmare, though, because Berserk and Incarnation are coming up in 8 seconds, and they have no cooldowns whatsoever. Dark Archon needs to get picked off. He has to do an excellent job kiting. I mean, the counter pressure is beautiful coming out of Original Gangster right now. Feywin, Sukin,
Original
and
Gangster has to kill right now.
Yeah, they have to kill right now. They're definitely on a timer. Feywin does have that Incarnation Berserk. Once the cooldown's up on Trap, Zhao Ji, it's going to be very scary for him. Like I said, he's going to have to do an excellent job kiting, or this will for sure be the game on him. And there it is, the Incarnation Berserk. Dark Archon down to 70% HP. No CC on Zhao Ji just yet, though. Dark Archon just sort of tanking all this damage. Zhao Ji trying to do the best he can to heal. The Howl of Terror coming out. And he still has his port available. That is the BM Crows. This is still very scary. The Dark Regen coming out. Zhao Ji doesn't have much healing at all. He has a Spirit Link coming up in 6 seconds, but it's not going to be enough. Dark Archon's going to go down. Solari Gaming going to take this series and say, you know what, we're still in this tournament. And they're going to defeat Original Gangstar, eliminating them completely.
That was a really close match yet again. I don't know, like you were saying, the Dalaran Sewers, because when I was looking at the draft, I was just looking at the comps to see, and I didn't even, completely glossed over the fact that they chose, I don't know, it almost played in their favor a little bit because their warrior was able to basically choose whatever target he wanted to go on. A couple times he got Waffle Eye kind of low, a couple times he got Feywin low enough almost by himself, plus a little bit of the rot pressure from the Warlock, but and forced out those 2 survival instincts. I thought that they were going to make it happen, but again, big ticking time bomb of that Incarnation Berserk.
Yeah, that was a very, very surprising series overall, I think. Nothing, like, I'm not saying anything against Solari Gaming at all here. They're obviously excellent players, but just the sort of commanding presence that they had in both of those games, I expected Original Gangstar to be able to put up quite a bit more of a fight in here. And it almost seemed like they just spent the entire time trying to catch back up. There were a couple of moments where the spread pressure from Original Gangstar looked like it was starting to get difficult for Waffle to deal with in those situations. And he was just spamming healing surges, constantly trying to keep his teammates alive. But they were still able to force enough cooldowns out from Original Gangstar that he didn't even need mana anymore. Once you get to a certain point where there's nothing left for the other team, you don't have to live any longer. You just kill them and you're done.
Yeah, and one of the things to note was the warrior towards the end, when we knew the trap was going to be up and Zhao Ji didn't have his trinket up, the warrior had to spend so much time just babysitting his shaman, praying that he catches that trap. And that Zhao Ji doesn't. And as you saw, that completely stopped that last few seconds of offensive pressure that they could have had before the Incarnation Berserk came out. So they were just both behind that pillar, just waiting, behind the boxes, waiting for that trap, waiting for that trap.
Yeah, Vigilance had come up as well as Trinket, and they just didn't have anything left for the BM Crows as well as the Berserk, and it's so hard to deal with that damage. You have a Feral Druid who's just shifting snares over and over, stunning you over and over, and even if you get away, you're still loaded up with BM Crows and the Feral Druid Bleeds, which are exceptionally powerful.
Yeah, definitely. Very, very difficult to actually deal with, but we do have Jackson ready over at the analyst station with the Windows 10 game DVR replay.
Hey guys, so awesome match there. To provide a little insight on the map choice, I do agree that Original Gangstar did pick Dalaran Sewers in an attempt to keep Solari Gaming within their grasp. The last game before, the Warlock did the least damage out of everybody, and he definitely didn't want to repeat that performance, even if it put him in a bit of a rougher spot, which it did. Let's take a look at this replay. So near the end of the match here, once again, we saw Han Baichuan constantly trying to make swaps over onto Waffle Eye, and it almost worked. There was a point in the match near the end where all the health bars were really low, and it was almost as if things were beginning to turn around for them. Unfortunately, every time there's a trap up, you can expect tremendous damage on Dark Archon. And Sukin did an excellent job landing those traps pretty much without any help from his teammates. He was able to bait defensive cooldowns, and for instance, Han Baichuan looking over here trying to stop that trap as best he can. ineffectively doing so. He's also peeling himself, so he's not dealing any damage to the team of Solari Gaming, and he's also usually not able to catch that trap because Sukin's doing such an excellent job landing them, and with that, his Warlock Dark Archon is going to go down. So we did see Solari Gaming have 2 very strong games against Original Gangstar, and we do have an interview coming up with Fuin, I believe, right after this caster break, I suppose.
These guys, after winning the game, obviously very, very excited. This was a tournament life's on the line for these guys, so of course it's got to feel good to move forward in this matchup and actually compete on the big BlizzCon stage. And of course, disappointing for Team Original Gangsters, but I think they played very well, and they surprised a lot of teams.
In that replay of their reaction when they won, they just seemed relieved. Like that was a big thing. Yeah. It wasn't like, yeah, we made it, we're going to BlizzCon. It was just like relief. That's it on their faces.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was definitely a very, very important. Like at that point, one of those teams was going home. In this case, it is going to be Original Gangstar being our first team eliminated from the tournament. But it could very well have been Solari Gaming as well. So I think that's what that sigh of relief was. That like, no, we're still in it. We're still in it. Not from that perspective. It's not so much a hooray, we're going to BlizzCon, so much as a oh, thank God we're not going to BlizzCon. So we are going to take a quick look at some of the upcoming matches we've got remaining here. Of course, the next match that we will be seeing is going to be Do It For Fun versus Follow Esports in yet another elimination match. And those are 2 amazing teams that I think both of them deserve a spot at BlizzCon, but only one of them can actually take it. So that's going to be tough for them. And of course, after that, we will have our 6v6 Battleground exhibition.
Yeah, I'm excited for that.
Yeah.
But of course, we do have an exciting match coming up next, Follow Esports versus Do It For Fun. And Follow Esports has a lot to prove, in my opinion. You know, when we watch the videos of Vabsturge talking, and he's really confident in his team. Like, he thinks his team is going to win BlizzCon, no problem. Like, that is everything that he talks in those videos and stuff like that. So we really need to see him prove that they are the best team.
That's how a lot of teams are. And of course, we do have a winner's interview with Solari Gaming and Jackson.
Hey guys, I am joined by Fuin, the victorious captain of Solari Gaming, playing the Feral Druid in that match. You guys definitely have to be excited to fight your way back onto the BlizzCon stage. You were on the verge of being eliminated, but I'm sure there's a big sigh of relief at this point, having played 2 really good games and securing your spot at the BlizzCon stage. How do you feel?
Yeah, we're really happy to play on BlizzCon right now. That was our main goal, so it's cool. We'll play there in 1 week.
Awesome. So you guys were considered probably the underdog coming out of the EU region. How does that affect your confidence coming into this tournament?
I don't know. The first game was RMD, so we are not confident against RMD because it's really, really hard as jungle to beat them. And we were winning some games on EU, but we didn't know exactly what the US teams will do, and they did a really good job. So we were kind of mad yesterday, but we won today, so it's fine.
Yeah, you definitely seem to come around just fine. So it seems to me in the 2 matches that we've seen you play in this tournament, you guys have a really aggressive play style. Against Tempo Storm, you guys were going in even, against all odds, just, full on the Druid. And in this match right here, there were times where your health bars were all around half, but you were still moving forward, still trying to get the CC that you needed, and still doing that damage. Is that something that you're communicating with your teammates about, or is that something that you don't even notice and you're just going in?
Yeah, we practiced Beastmaster Hunter yesterday. And we know that we will kill him without even getting CC on the Shaman if he doesn't have Link. So we kind of knew we have to just go aggressive, and we win the game after 2 minutes anyway. So it doesn't matter if you have to use every single cooldown from Shaman, because we will win anyway in 2 minutes.
Yeah, so just a little bit more about the BM spec. What is allowing you to do that? You say you don't need CC, it's just the more damage, you're trading some magical damage versus versus physical damage. You don't have to worry about Dispel, is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, it's the difference between Survival Hunter and Beastmaster Hunter is that Beastmaster has a huge burst and Survival has more consistent damage. We prefer to go Shaman as Survival Hunter, but we practiced it yesterday because the US team told us it's pretty good, and it worked out perfect.
Awesome. So speaking of the US team, there was some discussion of a rivalry between you two. There was a bit of which was the better jungle cleave, but it's good to hear that you guys are, maybe even trading some strategies and helping each other out. What are your feelings about Follow Esports, who we're about to see soon?
Yeah, I actually thought I didn't know any one of these guys, but I thought we were the better jungle, but they're all really nice guys, and they're really, really good too. So we just talked to each other which strategies are better against RMD, for example, but in the end, we didn't beat them, but we won today, so it's cool.
Awesome. Well, you did great out there, and it was really fun watching those games. Up next, we do have Follow Esports versus Do It For Fun. We're going to take a quick break and get back to the action.
주로 하는 거는 이제 같이 만나면 이제 술 많이 먹는 거. 제가 실력이 뛰어나면은 실력으로 압살하겠는데 그게 안 되니까 팀워크를 많이 중요시한다고. 네, 저희 팀은 네 그렇게 WLS 만났을 때 제가 실수해서 졌거든요. 그 후에 이제 코딩 선수가 이제 기분이 많이 안 좋아진 상태였는데.
기분 나빴던 빼주면 안 돼요. 무슨 그거 좀 아니잖아. 그건 빼줘야 되는 거 아니에요?
I think the EU teams have just way bigger egos than they should have, and they don't really back up all the talk.
Between trash talking and being friendly in person, I think everyone knows the difference between the two. Nobody seems to get overly competitive in person, even when you're just hanging out.
An event, a moment for people to come together.
We are thrilled that you are here.
Hello, BlizzCon. This community is everything.
The World of Warcraft Arena World Championship is brought to you in part by Intel, Windows 10, T-Mobile, and MasterCard. Hey guys, welcome back to the World of Warcraft Arena World Championships live in Burbank, California. So we just saw Solari Gaming take a convincing 2-0 victory over Original Gangstar, which means that Solari Gaming will be moving on to play on the BlizzCon stage, and Original Gangstar is eliminated from this tournament. However, up next, we do have Follow Esports versus Do It For Fun, a matchup that definitely proves to be just as exciting, if not maybe a little closer than that last match. These teams definitely have the potential to run extremely similar comps or mix it up a little bit. Gonna have to go ahead and throw it over to the casters to see what they think.
All right, thank you very much, Jackson. Again, what an exciting match that was. Again, all of these so far today and yesterday
Every
have
single
been,
series, yeah.
They really have. And let's take a look at the brackets real quick and see how this weekend has gone so far for these teams. All right, so in Group A, like we talked about before, SK Gaming over Original Gangstar 2-0, which is how we set up for that last game, which Original Gangstar did lose 0-2 to Solari Gaming. But that does mean that Solari Gaming is going to have to play against Tempo Storm, and that's going to be a tough game for them too.
Yeah, they've already played that series and they
Yep.
lost 2-0, and it wasn't close. It wasn't very close. Actually, there's some close games, but for the most part, I mean, Tempo Storm having a dominating performance against them. Of course, SK Gaming sitting pretty in the upper bracket. And if we go and take a look at Group B really quick, we can see what that looks like. Cloud9 winning 2-0 against Do It For Fun, and then actually losing 2-0 against Skillcap EU, which is something a lot of people didn't expect, especially in that RMD mirror. And now Skillcap EU, saying that they're the best RMD in this tournament and in the world, sitting pretty in that Group B upper finals.
Yeah, and of course now we're going to have Do It For Fun versus Follow Esports, and they're going to have to play against Cloud9 if they win this. And one thing to note, I did say that, this is going to be the heartbreak if a team loses in this type of match. But don't worry, we're not going to ship these guys home. We're not going to send them off and they put them in a taxi and send them home. We're actually going to give them the pro gamer treatment anyway. And Elliot, you've had that before at BlizzCon, right?
Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, these guys are going to have the experience of a lifetime. They get the pro gamer badge, which means you get to skip all the lines. They'll have all their food and hotels, especially really close to the event. It's a lot of fun. I mean, even though these guys aren't going to be playing at BlizzCon, they're still going to have an incredible time.
Yeah, definitely. I'm really excited for this matchup between Do It For Fun and Follow Esports, and I think the teams are just as ready as all of us. So let's introduce Do It For Fun.
Now these guys are down to their last match possibly, but these guys have shown that they deserve to be there. Their matches were incredible. Even though it was an 0-2, it was that didn't tell the story of the whole match. Again, that was one of the games that I would suggest going back and watching, you know, once this part of the tournament is over, because it was a great match. Almost textbook plays out of the Korean team.
Yeah, and the Asian region has really been surprising all the other contenders here at BlizzCon. As you said, Sukin's team wasn't really happy about winning. They're just thankful that they didn't lose. It was like, oh my God, we're still in the tournament, thank God. So I know that Follow Esports are just as afraid of this team here, Do It For Fun, as the previous series was. So it's going to be really interesting to see who comes out ahead as we take a look
at Follow Esports.
Yeah, there you go. Follow Esports is going to have 4 people actually. Jellybeans actually flew in a little late, as you can see. He is all set
Looking
for this game.
fabulous, of course, as always.
He better be playing in this series.
Well, I mean, this is basically the same matchup we just saw. These
Yeah.
guys can run the same exact compositions. It's going to be WLS, probably against a jungle cleave. And I mean, both Do It For Fun and Follow Esports can take notes from the last game, see what worked well, what didn't work well, and we might actually end up seeing the same result. Or maybe Do It For Fun can pull off something different.
Well, Do It For Fun have a little bit more options. They can play the Pharaoh Lock Shaman, they can play Mage Lock Shaman, they can play Warrior Lock Shaman. They have a lot of things that they could choose to lead the series with, and obviously Follow Esports are going to have to make the right decision in terms of what they want to do with the initial blind pick matchup. I would say their safest bets, probably their Pharaoh Lock Shaman, as WLS should have a fairly hard time with that as well, and it would deal with the other compositions that Do It For Fun have available. So we might have a Pharaoh Lock Shaman showdown, North America against Korea, and that would just be awesome.
It would, but we don't need to wait any longer. We do have the draft ready to show you guys. And of course, the Grand Arena is going to be our opening map. And this is a double blind pick, so the teams didn't know. And look at this.
Looks like we do have a mirror.
Oh,
both teams going to be
boy.
playing Alliance as well. Most likely human, a Warlock, a Dwarf Shaman, and as well as a Night Elf Druid for both teams.
Yeah, pretty standard, and I could expect this. I know that Follow Esports were afraid of playing their jungle into the Pharaoh Lock Shaman. Pharaoh Lock Shaman is a matchup that they didn't want to deal with, so it looks like we're going to have an FLS mirror, a showdown of sorts, and Do It For Fun are no pushovers. I'm really curious to see who ends up coming out ahead. We saw in North America that Vossel faced off against Chanimal's team, and in the Warlock Mirror matchup, he was getting locked down a lot and really had a hard time with it. And when I spoke to him, he's like, yeah, I'm really here to just trying to counteract the Mage teams specifically. So let's see how much Vossel has improved moving forward to BlizzCon, as he's going to be facing off against Mudyane's, Korea's best Warlock.
Yeah, and he had Vossel had a rough match last night. It was he was just constantly trained the entire game beginning to end. So let's see if he can handle that this time, if he is going to be the target of choice.
Yeah, he did a good job though surviving. Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, if you guys want to talk about predictions a little bit, what do you guys think is going to go down in this matchup?
I don't even know how to predict it. I mean, I don't think these teams maybe have even practiced against each other in a mirror specifically. Obviously, the Warlocks are going to be running sacrifice pets, which means they lose a little bit of damage, but they don't need to risk losing the life of their pets. They can hold on to that Soul Link or the extra HP boost after they sacrifice it. They also get 2 interrupts as a result of picking this talent, so they can lock the other Warlock down. It's going to be really just a battle of the Warlocks, I think. Yeah. It's up to them to carry the game. So is Vossel ready to carry the weight? Is Mudyane ready to carry the weight? Because I think this matchup's going to rely heavily on them.
I think one thing to note too is Follow Esports, in order to actually get here to BlizzCon, they had to practice a million Pharaoh Lock Shaman games, like hundreds and hundreds of games. So they're very well versed in this matchup. They know what they need to do, and that might be their advantage over Do It For Fun.
And one thing to note is these players are using the exact same glyphs and the exact same talents on every single player.
It's a mirror, exactly. You could say here as the Warlocks secure their defensive gateways, both Feral Druids in stealth, not visible to each other. I'm curious to see who's going to run in first. We see Mudyane in the center field trying to get some early dots out. It actually lands the Haunt. There's the Rake Stun out from Walla, popping that Tiger's Fury right away, trying to build up some pressure. Vossel pulling back here with Abs for just a moment. Mudyane going for the counter spell, does lock Vossel out. Mudyane taking a bit of a lead here. Incarnation out from Yun to try and capitalize on that lockout. Vossel popping his Dark Soul, going for another Haunt here, trying to fake cast the interrupts. Pressure onto Yun as well. Walla popping his Incarnation, trading cooldown for cooldown to try and answer the damage of each team, as we see Coding now getting pressured from Walla, already down to half HP. Coding triggering into a D-Art stun, popping that Ascendance now, trying to get this Unleashed Healing Surge off. He's going to top himself with that Aura Mastery as well, but a lot of cooldowns burned out early for Do It For Fun.
There was actually a really important Aura Mastery that he used, that Spirit Walker's Grace, because he was going to be caught into that Cyclone, but he was able to heal and run around the corner. And look at how much damage Absurge is taking now. He gets a huge heal on himself. That Bash just landed a millisecond too late.
Yeah, both Warlocks still have one Dark Soul available. The only difference really is Coding doesn't have his trinket and Absurge does. I mean, he's doing an excellent job healing, being a little greedy with that trinket, but it ends up paying off. He's able to stabilize his team. His entire team is loaded up with dots right now, but Absurge doing a good job dispelling it when he needs it. The double Shadow Fury coming out from Vassal right now. If you look at Battle of Mana, Absurge a little bit ahead, but not too much to make a difference at the moment.
Yeah, we're going to have to really wait for dampening. With Incarnation still not available for 2 minutes, definitely no execute power on either side at the moment. Just battling it out, trying to DPS as high as possible, tap the mana of the enemy Shaman. We can see pressure on Walla. He's down to half HP as the Haunt connects with Absurge with the immediate dispel, removing all of those damage over time effects. Yun caught into a bash. He's choosing to trinket that ahead of time here as he is down to half HP, trying to go for the Cyclone onto one of the DPS, I would assume here. I believe Coding's just landed at Winter after Winter right now onto Vassal, doing a good job to try and lock down his damage. And both Warlocks playing very patiently, actually, holding onto that second Dark Soul. Neither of them are pulling the triggers. Maybe they're waiting to pair 2 Dark Souls in a row with the Incarnation that's coming up in a minute.
Yeah, I'm going to guess that that's what's going to happen. And it was weird because both teams used offensive cooldowns from both players at the exact same time in the opener. So we'll have to see if the second set will play out the same way.
Absurge caught into a full bash right now. Like we said, he still has his trinket as well as both Spirit Links available. Now into a full clone Vassal, running down a little bit low. Yun on his back, taking him down to around 60% HP. Doesn't look like there's going to be any follow-ups. You see the Demon Soul being popped from Vassal, though. He wants to go aggressive. Coding just dispelling, pulling back. He's going to be completely fine. Throws a Riptide on himself. Now Madiane, matching cooldown for cooldown. These guys want to stay mirrored. Both of them have another Dark Soul available if they need. Now the full bash onto Coding. These guys are just mirroring cooldowns. And Berserk and Incarnation coming up for both teams in around 40 seconds. And I think that's really when we're going to see sparks fly.
Unfortunately, Vassal got locked out 3 times in a row by both Coding and Madiane there, so his Dark Soul really didn't accomplish too much. Madiane now getting locked out, though, on the opposite side of that by Walla. We see clones now onto Yun from Walla. Maybe they're looking to set up for that Incarnation. Yun will not have his trinket, so he's a potential kill target for Follow Esports. It seems like Walla really wants to get aggressive on Coding, however, and Coding's taking a slight mana lead. Both Shamans doing very well efficiently on their heals here. Both Dark Souls are available. We see Lava Burst flying out from Coding onto Walla, and again, a nice dispel from Absurge, removing all those immediate damage over time effects. Vassal soul swapping some dots around here, trying to get ahead, and Coding's going to dispel them once again as well. We're really waiting for the Incarnation windows, which have finally arrived. We see Madiane leading with the Dark Soul. He's going to get Shadow Feared. He trinkets that right away. Walla pops the Incarnation. He gets Shadow Feared up along with Vassal. All of Follow Esports are down to half HP. There's a bit of pressure on the Yun. Caught into that stun, down to 30%. Coding able to connect a big heal, though, and stabilize his team. Do it for fun. Are taking a massive lead right now. Absurge needs to find a way to recover here as Walla is going to connect onto Coding, trying to pressure Vassal with the soul swap over immediately. Now Coding is under fire as well as he's caught down to 50%. He's going to gateway away, try and get himself topped off behind the pillar with this healing surge. He should be able to. Madiane actually the target of that healing surge. Now playing efficiently with the healing wave. Well done from Coding, dropping that Cloudburst Totem, trying to catch up and play it through here as the Incarnations fade down and the damage will slow along with it.
Yeah, one of the things to note is I think Vassal's getting shut down a lot more than Madiane is in terms of interrupts. I think that Coding is just pushing up a little bit further than Absurge is.
Yeah, Absurge's playing very, very safely. I mean, even though his team had all rotted down to around 40% HP, recognizing the situation, knowing he can top his team off even without using cooldown. So saving his trinket, saving Stoneform, both Spirit Links still available for him. Coding using his trinket a little bit more offensively, wants to make sure his team's topped off at all times. It looks like for the first time in the game, Madiane and Coding have been pushed back, and Wallabear is actually on the offensive. So Follow Esports looking to push in, maybe take to an advantage that they think they have at the moment and try to get out as much pressure as they can.
Just as we said Absurge was sitting way back, he repositioned his team and called to go on the offensive, and they actually are playing the short pillar at this point. It'll be interesting to see how Coding plays, and it'll be interesting to see if they switch around those gateways, because right now Vassal's team's gateway is absolutely nowhere to be found.
Yeah, both these teams are really neck and neck in terms of mana and cooldowns. At the moment we see Vassal choosing to use one of his Dark Souls here. He does get Shadow Fury on it, immediately trinkets out of that. Let's see if he can fake cast the next counterspell up from Madiane, which is now available. If Vassal gets locked out here, he's going to lose a lot of pressure, but he actually locks Madiane out. Well done from Vassal's side. Now connecting the Haunt onto Yun, building the pressure here immensely on the Yun at 45% with a full bash onto Coding. Walla trying to chain that into the Cyclone, not able to get it. They're able to shut down that Cyclone, interrupt the crowd control, and the game's going to stabilize here at least for another minute.
I like that. Yun coming back, realizing Wallabear was going for that bash Cyclone, able to stop him, actually pressure Wallabear a little bit. Absurge's mana, if we look now, a little bit less than Coding, but still very, very even. Dampening has kicked in. We're at 4% dampening, and as this goes further and further, I mean, I think that once this third Berserk Berserk comes in, that's going to be the that's going to be the end of this game, where it's going to be very, very scary for both healers to deal with that with around 20% dampening.
Yeah, we see pressure on Yunyun as he's caught into that Shadow Fury. Coding dispels the dots, though, off immediately here. Walla definitely taking the aggressive stance, always going after Coding. Let's see if that pays an advantage. He is forcing the Earth Shield, now switching back to Water Shield. He wants to make sure that he can keep a mana lead. He is falling slightly behind on Absurd and slightly falling behind on health at the moment, trying to recover here using those efficient heals. Healing Wave, well done from Coding, playing very efficiently throughout the game. Absurd matching him, though, as well here. Vossel getting locked out there by Yunyun. Well done. Full bash now onto Coding. Walling looking to chain that into the clone, chains it into the Cyclone. Can they build up any pressure? Vossel needs to get some dots. Vossel got locked out again. I think Mudyain might even have another counter spell available, so Vossel falling a little bit behind here. He needs to play catch up. Really cannot afford to lose that 10 stack Agni on Yunyun. He's going to end up losing the 10 stack, and Vossel's damage is going to slow down significantly here, moving into the Incarnation. Unfortunately, Walla now leading off onto Coding. Mudyain and Vossel mirroring their Dark Souls identically, and Venruki calling it there earlier that this might end the game, and it could possibly. Coding going for the Ascended Seals, tops himself immediately. Absurge caught into a clone. Absurge now falling behind, trying to pick his team back up with that healing stream down. Walla down to 50%. Absurge, both Shamans both had their Spear Links. I would actually like to see them maybe take advantage of the links early on before that they just do nothing.
Yeah, the problem with Spirit Link, though, is that everyone's at 50% HP. It doesn't really do too much healing. I like that both these Shamans are realizing, both these teams knows that Berserking is the scary time in the game, and they need to have cooldowns available and ready for that. When you mirror Incarnations like that, both teams pressured, and it gives the Shamans a little bit more time to actually top everyone up. Yunyun taking a lot of damage, though, down to 30% HP, trying to get as much damage as possible. Actually getting Shadow Fury'd up there, as well as Coding, who's down to 40% HP. Wallabear on his back, doing as much damage as possible. Coding going to gate away. He has no dots on him at the moment from the Warlock, able to get that healing surge off and immediately bring himself to 108% HP. But he is on Vossel's gateway, and Vossel actually able to port on top of him, load him up with the full dots, pops that Demon Soul as well. Coding could be in a lot of trouble right now. Yunyun and Mudyain are going to have to peel. Coding does finally get away. Probably going to dispel himself off here, topping him off with the healing wave. Absurge caught into that bash at the moment, and Mudyain doesn't have another Dark Soul up for another 45 seconds.
Yeah, the damage is going to slow down, but dampening is kind of counteracting the lack of cooldowns. As you see, Walla is down at 40% HP. It's going to get tense for these teams in another 2 minutes. Yeah. I'm curious to see if Coding and Absurge can deal with the pressure. Seems like Absurge is healing a little bit more efficiently, or Vossel and Walla are just doing that much more damage at the moment. Walla's still at 50%. Absurge just not able to recover. Coding trying to dispel some dots, trying to play catch up at the moment here. Mudyain soul swapping a full 10 stack row of dots on Absurge, catching him into the Shadow Fury. Follow Esports are going to rot down a significant amount right now. Absurge drops the Windwalk Totem, trying to connect with his team, and at this point, his Spear Link really isn't going to do too much. I'm curious what he's got left. He gets cloned up full duration. He's got his trinket. He's holding onto it. Dark Regeneration comes out from Vossel. He's fully bled up. Yunyun looking to end this. Walla goes for the DR Maim onto Yunyun, trying to chain the end of the Cyclone. He does get locked out by Coding. Excellent winters up from Coding this entire game. Vossel now getting locked out by Yunyun, and Follow Esports are falling slowly but surely behind.
Yeah, as one thing to note is Yunyun has held his survival instincts the entire time, still has 2 charges, and Wallabear is forced over and over to use them, whether they were preemptive or not. But look at the damage coming out onto Wallabear. The clone across onto Vossel as Absurge is taking a ton of damage too, as he's trying to get close and top off Wallabear if possible. Those huge mastery heals coming out.
Coding sitting down for a drink. Wow. He's getting so much mana.
Oh my
He's just past Absurge, and Incarnations are coming up in about 20 seconds. Luckily, Walla does have the lead in terms of his cooldown coming up faster. Follow Esports need to look to end this soon. Absurge pops the Ore Mastery, trying to stabilize Vossel. Vossel leading into the Incarn with his Dark Soul, trying to bait out some cooldowns from Yunyun. Maybe the Nature's Vigil a little bit early on at it from him. We can see that Follow Esports are actually starting to turn this around. 10 stack Agonies are building up onto the entire team for Do It For Fun. Walla caught down at 50%. He's got to be a little bit careful. He's going to clone Yunyun up at low HP. Coding trying to dispel some dots and catch up. But Incarn now coming up from Walla. He's looking to end this. Yunyun trinkets, pops the Survival Instincts. He's trying to stabilize. Still no Incarn for about 8 more seconds on Do It For Fun. But once that comes up, this pressure could easily reverse around.
Yeah, Coding does have his Ascendance as well. He just popped that. He might be able to stabilize his team if he can get any cast off. The Healing Surge comes off. A lot of healing going to be coming out from Coding at the moment. Wallabear getting dangerously low, using that dash to get away, actually stunning up Yunyun at the moment, who does as well has his Incarnation and Berserk up. Mudyain getting low, down to 40% HP. Vossel loading him up with Haunt, as well as full Demon Soul dots. Absurge actually able to top himself off finally, and it looks like the damage has stabilized. Despite this being 30% dampening, these guys are so good at rotating their cooldowns that they can sort of stabilize at this, but I think it's going to be so hard for Absurge when Wallabear is so low at the moment, down to 40% HP. He's just pulling out, making sure he dispels those Agonies, and wants to make sure that Absurge can keep him up. Vossel actually getting Shadow Fury'd up. Both teams dipping dangerously low. Vossel, though, the main target for Do It For Fun. Yunyun dipping low, too. Both these Shamans are having such a hard time healing through this damage.
Yeah, they really are. Coding forced to pop his Aura Mastery to stabilize Yunyun. We see Walla still at 50%. Mudyain leading with that Dark Soul. Well done. Absurge able to win shear him on that Haunt, and they lock him out on the follow. Great Great coordination from Walla and Absurge, but Absurge actually getting locked on his heel from Yunyan, and the pressure is building. Walla is dipping low, down at 25% HP. Haunt is up. He needs to find a way to survive here. Absurge trying to pick him up. Riptide after Riptide. Mudyane's Dark Soul is going to be fading, but it might not matter here. Triple Shadow Fury out from Mudyane. Goes for the full fear. Clone onto Absurge. Absurge string gets out of it. He's got one more link left. He's forced to drop it, but do it for fun. Have such a massive lead at the moment. Getting that drink was so critical for Cody as the mana begins to tie up. Vossel desperately trying to turn it around as he pops his own Dark Soul. He lands the Haunt. He gets locked on the UA follow-up, and Vossel's damage is going to slowly fall behind. We see Walla pushing in, going for the bash, lands the clone, but they need to build up some pressure onto Mudyane. He is down to 50%. No Dark Regeneration. Mudyane actually in a significant amount of trouble right now, down to 25%. Drain Soul is up, and somehow Follow Esports might be able to take this. It's so tense on both sides.
Yeah, absolutely it is. Mudyane actually having a Demon Soul as well for himself. He's just waiting for the opportune moment. He's going to have to pop it. They need to swing the pressure in their favor. Even though Mudyane got so low, he managed to keep up the damage on Wallabear as well as Vossel. The double Shadow Fury coming out. Wallabear could be in a lot of trouble right now. Yunyan also very low, down to 20% HP. A link coming out from Coding. Absurge feared up the wall. Wallabear in so much trouble. Gets a Dispel from Absurge using that global to try to keep him up. He needs the kite to get away back to Absurge so he can cast some heals on him. Vossel, Wallabear, and Absurge completely on the retreat. Yunyan pushing in. He wants to keep the pressure going. Vossel 20% HP, Wallabear down to 30% HP. The full maim coming out. He trinkets at. He's still kiting the best he can after using his last Spirit Link to keep his team alive.
This is so insane. Follow Esports are somehow still alive right now. They're trying to make a turnaround. Incarnation is coming up in about 15 seconds. Can Follow Esports stay alive long enough? Absurge gets bashed on his Aura Mastery with no trinket. Vossel's dipping dangerously low. He misses the counterspell. Mudyane is going to free cast here with the Dark Soul that is now available, which he is likely to pop here shortly. Walla is low. Vossel is low, Absurge is low, mana is completely tied on both sides. Incarnation comes up from Walla. His is about 10 seconds earlier. They have to make something happen with this 10 seconds, but Yunyan is not going to allow that to happen. Goes for the defensive stun, tries to go for the clone. Mudyane follows up for the Dark Soul. Now Mudyane has all the damage in the world. Vossel's Dark Soul not available for about 9 more seconds. Absurge is falling behind, Haunt after Haunt. Walla is going to fall here. The Drain Soul is up, and Do It For Fun from Korea are going to take game number 1.
Unbelievable.
Wow.
Mudyane did such a good job saving his offensive cooldowns. He actually had 2 charges of Demon Soul at the end. If they weren't able to finish there, he had another charge of Demon Soul to line up with that Berserk.
And look
Just playing very patient,
The damage difference is kind of crazy when we saw the amount of interrupts onto Vossel just over and over and over and over. Of course, Wallabear out-damaging Yunyan by a little bit, but Mudyane definitely securing the damage numbers ahead of Vossel by about 2 million. So that's pretty significant with where that game was going at that point. CC was about the same on both sides, I would say. Was pretty solid back and forth, but again, that drink by Coding made such a huge difference.
Yeah, it really did. He got like 40% mana, and then he was tied on mana later in the game. So if he didn't get that, he would have been completely tapped, and it seems like stopping drinks seems to be a bit of a weak point for Follow Esports even in the last series. So if they want to keep playing this mirror matchup, they need to make sure that Coding isn't able to sneak away and get some sips off, because that definitely ended up losing them the game.
I got to give a shout out though to Yunyan in that game. Towards the end, he knew that the enemy Incarnation was going to be ahead of him. The second that Wallabear even looked at Coding, you saw him turn into the King of the Jungle, turn and be like, okay, we're going to lose, but I have a 15-second lead on my Incarnation. And he started to go over towards him, and Yunyan was on top of him instantly, knew that they were going to win by killing the Shaman, or they weren't going to win at all.
Yeah, sometimes having the presence of mind to do that keeps you in the game, and then if you manage to survive and can play that defense, and then
just
you have
turn it around.
You have 2 Demon Souls as well as Incarnation Berserk at, what was that, 40% damage or something like that? There's just absolutely no way you can heal through that. And Shamans, I mean, despite being very good at healing through spread pressure, later on in the game you see them drop Spirit Links, and it doesn't really do anything because their whole team is at the same HP, and it really splits your HP, so it doesn't do anything at all.
Yeah, but let's jump over to that Windows 10 game DVR replay with Jackson.
Hey guys, we knew this series was going to be epic, especially when they go FLS versus FLS. Now, traditionally, at least from the American online qualifiers and regionals, we thought that Follow Esports was something of an FLS professional here, FLS dominant comp here. But let's take a look at this replay and see exactly what happened there at the end. So throughout the match, we saw that Voss was really struggling to get his damage rolling, and I think ultimately that was the undoing of Follow Esports here. I think in this next match, we're definitely going to have to see Vossel get a little bit more damage out, maybe try to work it together to get some more casts off, because he was getting locked quite a bit. But here at the end, like they mentioned, Wallabear did have that advantage in terms of Incarnation, and he knew that he had to get some damage out as soon as he could. Now, what Do It For Fun had in terms of an advantage was they could just back off. They could pull him into their trap. And as soon as he started popping that damage, they were playing it a little bit defensively. They were appealing him. They tried to get a clone there. Bear did stop that clone, but as he was trying to escape, they channeled the Drain Soul and took him out. They fell behind not only in damage, but also in mana. They did let Do It For Fun Shaman grab a drink there, and even though Absurge was being extremely mana efficient, and despite the drink holding pretty steady with mana near the end of that, I think it was the damage more than anything that really was their undoing. So in this next match, look for either Vossel to do a little bit more damage, or maybe bring out the beans. Either way, let's get into this next match.
Well, we are back, guys, and bring out the beans, as you could say, as they do have a hunter on the team named Jelly Beans. It would be interesting to see him brought forward. I think it might be a bit more of a scary matchup for him, but to take a look at the way the day has gone so far, we do have our brackets available here shortly, looking in Group A as soon as we do have them available. This is the last series of the day. Now we've got the brackets here in front of us. We can see that SK Gaming today have 2-0 to Tempo Storm, securing their spot in the semifinals at BlizzCon, and Solari Gaming have won their series against Original Gangstar to face off against Tempo Storm in a rematch at BlizzCon next week. Now in Group B, looking a little bit more forward, as this series is happening in Group B between Do It For Fun and Follow Esports. They're battling it out to be the opponents of Cloud9. As we were saying, that's not really the great position to be against Cloud9, but Do It For Fun were able to find a way. Absurge maybe a little bit more versatile on the Resto Shaman than Coding, but Coding was able to take advantage of that by getting a drink and kind of counteract that advantage that Absurge might have had with more experience on Resto Shaman. But previous to that, Skillcapped EU did 2-0 Cloud9 in an RMD mirror. Despite Cloud9's confidence in Skillcapped EU have secured their spot in the semifinals at BlizzCon. These teams are battling it out to eliminate each other from BlizzCon itself.
Yeah, and what a great amount of series we've had this weekend so far. They've all been really tense and exciting. A bunch of potential upsets, from some crowd favorites, Cloud9 getting knocked down. And of course, this game right now, I know Absturge and the rest of Follow Esports have a lot of fans at home online, so they must be rooting for them at this point.
Yeah, something I wanted to mention about Do It For Fun too is that last year actually Coding and Yun played Mage and Druid. So they're back this year being a force to be reckoned with. They're not even playing the same classes they did at BlizzCon last year. They're playing completely different classes, completely different roles, and it's incredible to see.
Yeah, the versatility from Do It For Fun is excellent. Obviously, Follow Esports are sticking to their main classes and specializations. We could definitely see that Walla had a bit of an edge in terms of damage, and unfortunately, Vossel just couldn't keep up onto par. I can't help but feel a little bit that Mudjane lining up those Dark Souls in a row was really their advantage. I mean, Walla was ahead on the Incarnation, but Mudjane was able to counteract that by being ahead on the Dark Souls, a little bit more efficient. However, Coding's drink definitely ended up being what won them the game. So if they can look to get a drink in game number 2, if they want to go to the mirror matchup, it's going to be very important for Coding, because I think Absurge was definitely asserting his position as the better Shaman throughout the game, mana efficiency wise, until Coding was able to get that drink.
Now I'm real curious about what map is going to be selected along with the comps, and we do have the draft for you guys to show, so let's see what they picked.
Oh, goody gumdrops. It looks like we do have the same match, but except it's going to be
the beans.
Oh, actually beans.
You're bringing out the beans.
No, that's
brought
good.
Out the beans.
That's good. I like this.
I said,
Runes of Lordaeron too.
He was going to make faces at the camera. He better be
yeah, he better be here and ready to play. But yeah, sorry I missed that. It is going to be that jungle against the FLS, and I like their map choice. They're using that advantage on Runes of Lordaeron. It's going to be very, very hard for Mudjane to get away in this matchup if they decide to train him down, or Coding. I mean, they have so many options with who they can go aggressive on.
I think they're going to be pressuring Mudjane's in this specific matchup. I mean, it would be pretty reckless to go on Coding. Yun can reverse the pressure pretty quickly with his own Incarnation and kind of reverse the damage almost instantly against Follow Esports. Yeah. But I appreciate Follow Esports reaching for every option possible. Obviously, maybe Vossel not 100% there and prepared for that last matchup, so they're going to give Jelly Beans a shot. It's a best of 3. They've only got one more chance, so they're going to be eliminated from BlizzCon.
All right, and again, Jelly Beans is playing that Beast Mastery Hunter, so watch for a lot of bursts. The big thing to note is follow the crows. Follow the crows. Follow the crows. And when you see his unit frame on fire, that it does mean he is popping a stack of either Bestial Wrath or a stack of that Focus Fire. So that's important to watch too for his damage. But that's going to be everything in this match, is that BM Hunter burst damage.
Yeah, definitely see Mudjane getting that defensive gate, and Jelly Beans building up some stacks with his pet. Mudjane actually haunting the pet. He's going to get the Soul Burn effect off for free, and possibly a 10-stack Agony as well off of that. We see Walla opening up there, getting Blood Horde, jumping immediately onto Coding for that bash. Jellybeans is going to be looking to try and land a trap here. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to get it along with that bash. Now going for the maim instead to try and pair that together. Jellybeans not able to get it. Coding trying to ground the trap. I don't think he successfully did it though. Jellybeans playing very patiently right now. Yun sitting back here, but they do land the trap. Pressure onto Mudyane now. As a result, he portals back immediately. Great reaction time out from Mudyane, but will it even matter? Dark Regeneration are up. He gateways away down to 30%. Yun popping his own incarnation to try and peel for him. He's in kill shot range, and that's it. Follow Esports respond immediately and take a quick game 2, tying this series up 1-1, and now Do It For Fun have to respond.
Mudyane just too far away from his gateway. He needed to be near his gateway, so when Coding gated over, he could get that Spirit Link off. He was just line of sighting him for too long. I think that was a little bit of a misplay there, and Absterge, Wallabear, and Jellybeans taking full advantage of that, taking this series 1-1.
Wow.
I was not expecting that quick of a game.
Either.
I mean, now Do It For Fun can say, oh, Blades Edge Arena, Mudyane can get that Z-Axis kite away, but Jellybeans is his first debut here at BlizzCon, and it's looking very strong. Really well played. They set that up perfectly, and Jellybeans was very patient, didn't get his trap grounded, still landed it even without a stun. That can be a pretty stressful situation, and unfortunately, like you said, Venriki Mudyane's just separated himself from his team a little bit too far, and Coding was not able to get the Spirit Link off in time. Obviously, now Do It For Fun can see what the beans are capable of. Hey, kids at home, eat your beans. It's going to make you do massive damage, just like Jellybeans. And that was a great game, too, for Follow Esports. And now we finally have a tied series amongst this tournament. What a great way to end the day.
Yeah, this is the first tied series, right?
Yep.
This is the first tied series of the entire tournament. Actually, one thing I want to talk about too is Yun did a great job at the start of that game when Wallabear went in and bashed Coding, setting up the trap. Yun did a great job actually stunning Jellybeans and then knocking him away, so he wasn't able to get it. Fortunately, Jellybeans is Jellybeans, so you could still go in and get the DR stun and the full trap, and that's what ultimately won them the game.
Yeah, I'd actually like to give a shout out to Jellybeans. I know when you watch him and you watch a lot of players online that are streamers and stuff, but he always seems like he's always in a good mood, and those are the streamers that are great to watch. You know, they don't get like super duper frustrated and throw their headsets and stuff like that. So it's awesome to see hunters like that, you know, streaming, teaching people how to play.
Yeah, he's definitely a very level-headed guy, and I think he's actually studying in university to be a marine biologist, so a very smart guy as well. And we can tell subbing him in was the correct decision in this specific matchup. It was really awesome to see him play. I'm really excited to see him play potentially in game 2. Obviously, we still have to go through the draft. He might not play, but I surely would expect him to.
All right, and of course we have Jackson standing by with the Windows 10 game DVR replay.
Hey guys, that was a quick match, but an exciting one. Once again, when their backs are against the wall, Follow Esports brings in Jellybeans, and he gets them the win that they needed to keep their BlizzCon dreams alive. Let's take a look at this replay here, because this was a beautiful trap. Very, very patient. We're actually just going to start from the beginning of the game. This game was a plenty short game. But right off the bat, Wallabear is going to get Blood Horde. But look at when they're able to go for this trap. The bash comes out, and Coding, in anticipation of the trap, does get the grounding down, but Jellybeans is extremely patient. He uses both the knock trap to get the grounding, and then doesn't trap immediately, gets the stun trap on the Feral Druid, then drops the trap, and unleashes the BM Crows once again. So he does get Cyclonary Trinkets. Mudyane does port back, and then he has to take his port all the way across the map, but those BM Crows are ticking. Those Feral Bleeds are ticking. He's all by himself, and Jellybeans is once again controlling the rest of the team, so they cannot reach Mudyane in time, and with that BM damage plus the Feral, the lock goes down. So I'm not so sure that Do It For Fun is going to let the game slip through their fingers just like that again, but Follow Esports is definitely here to play, and it's awesome to see them giving it all in this tournament with their BlizzCon dreams on the line. Let's throw it back to the casters and get ready for this next game.
Oh, and what a next game it's going to be. Tied up 1-1, which means this is original Gangstar's pick. So this is very important about what map they're going to pick. You know, they then Follow Esports has to lock in their comp, and of course then they can counter. But it would be interesting to see if Do It For Fun pulls out something that we're not expecting for this last game.
I think the Feral Lock Shaman is their most well-versed composition. I mean, potentially we could see Mage Lock Shaman into the Jungle Cleave. It might stand maybe a potentially a better chance, and Yun would be playing his main. That way we've got Mudyane on his main class, as well as Yun, and Coding seems to be just playing Shaman as his main now at this point anyway, so you can't discredit him either. So maybe we see an MLS. We've seen comp switches from a lot of teams here today, a lot of surprises, a lot of different specializations. We've seen Combat, Subtlety, Arcane, Frost, BM, Survival, Assassinate. Almost every spec for every class has been played at this point in the tournament, so it's really awesome to see that diversity. It's not really a wizard battle this year amongst the BlizzCon, a lot of melee caster healer, which which is a lot more interesting to watch, a lot more dynamic, some swaps, a lot more bursts. There's a lot of setup involved as well, so I'm really excited to see that moving forward into next week at BlizzCon. But we still have to decide what these compositions are going to be for the teams, and the draft, I believe, is ready. So we're going to get to see what comps these teams are exactly going to be bringing here. Let's just take a quick look. Are we jumping into any changes? Nope. Nope. Same matchup. Tigers. Ooh, what? That's different. I expected Blades Edge Arena out from Do It For Fun. Maybe they're scared of their Resto Shaman getting trained down, but Jellybeans is sticking with the Beast Mastery. So they had so much damage early on Runes of Lordaeron. I would expect the same here on Tiger's Peak.
I really like this decision by Follow Esports to just stick to this jungle, even though they think in this matchup it's not super favorable. They showed last game potentially even catching Do It For Fun off guard. Maybe they don't have a lot of experience against this composition. Getting a win so easily may give them the confidence they need. I mean, when they were mirroring each other, it seemed very back and forth. And a mirror like that, it doesn't seem very consistent. I mean, if I was them, I definitely feel confident going in with this jungle cleave. So I like their selection.
Yeah, I think it's smart to keep Jellybeans in on this. He's got a lot of tournament experience. He played at the North American Regionals last year, so he's their most well-versed player on their team, so definitely trying to take advantage of that as well as the composition. But the game is about to start here in about 8 more seconds. Can Follow Esports clean up Do It For Fun, or will Do It For Fun respond to this incoming burst and deal with it appropriately? That Spear Link, actually watching the replay, was so close.
It really was. And, you know, and the thing is, because Follow Esports was almost all in at that point, if that Spirit Link would have hit, maybe they could have turned it right back around onto them.
Yep, we can see both teams actually playing pretty passively. Mudyane now pushing forward, trying to build up some dots off of the Beast Mastery pet, but that also allows Jellybeans to build up some damage with his pet. So he's building towards that 5-stack and really Do It For Fun, or just letting him do it, trying to pressure the pet a little bit here. We can't tell exactly how low it is right now, but it is taking quite a significant amount of damage from Mudyane early on. Coding trying to pre-hot his team with these Riptides, and Walla actually finds Yun Yun, stuns him on that Tiger Fury, clones him up, and shuts him down.
So the big thing to note was Jellybeans actually, there he goes. Now he gets a pet revive off. He was stuck without a pet for quite a while because Yun Yun did have him stunned up, and that's pretty significant because every time that pet crits, that's going to be building up his stacks. So if he can't attack at all, no more stacks.
That is a full trap, though, onto Coding. Mudyane going to be in a little bit of trouble, down to 50% HP. Jellybean's wall there having a hard time connecting onto him, finally able to get to him. He has his Dark Soul pop, trying to counter pressure as much as possible. Abster's actually throwing out that Aura Mastery to throw out some huge heals onto Jellybeans, who is taking a lot of damage. He does have that BM Crows up at the moment. Mudyane taking a lot of damage. This is the Berserk as well as the Incarnation. Coding just bombing heals into him. Healing Surge after Healing Surge, topping him off, but he's still in a lot of trouble. 50% HP, the Dark Regeneration comes out. He's already used his portal. It should be up soon. Coding actually having to trinket that trap. It's a very scary situation for Mudyane, but it doesn't look like they have any cooldowns left. They've actually used everything except the 2 Spirit Links, but Coding doesn't have any trinket.
I think Coding overreacted there.
Yeah.
I mean, trinketing, usually you pair that with the Link. I can't help but maybe Do It For Fun is on tilt from the last game, because Follow Esports are just going to pull back, wait for the Murder of Crows that's coming up in about 20 seconds, and there's nothing to respond. Nobody has a trinket on Do It For Fun.
No, definitely. And it's interesting that they pulled back right at that moment, because Wallabear did have his Incarnation up still, so he kind of wasted the very end of it. But I guess this is an interesting strat play, because they do have the trinkets down, but they have to capitalize on these trinkets being down at this moment.
Yeah, Wallabear doesn't have his trinket, so it's going to be up to Yun Yun to actually use his bash and throw out some Cyclones onto Wallabear when they go aggressive. Wallabear pushing in, though, getting Blood Horde up. Here's Yun Yun coming back, making sure he can get some CC onto Wallabear if he can. Full dots coming out from Mudyane. Mudyane trying to do the best he can. He has that Demon Soul up right now, trying to counter pressure. He's actually doing an excellent job kiting, porting away. Coding still in that trap, very far away. He might have to gate over. It looks like Coding isn't going to use that gate, able to top him off, and they weren't able to really accomplish too much there.
I was expecting more out of that push.
Well, Yun Yun completely shut down Walla, as you were saying, Ben, and just bash cloned him, and Walla wasn't able to follow it up. Jellybeans wasn't able to follow up Mudyane's portal, and Do It For Fun are going to escape a potential kill opportunity from Follow Esports. Obviously, Incarnation coming up here soon, so they're going to be resetting those timers. We see actually a swap onto Absturge, fully dotted, caught into a stun right now, down to 60%, drops the capacitor. Actually going on offense, goes for the Flame Shock, potentially a Lava Burst here onto Yun Yun as he dips down to 35%. Nature's Vigil comes out, double Shadow Fury out from Mudyane, trying to slow down some of this pressure. Coding connects a big heal and stabilizes Yun Yun for the time being.
And Yun Yun has one more survival instincts. He did have to use one of them during that last trade.
Abster's actually got full fear there, but he pre-tremor'd it, which is excellent. He didn't have to use his trinket on that full fear. So yeah, great job by him having the presence of mind to do that. Full clone onto Mudyane at the moment. It looks like Wallabear, Jellybeans, and Absters want to push in. They want to go aggressive. Mudyane doing an excellent job, though. He's very far away. It looks like they're having a target swap, though. The BM Crow's going out onto Yun Yun. He's going to use that Survival Instincts, reducing incoming damage by 50%, but he doesn't have any more charges left. That's all he has for defensive cooldowns. His Incarnation Berserk is coming up in around 15 seconds. Wallbear has it up at 30, but Yan taking so much damage, down to 18% HP, still low. Coding has 2 links. He needs to get the link. He couldn't get his links off.
That was
Once
so
again,
close.
too little, too late, and Follow Esports going to take this 2-1, and Do It For Fun is going to be eliminated from the tournament.
Wow. Again, just a split second too late on that link, and that's actually what happened in the first series with Do It For Fun too, right?
Well,
he held on to his link.
He didn't use it. It was against the RMD.
Yeah,
he had
so
a couple seconds to use his Spirit Link. He didn't use it.
Yep, and if you look, the damage from the team of Do It For Fun was actually significantly low. Overall, I mean, overall they put up big numbers, but a 31k rake as the highest for the Feral's damage, they really shut him down.
Yeah, they did a good job. And Jellybean's actually topping damage on his team, debuting and showing off his skills on the Beast Mastery Hunter as well, and playing that out excellently and eliminating Do It For Fun, which means that the Asian regions have been eliminated from BlizzCon at this time being. But like we pointed out earlier, we're not just sending them home.
Yeah,
they're not getting onto a taxi and going home right now. They do get to have the player experience, the pro player experience at BlizzCon next week, and kind of just hang out with each other. We know that Do It For Fun came here saying that they were coming for fun, so now they can have all the fun in the world moving forward. They can relax. Obviously, going to be a little bit frustrated, but they're going to have to just deal with it, and Follow Esports are the ones that are going to have to plan ahead. NA and EU, all 3 teams from each region are still in this tournament, in it to win it, moving forward into BlizzCon next week.
I think Jelly didn't realize he was going to be on camera at that moment. I was hoping he had something planned and ready if they won.
Yeah, a little bit disappointed.
Put out the crows or something.
Despite him playing so well, a little disappointed.
How do you do your crows?
The crows.
The crows?
Wings.
Like wings?
Yeah.
That's beautiful.
Sure.
That was
the crows
beautiful.
fly away with the game.
No, but that was a lot of burst out of Jelly. That was a great job. I'm glad they swapped him in. I'm glad we saw the beans.
I'm sure they are too, to be honest with you. I'm sure they're very glad they swapped him in. I mean, Do It For Fun did an excellent job in that mirror, showing that they can definitely play FLS, but just like we've said for a long time, Follow Esports is an exceptionally good jungle, definitely the best in North America. We'll have to see if they're the best in the world.
Yeah, and we've got a Windows 10 game DVR replay over with Jackson.
Wow, what an epic way to end the day of Arena. Follow Esports down 0-1 in the series, brings in Jellybeans for that textbook jungle cleave that they are known for, and it gets them onto the BlizzCon stage. Let's take a look at the replay, break down the ending of that game for you guys. So, one of the things that they were doing in this match is, once again, like last game, they were trying to focus most of their damage on Do It For Fun's Warlock Mudyane. Mudyane once again shows that he is exceptionally hard to nail down. He is cutting across the map the entire match, and instead of that, realizing that the Feral Yun only has, one more defensive cooldown available. They're going to swap it over to him, get that defensive cooldown extremely quickly, and even through bear form goes down. So the damage onto the Feral, the heads-up swap, is what secures them the win in that game. And we are going to have a talk with Vossel up next, but before we do that, we're going to go ahead and throw it back to the casters.
All right, thank you again, Jackson. Did you see how close that link was?
Yeah,
again.
Oh, it was the thing about Spirit Link 2 is it takes a second for the animation to show. Like once the totem's down and then there's that big circle, but it takes a second for it to grow and it's actually already affecting it.
Yeah.
So the fact that we saw that on the screen and he was still alive at that moment means it must have been so close.
Yeah, both losses actually being so close. And I think Yan just got caught off guard. It seemed like they were pressuring Mudyanes throughout. And we can see that the teams that can mix it up and go for different targets end up being the ones that come out ahead. And definitely proved it there in the last series, which means that Follow Esports are the 6th team that are going to be playing at BlizzCon next week, which we're all excited to see. Not to say that our show is completely over. Obviously, we still have an interview with Vossel. And we can take a look here at the bracket to see how yesterday and today progressed. So SK Gaming, they're moving forward into the semifinals, 2-0ing all of their opponents, and now we've got Solari Gaming versus Tempo Storm in a rematch series from yesterday, moving into BlizzCon. They'll be battling out to be the opponents of, I believe, the reverse side of the bracket. So that was Group A throughout yesterday and today. Taking a sneak peek here now at Group B, we can see that Cloud9 was actually 2-0'd in an unexpected upset by Skillcapped EU, which means that Skillcapped EU are in the semifinals for the BlizzCon World Finals next week, and Follow Esports will be facing off against Cloud9.
Yeah, so a lot of exciting matches are going to be coming up at BlizzCon. I'm so excited for it. So many great matches, so much money on the line too.
Yeah, and we do, of course, have an interview with Bajira and the winning team's captain.
Thanks, guys. I am joined by Vossel, fresh off of a pretty scary series, but a series that is going to be putting you guys on the BlizzCon stage. How does it feel?
Pretty good. We were pretty scared of being eliminated, but yeah, feels good.
Yeah, so you guys in the first match decided to go with an FLS mirror. Was the FLS like maybe a more cautious decision?
Yeah, we practiced a lot against the Chinese team. I mean, they played WLS, but it's pretty similar, and we were doing good against them, so we were confident. But coding and this team were better than we expected, and we've never really done that well in mirrors in general. So yeah, we decided it'd be better to play with Jelly.
All right, and once you did bring in Jelly Beans, you know, it seems like whenever the team needs him, he's there. Talk about a little bit about Jelly Beans. It seems like he's definitely a bit of a character. Does he bring, you know, positive morale to the team? We heard V-Hill mentioning that he's always a positive person. Is that your impression of him, you know, on the tournament stage?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, none of us are like negative, but yeah, Jelly's really always excited and stuff.
Awesome. So in the match, in the FLS match, it seemed like you were getting locked down a lot. Break down what happened, and if you could have done anything better.
I mean, in the beginning, it was kind of going in our favor, but like in dampening, we kind of screwed up.
How so?
I don't know. Mostly me. Like I just didn't push in on the shaman enough, and they started going Absurge a lot more. And we were going Feral too much because against WLS, I can like soul the warrior, but Ferals are like immune to warlocks, so it didn't really work, and I wasted a lot of time.
Yeah, well, as long as you can break it down and learn from it afterwards, that's important. So, you guys were on the verge of elimination, but you were able to come back. So, how does that affect you moving towards your match with Cloud9? You know, coming up against the odds, this Cloud9 is another team that is a pretty formidable opponent. How do you feel about going into that match?
We're pretty confident against them. We've been practicing a lot against them, and you know, the games against the EU team were like really, really close, and they're playing combat, which is like a lot harder for us than sub. So if Roasties goes combat, we might just randomly lose again, but if he plays sub, I think we can beat them pretty easily.
Cool. So strong opinions, strong feelings moving out of that match, but you guys did a great job swapping from FLS into the maybe a little bit less defensively capable Jungle Cleave, but more offensively capable, and it got you the win. So congratulations. We played on the BlizzCon stage, excited to see in that. But up next, after this short break, we have the 6v6 EU versus NA BG Exhibition Grudge match. So stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Terra Marines are the toughest frag magnets in the galaxy. But when they're in trouble, guess who they call? Medic! Winning a battle is more than just shooting enemy soldiers. It's about saving your own. I protect every member of my squad with my life. Sometimes I think I'm the only thing holding them together. Who am I? I'm Lieutenant Morales. I'm your medic. I'm gonna need a lot of bandages.
Today, we retake our homeworld, and with it, our legacy.
StarCraft 2, Legacy of the Void. Pre-purchase now at StarCraft.com.
One damage away from victory, they bring in Matter Bomber to seal the deal.
Now this guy really loves dynamite, Jim.
But it doesn't look like it loves him, Bob. He's blown up his own team.
5 for 5, though.
Hearthstone, play it free, rated T.
The grand return of Annoyatron, and Bob, I wish it would end right now.
So this guy doesn't have a sword or anything? He's just like annoying?
Like looking in a mirror, isn't it, Bob?
Oh, this doesn't look good.
Like you in a mirror?
That's Hearthstone.
Play it free.
Rated T.
The Swarm brought ruin to our world. Our proud people became refugees. And yet, They could not shatter our unity. For we are bound by the Kala, the sacred union of our every thought and emotion. Today, we retake our homeworld, and with it, our legacy.
The World of Warcraft Arena World Championship is brought to you in part by Intel, Windows 10, T-Mobile, and MasterCard. Hello and welcome back to the World of Warcraft Arena World Championships live in Burbank, California. So, we just wrapped up our arena segment for today, but that does not mean that the fun's over just yet. Up next, we have a very special 6v6 BG exhibition match featuring 6 of the best players from North America and EU battling it out to find out who is truly the dominant faction IRL. So we have from NA, they have formed a supercell, if you will. Tempo Storm and Cloud9 have become Storm Cloud. And then over on EU, they have combined forces once again to become Skalari Capped Gaming EU. We're going to get down to this match in just a minute, but I want to hear what the casters think about this upcoming exhibition match.
All right, thank you, Jackson. Got to give you a hand for that Supercell joke. That one was clever.
10 out of 10, absolutely.
Yeah, and I want to give another shout out really quickly to our spectator actually has been Soda, if you guys remember him from previous
2013
games, such
champion.
as 2013 BlizzCon champion. But shout out to Soda, he's been doing a great job showing you guys the great camera angles in game.
Yeah, he has been doing an excellent job. We've been watching him all day, of course. And who better to do it than someone who knows the game so well?
Yeah, and we've got the draft ready for both of these teams. And much like the Archon was fused in that commercial, North America and EU are going to fuse together as well. We can see, looking at the screen, this is going to be the North American draft. We can see they're going to be playing with a rogue. I would likely be a Holy Paladin, Resto Druid, Frost Mage, and another rogue, and a Shadow Priest.
I like the double rogue pick, especially in 6v6. You know, if you play some of the MOBA games, you can say, Top gone, where's Top? Anyone? Anyone see Top?
Yeah.
Anyone see Top? Is Top gone? And that's basically what's going to happen with this. Where'd the rogues go?
Yeah, our first map is Warsong Gulch, right? So having that double rogue, one for offense, one for defense, is going to be very, very powerful. We do have, of course,
that's exactly what we were talking about.
Yeah, we can see the European lineup as well. If we want to check that out really fast, they're going with that Resto Druid, Rogue, Shadow Priest, a Paladin, Mage, Rogue. So it looks like they are going to be running the exact same composition. I think that's smart. I think this is definitely one of the better 6v6 comps right now, especially on Warsong.
Yep, and of course, a lot of these players are playing their main class too, which is kind of scary. And a thing to note, a lot of these North American players I know definitely have participated in high-end RBGs this season. I see them all the time show up on streams and the ladder and stuff, so they definitely have the strats ready for that. The EU players, I'm actually not quite sure off the top of my head if they are well-practiced RBG players.
I think they have no experience whatsoever. So Europe's going into this with no experience, whereas now I believe the fusion of Tempo Storm and Cloud9 are going to be going in with quite a bit. They do lose to the RBGers though from North America, so now they're going to be facing arena players that are a little bit less experienced, so they're going to be a bit more well-versed in this specific matchup. I'm really excited to see who ends up coming out ahead. It is going to be a best of 3 starting out on Warsong Gulch, then moving to Gilneas, and if we need to decide it on a game 3, we're going to follow it up with Twin Peaks.
Now, again, if you guys want to follow along in social media, because this is going to be quite the event, make sure you are using that hashtag WoW Esports to talk to everyone about it, because this is something new for us. I know GCD TV did run a Gilneas tournament on this, and a Warsong one before that, I do believe. So this will be interesting. I like this format. I really liked watching the GCD.
Yeah, and like Sid was saying, actually, the North American teams have had an opportunity because of GCD to practice in this 6v6 format. So I think because of that, they do have an advantage. And I think this particular lineup we've seen, or something very similar, is actually what won that tournament. So both teams coming out with a very strong composition.
Yeah, the composition is strong on both sides. I would imagine each rogue is going to be carrying the flag on each team, and then the other rogue is going to be participating in the main fight. Now, an important fact that has been pointed out to me by VHEL backstage is that the teams are not allowed to go on the roof. There's actually going to be a gate set up.
We'll see. We'll see with this one.
There's a gate set up.
It is possible that, you know, if you go into a 6v6 war game, and you guys can try this at home if you want, if you set up a 6v6 war game for Warsong Gulch, one of the things that Blizzard did is, because we had some monk shenanigans in our first 6v6 tournament.
Monk's always ruining everything.
The monk shenanigans. So we actually make it so you can't even go on top of the roofs. We'll see if that is in for this match or not, but if it is, that adds a little bit. That's one of the reasons probably why they're not running that monk and setup. But you know, you might have a rogue that is able to shadow step up and down, you know, that kind of stuff. So we just want the flag carrier to be beaten into the ground.
Yeah, that's what we want. We don't want them to run and hide. We want them dead. So that's why we do that. And I hope that these players actually know about this. I think this might be a surprise for even them. So we'll see.
It's going to be a surprise.
Yeah, and let's take a jump to the team. Let's introduce Cloud9 fused together with Tempo Storm to be Storm Cloud, sorry. And that is the team representing Americas in this exhibition match. I'm so excited to start this off.
I wonder if they fought for which name goes first. Just flip a coin for it.
Cloud Storm or Storm Cloud? I don't know.
Or Storm 9.
Yeah.
9 Storm.
Tempo 9.
There's a lot of different permutations of that. Yeah. It's curious that they ended up going with that.
They should just name themselves America.
But you can see what classes they're playing too. Of course, we are going to have Peekaboo and Roasties, of course, playing the Rogue. Jamilian Shadow Priest, his Shadow Priest is great. And of course, then Wealthy Man playing that Mage along. And on your screen right now is going to be EU, of course, Botar, Waffle, Delay, and the rest of the crew, which are going to be walking in. Of course, this is Galeri Capped Gaming EU, fusing all those names together, and looks like these guys are ready to play. So the double rogue, I like this. I like that they're going for it.
I think Waffle's actually going to be playing it all. So he was playing Resto Shaman in the arena format, now jumping over to Rogue, and it looks like he is going to be the only person playing an alt. Healing stat obviously has Holy Paladin as alt, but probably a little bit more versed in that in terms of arena experience, and obviously moving into BG experienced as well. So we're going to have to see if Roasty and Peekaboo can kind of surmount over Waffle playing on his alt here in the first map on Twin Peaks. Like we've been saying, Europe doesn't really have a lot of experience in this format. If they were to win, it would be a bit of an upset, and EU is ahead in terms of the 3v3 arena throughout the day. Let's see if they can take it away with the BG exhibition match as well.
Well, the big thing to note about a 6v6, especially with a map like Warsong, unless they're really going to split their teams hard or maybe pull a rogue back on defense, this is just 5v5 arena with no LOS in the middle.
Pretty much, yeah. But they do have a lot of room they can be kiting in, which is good. And also, you have to chase down the flag carrier, so you are going to have to eventually overextend and chase down that flag carrier, which is something you're definitely going to have to consider. I do think it's interesting that both teams are playing with the rogue. It's going to be fun to watch the rogues kind of beat each other up. Because we do know rogues kill rogues very easily. They're one of the best at killing I guess, themselves. Rogues kill rogues.
Well, yeah, we're combining two of the best compositions on the ladder, Holy Paladin and Shatterplay, and Rogue Mage Druid together. So both as the highest possible burst comps in the game, now playing together in a 6v6 format. It's going to be very fast-paced when the teams decide to initiate. But I would say that Stormcloud definitely have the lead in experience, so they might be the initial initiators. That's a lot of initiating. But in this BG format, it's definitely important to have that lead off and start up your crowd control early on. I would imagine that they're going to be saving Deep Freeze Polymorph for one healer, and then Psychic Horse Fear for the other healer, and then looking to lock one DPS down. Potentially the mages, maybe the Shadow Priests. I'm curious to see how the flag carriers are going to work here if the roof is actually locked off.
Yeah, I'm wondering if the flag carriers are just going to try to do something like run away, which is scary because if they do decide to run away and a rogue chases them down and finds them and kills them, they can easily solo them very, very quickly. But on the other hand, if they stand in the fight, they could die too. So it's going to be interesting to see what both teams do. I mean, this is a format that neither of these regions have really had too much of an opportunity to experiment with. I mean, maybe one online tournament or something like that, but other than that, I mean, this is still new gameplay for all these guys.
Yeah, and it's I hope this is a format that takes off. I mean, I like 10v10 RBGs, I do, but it seems like as you add more people, especially in a format like this where we have a lot of pro players who are really well known for themselves being excellent players, as you add more players, it's kind of like you have your incredible flag carrier and your main DPS caller and your healer, your two healers, and then you have everyone else, you know? And it's hard to like really stand out in RPG matches unless you're doing some flashy, like the rogues, you know, capping on other players. So this 6v6 highlights players a little bit more, I feel like. It makes each ability that little bit more impactful than 10v10.
Well, yeah, and the teams are going to have more opportunities to set up. It's less of kind of a player versus environment setup where both teams are trying to just do as much damage as possible and knock each other over. This is definitely all about setup and positioning, which is going to be interesting to see played out on Warsong Gulch. I wonder which rogue is going to be the flag carrier for Stormcloud, as they are both on their main specs. Does Peekaboo say they flip a coin, or do they say, well, no, I should be in the team fight because I'm better communicator?
Maybe they're
What's going to go on?
I've actually heard Peekaboo saying he's stealing some ABN strategies with the way he set up his rogue, so it might be him playing that flag defense.
Running pretty fast?
Running pretty fast, and I think he's going to be going with like a versatility set, which is cool. A lot of defensive glyphs, so
super try hard.
Yeah, exactly.
One of the things we didn't mention so far is this was on the tournament realm, this whole tournament. So the characters, the players are able to make a new character. It's instantly level 100 with some arena gear on, and then we have a whole bunch of merchants around that have every piece of gear possible for people. So kind of like if you're at home using the tournament gear, kind of the same idea.
Yeah, we can take a look at the players specifically. Raikou versus Jamili, normally playing mages in Arena. However, I believe Jamili is going to be representing the Shadow Priest class, as Wealthy Man is at the desk. So not going to be playing the mage versus mage. However, Raikou will be stacking up against Wealthy Man there. We can see them standing up. Who's going to take it? Skrillari Capped Gaming, what a mouthful, versus Stormcloud representing America. This is going to be a battle to see who is the best. Europe is leading currently in the 3v3 side of the tournament. And US, they need to win something.
They definitely do. And of course, up next, we can take a look at two rogues facing off of each other. And I do believe we do have, look at that, Peekaboo and Pry. This has to be a big grudge match right here. Like, there are times in Battlegrounds where you can corner one person from the enemy class and just dunk on them, and it's like, well, whoops.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see if that'll happen, get some rogue duels going on, you know, maybe when one rogue has to come back to stop the other. And like we were saying, I wonder if it's going to be a 5v5 in the middle or a 4v4 with the rogues playing on both offense and defense. So it'll be interesting to see.
Yeah, I'm curious how they're going to split up all of their players. They have a lot of options, as we've been saying. The flag carriers could choose to retreat away, but that means that one of their healers needs to be ready to come back as well, and then that healer is most likely going to be the resto druid. It's going to have to be on top of, like, do I need to be with the team, who snuck away, and you've got to keep track of all the players constantly to deal with the positioning that's going to come out from either side.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's one of the fun things about this game and this matchup in particular is like these rogues are going to have to be on point. If you're carrying the flag, you need to make sure you know where the enemy rogues are all game, clicking their frames, making sure none of them are in stealth. And if they are, you're going to have to call for help, or you're going to have to be running away. That's hard. I mean, rogues run very, very fast, even in stealth. So.
And Prey kind of just annihilated Roasty in the arena tournament, so he's definitely known for setting up kills on enemy rogues, and I'm curious to see if they can do the same in the rated Battleground 6v6 format. Again, this is sort of unprecedented in terms of experience for the players, so strategy might be lacking a little bit from both sides. However, the Americas have had at least one, maybe two 6v6 tournaments under their belt, so it's going to be curious to see if Europe can adapt quickly and deal with it. We saw that SK Gaming was about about all the small decisions and dealing with that. But it looks like I think Swapsy is the only, or sorry, Botar is the only player on the lineup for this team. So we're going to have to see how they interact together. They've been fighting each other. Now they need to team up to take victory for their region.
That's one of the cool things about this. I mean, although in 3v3 these guys are kind of rivals, you know, the first and second place team from their respective regions, now they have to come together and represent their region against the American enemies.
Yeah, definitely. And I can't, for you guys at home that can't see the complete stage, it's just so awesome seeing all the little things set up, all the doodads, the health bars above players' heads. And I'm really excited to see that at BlizzCon too as well. This exhibition match is going to be an epic one between America and Europe. Who is going to end up taking it is the question. I would definitely put my money, if I was a gambling man, on the North Americas. But we are going to be jumping into the game here very shortly. The draft has been done. We know the compositions. They are going to be mirroring each other on the initial match, which is Warsong Gulch. I am looking at a map currently right now. We can see Waffle actually is going to be playing Rogue. He plays Resto Shaman in the arena. This time going to be playing his alt here. Peekaboo is in the arena as a Rogue as well as Roasties. And teams are just locking in their specs, getting ready. And it looks like there might be a bit of a technical problem with starting the game, so we might look to reset it potentially here. We're going to do our best moving forward to deal with this. Obviously, it's a little bit unprecedented with this format, so we got to kink out some stuff. And once that's done, I'm sure that these games are going to be very epic.
Yeah, have to get in the games and see what these teams have decided to do for the strategies. I mean, we saw very different. In 3v3, these teams and these regions handle 3v3 very differently, so it's going to be exciting to see how they do in RBGs. I mean, I don't know how many teams or how many players actually play RBGs up here.
I know Waffle specifically says that he does a ton of like normal 10v10 RBGs, so maybe he can be a shot caller for his team. You know, maybe he does play the Rogue in RBGs,
I think a lot
which
of the
would
time,
be...
Yeah, I think a lot of times that's what it takes, having like an ABN strat calling and telling everyone what they need to do and really just dominating the entire field.
Yeah, you can see Waffle there on the camera. I really expect him to be a leading force. I don't know if Botar is really well versed in RBGs, but I remember talking to Waffle and he said that, yeah, he's just done a lot of them. I don't know if he's played his Shaman. Maybe not. Shamans aren't too great in the 10v10 format, so maybe he does have experience on Rogue, and he is going to surprise us with the Americas versus Europe in this best of 3 6v6 RBG tournament. It would be awesome to see some upsets. I'd like to see 2-1, go to all the maps and see everything played out. But the Americas, they need to kind of avenge themselves for the 3v3 tournament today, as they did not end up winning. We saw Follow Esports winning in the lower bracket. What I mean is that there are no North American teams secured into the semifinals just yet.
Yeah, they still have to battle their way through, so 2 European teams just sitting and waiting, which is awesome that we have this exhibition for you guys. So maybe North America can come back and tie it up a little bit. They need to.
Yeah, they need to. Losing everything all day, and now they've got one more chance to try and get a win, and I'm sure that they're all going to be playing their hearts out. All the players have been specializing themselves, getting certain gear sets ready for this to deal with the situation. I know that they were scrimming each other, trying to queue up in the practice rooms even. I mean, this isn't even for any money, and they were trying to practice for it with their time here at Burbank.
Hey, they're excited for this. I know that a lot of, like we were saying, some of these North American players, Battleground players, and if you've been playing WoW for a really long time before arenas, that's all you had. I mean, that's it. So when Battlegrounds or like outside world PvP were the only things that you could do, you know, you kind of grew up playing Warsong Gulch. But
yeah, those are my earliest memories in PvP, logging on even lower level characters and just grinding out that Warsong, trying to get my tabards and stuff like that.
Oh, the tabards.
It was a good time.
I remember the tabards. I haven't done that grind in a long time. That's way back, so it's nice to see to be able to see those maps on the big stage as well here in an exhibition match. We're looking to just work out some problems. Once they've got them sorted out, it should be an epic mirror match between Europe and the Americas. Just an awesome series ahead of us. And like I was saying, some of the setups you're going to be looking for is to see if the mages and the Shadow Priest can coordinate together to lock down both healers on the enemy team at the same time.
I think they'll be able to do it. These guys have played God Comp and RMD many, many times. If they can't coordinate together, I'd be very, very surprised.
You know, it's funny, after I say that they grew up playing these, so Warsong Gulch came out 10 years ago?
Yeah, I think so.
Whoa.
I think a couple players on the NA team may have been
like 6 years old.
6 years old when Warsong came out.
That makes me
about
stop
that.
it. That makes me feel old. Just stop right now.
Yeah. No,
I still have so much nostalgia about BGs back in the day.
Yeah, it was crazy. We lucked out so much. It turns out our strat caller for our Warsong Gulch team was Moto from 3D.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so from Team, we literally had like the best strat caller in Counter-Strike at the time, calling our strats for Warthron Gulch, and we like never lost.
That's awesome.
It was crazy.
Yeah, it'd be awesome to see this format a little bit more in depth in the future. We're going to get to see it played out here as an exhibition match on the stage between these teams. No money on the line, just pride. And the Americas are lacking a little bit of it. They were very confident moving into the 3v3 tournament and definitely didn't perform to the level of confidence that they displayed.
Yeah, that is completely true. As we are going to be getting into this game shortly, if we can, and it is going to be like we said, we're going to start on Warsong Gulch. That is going to be the first map. We are going to start as a capture the flag map to start, but then immediately we're going to switch over onto Battle for Gilneas for the second, and then if we end up tied 1-1, we are going to be going to Twin Peaks. And Twin Peaks is interesting because it really matters which faction they get, and we're just going to queue them up and let the game decide who is Horde and who is Alliance. Because base defending on...
Oh,
absolutely. Because base defending is totally different on those two.
Yeah,
so which one do you think has an advantage?
Well, actually, if they're not using monks, monks are the big thing because they can kind of like kite along the outside of and then be able to port back inside. On the Horde side, it's kind of hard. You can have druids that can take the flag through the water faster, which is really interesting with the with aquatic form. And what thing that a lot of players forget is aquatic form. If you use wild charge with it, since every form has it, you swim even faster.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
Isn't that funny?
Yeah.
Little clever mechanics, but I don't think the druids are necessarily going to be the flag carriers.
No,
absolutely not.
Chance,
a curious
you never know, they might
decision.
swap it up.
But we are a few seconds actually away from starting our first game, unless this is still a rehearsal match. So the gates are going to be opening shortly.
I think this is it.
This is it. This is it. 10 seconds to go, and we'll have to see what these guys do, which rogues decide to play defense, which rogues decide to play offense, how they're going to split themselves up. I'm very interested to see what these guys have come up with.
Yeah, definitely the gate's opening now in 3, 2, 1 as both teams are going to be charging throughout the initial gate. I don't have a lot of experience personally casting this format, so it's exciting to kind of just get to do this for the first time as both teams mount up and begin charging across the map. We can see Jamili actually going through the tunnel. Maybe he's going to be picking up the berserking buff in the hut. It seems like Jamili is going to be that big damage boost target. It doesn't look like Europe has sent anyone over there just yet as Jamili does leave through there. We see Waffles moving forward in stealth, Prey moving forward as well. We see Sap going out there onto Elite. Curious if they're going to do anything with this. Jamili moving forward, going to be building up some Shadow Orbs, throwing out that Cascade, going to be building up a lot of damage. Pry into the cheap shot early on, already down to half HP. Botar and Healing Stat trying to pick him up. We see the Polymorph on the Healing Stat. Botar able to remove that. Cubsy caught into a Polymorph and a bit of a critical error happening for us right now. But the game is still running on our other computers here, so we can see Elite popping his Avenging Wrath. Cubsy caught into a blind at the moment. That is going to be trinketed, I believe, here, as Healing Stat is able to stabilize his team with the remaining seconds of his Avenging Wrath. Obviously, we don't want to stop the game as both teams are playing out. Cubsy actually dipping dangerously low as the smoke bomb gets dropped. Barkskin comes out. Elite has to bubble, and Cubsy is going to be able to stay alive for the time being. Here we see Healing Stat is caught into a deep freeze, and we've got a bit of an RBG radio going on right now for you guys. Hopefully, we can keep the information flowing. Waffle caught into a stun, already down to 10% HP. His Saved by the Light is going to proc. Healing Stat is forced to bubble to try and pick his team back up here. Elite spamming heals. Healing Stat spamming heals as the teams begin to stabilize.
And Waffle's actually sitting in the middle, mid-map with the flag, so they actually have the advantage 6v5 right now.
I like that.
Yeah, Peekaboo actually deciding just to run and try to cap the flag when he can, but I think this is smart, like you're saying.
Yeah, definitely. I think the greatest part about this is because you are 5v6 at this point, your rogue has to burn through a lot of cooldowns before he can actually be killed, unless it's like a fast swap, that kind of thing. So it is looking good right now for the EU team.
Jamili actually went down there, and he's going to be rezzing. Cubsy is down now as well. It looks like they're going to be finishing off Elite, and Europe have a bit of a kill lead here. I'm curious if they can take advantage of any objectives. Doesn't look like they can find anything just yet.
Pry actually pushing in to go after Peekaboo right now as they have drawn first blood. Like we were talking about, rogues are excellent at killing other rogues, so Pry pushing in, trying to find Peekaboo, and he wants to capitalize on this. Waffle's pushing back into his base. If Peekaboo can be found and killed, then this will be an early cap for Europe.
Yep, Prey is inside the base currently right now with Peekaboo. Searching to find the targets. Maybe he's going to wait to let that damage increasing debuff stack up and then surprise attack Peekaboo.
Look at this. Look at this. On screen right now. There we go. This is going to be the Rogue versus Rogue that we were waiting for. The killing spree comes out onto Peekaboo as Peekaboo gets down below half, taking a ton of damage right now. Tries to get that feint up, and he's going to run away just a bit as it looks like Botar is actually headed up to support right now.
He might be able to finish him off. Saved by the light procs. Cubsy reconnects with Peekaboo, and Cubsy should be able to keep Peekaboo alive here. Now trying to rotate some pressure onto Pry. Will Pry be followed up? Raikou comes in. Botar follows it up as well. Cubsy caught into the sheep. Peekaboo completely alone at the moment, trying to actually finish off Pry. We see Elite now able to reconnect along with Cubsy, and Peekaboo should be able to survive for a long time here with both healers on each team now catching up in the room, waiting for their fellow teammates to catch up.
Absolutely, Peekaboo actually pushing in onto the flag cap right now. Caught into that full kidney shot. He is getting dangerously low, down to 60% HP, 50% HP. Getting it busted so hard. Peekaboo is going to go down, and if Europe can get to
Waffle
the flag,
get the cap?
Yeah, can Waffles get the cap? That is the question.
Looking to find Waffle right now at the moment. We can see the opposing team of the Americas looking to try and take him down. Is he going to be able to get the cap in time? I'm not sure. He's still racing to try and get there. And Europe are going to be taking a 1 cap lead over the Americas, and despite having the experience, Europe's just dominating everything.
I really like what they did. I think having that 6v5 is such a huge advantage in that team fight, and once they can win that team fight, it's easy for them to push in. I don't think Peekaboo should have pushed back onto his base and sort of just sat there.
I liked that. I liked that they kept the tank and well, not the tank. They kept the flag carrier in the fight. Okay, so Pry and Roasties both have it, as it looks like Botar, Raikou, and Valet are, and Waffles. Look at this. They are all going to escort him back.
Yep,
this is going to be.
over.
Yep, they're going to switch it over to Waffles, who's definitely set up. Like we were saying, you know, gear matters, spec matters if you're going to be a flag carrier rogue. And look, it looks like they want to just go for Jamil. No, looks like they're going to hold back. I was hoping that they were just going to kill Jamili before he could get back.
Jamili is actually caught in the center field here. Elite getting polymorphed into the frost shot. Cubsy now caught into the polymorph. Elite able to dispel him out immediately, though. A bit of pressure onto Jamili. Cubsy and Elite should be able to keep him alive. Elite actually getting caught up.
Actually opening up onto Peekaboo once again, able to sap him, and now opening up onto him, forcing Peekaboo's trinket. So now, as the stacks build higher and higher, he's not going to have that trinket available to use his feint and evasions and Cloak of Shadows like he needs to. So excellent job by Pry, catching Peekaboo and forcing that major defensive cooldown.
Yeah, we can see Elite, though, is able to pull back. Peekaboo manages to cross the map and get back into his base. We can see Wealthy Man down to half HP, pulling up Waffles, trying to hold him in center field. Roasties are set up with him. Botar and Healing Stat are there as well. They're going to need a smoke bomb out from Roasty if they want to take him down. Cheap shot comes through. There's the smoke bomb, gets dropped. They're trying to take him down right here and now. Waffle, death from above, is going to connect, but Healing Stat and Botar are in the bomb and keeping him completely stable here. Now Waffle's looking to rotate some pressure around, as it is 3 DPS against 2 healers and 1 DPS. Waffle should be able to pick this up. We see Pry now moving in as well to try and back up Waffle. He's going to cheap shot Roasty, trying to catch him off guard. Roasty actually trinkets that immediately. Double X Nova out from Raikou here. Botar reconnects with his team. Ice block forced out from Wealthy Man. Pressure onto Roasty. He's saved by the light, is going to proc here, trying to stabilize his HP right now, and this is just back and forth.
This is the exact same situation, though. Peekaboo is just sitting in his base waiting for Waffles to die, and he's just not going down. And now Pry,
he isn't.
Yeah,
Pry is
on
here we
hunt.
go.
Yeah, here he goes.
Let's see if we can have Pry score the kill on him. That's going to be extremely important at this point.
Botar dipping low in the center field, though. Will he be backed up by Healing Stat
Pry
at the
actually
moment
grabbing Berserking, too, so he has that Berserking. Peekaboo has no trinket. If Peekaboo gets sapped and cheap shotted, he is going to die.
We're going to have a 1v1 again between Pry and Peekaboo here in a second, I believe. Healing Stat pulling back to try and reconnect with Waffle. We can see Pry going up the ramp now, going into the room. I think he knows where Peekaboo is, and he is playing combat. He's got the Berserking buff. He's probably going to one-shot him. Puts Peekaboo into the sap. Are they going to be able to follow up? There's the kidney shot. Unused trinket pop. He's going to get one shot, I would expect here. Just so much damage. Peekaboo's just going to go down, and Pry is going to claim another flag cap for Europe.
Pry doing exactly what he needs to do. He's been like the boss of this RPG, making sure Peekaboo's trinketing. These are the rogue 1v1s we were talking about, and they're able to just cap.
Look at the nervous little laugh from Peekaboo.
Yeah, we can see Europe is dominating in this first map on Warsong Gulch, and the Americas need to find their footing here. It seems like they're going for some team fight oriented play with Peekaboo isolated in the back, and it's just not working. Nobody's able to back him up.
Yeah, and maybe the big thing they can capitalize right now is that Pry is is not the carrier spec. Like, he's not set up to be a carrier. He's probably full damage at this point, as it looks like Pry is going to try to make it back, as Roasties is going to be on healing stat too. Healing stat down to half really quickly, but a great grip by Valet, pulling him out with that leap of faith. But here we go. Now Peekaboo is trying to get his revenge right now onto Pry. Instantly, Iron Barca goes out, as look, he's going to bomb and go onto Jamili at this point, as the damage is going to come out, and he's just going to killing spree onto Jamili, who's, wow, look at that dispersion, and Iron Barca, I do believe, on top of it.
Yeah, a bit of overlap from Team Americas here at the moment. Pry is getting pressured by Roasties, though. Are they going to be able to capitalize at all? Cubsy caught into a fear. Damage onto Waffles at the moment, but Pry is the flag carrier. They're trying to pressure Jamili. A bit unexpected that Jamili would be holding the flag. Maybe a desperate maneuver here. Maybe he just doesn't trust Peekaboo with the flag anymore.
He drops it, and actually Peekaboo's able to pick it up. Waffles on his back, though, actually gets disarmed by Jamili. Wants Peekaboo to escape, and this is just another one of the situations we were talking about where it's going to be a 5v6, and if they can capitalize in the team fight.
Pry is sort of there. I think he's going to come back to the team fight, actually, because Roasties is almost dead. And the big thing is, Roasties is really going to be the one, like you were saying before. The Rogue versus Rogue is how they're going to kill the flag carrier. They really need that damage from the Rogue and the lockdown to kill the enemy Rogue. So if they can make sure that Roasties dies here and dies again and again in the team fight, look at that. Now Peekaboo's figuring it out.
That's exactly what they need to do.
Playing it very smart, going to play together. Raikou getting bursted down, forced into that ice block. Healing stat needs to try and pick him up here pretty quickly. Botar is with him as well. The Mass Dispel comes out on the block. Pressure onto Peekaboo. Waffles catching him off guard. Cubsy needs to pick him up here. Elite caught into the polymorph. I believe Cubsy getting CC'd as well, but it looks like they're starting to reverse the pressure. Botar dipping very low. Displaces away at 5% HP. Roasty follows it up, and US is actually taking this back quite convincingly. They're going to be pushing in here shortly. Jamili and Peekaboo staying together along with Roasties. They're just going to leave healing stat behind. They're on the hunt for the flag at the moment, and Pry realizes that he's going back to his graveyard. Great positioning out from Pry with the flag right now.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, he is going to meet his. There we go. He is actually going to meet his teammates, and there we go. Now he's going to be able to drop the flag for Waffles, as Waffles picks it up, as he's going to be the carrier for the team of EU. And what does that mean? That means Pry is on the hunt.
On the hunt
Pry
once
is
again.
2-0, man.
Wants to go get Peekaboo.
Oh, here he comes. I don't know if Peekaboo knows this is coming.
He's alone again.
No, Elite is pulling back. He's trying his best.
He's not. He can't.
Elite, I guess he can't catch him. Peekaboo's too fast. He needs to make sure he's kiting out. He can't let Pry connect onto him, or he's just going to die again instantly. Waffles pulling back. Jamili actually trying to open up onto Waffles, trying to make something happen. Waffles getting cheap shot by Roasties and Jamili. The smoke bomb comes out. Waffles could go down here. Saved by the light procs. It's not going to be enough. He does kill him. Peekaboo might be able to capitalize him.
Oh, look at that. Blind and sapped, and he's... What is
but the flag got capped on the opposite side. Pry needs to kill him quick. If he doesn't kill him in this stun line, he needs to pick the flag up. Pry versus Peekaboo right now
debuff.
in a 1v1.
That was smart. Oh, I see. He wanted to try to kill him, and like he was like, wow, if I kill him now, the debuffs are going to reset, and I can just walk it home. Because right now he's going to have a whole lot of trouble getting back to his team. And just as I say that, they are waiting for him in the tunnel. Peekaboo is pushing up. Peekaboo wants to kill him right here, but it might not be the greatest things to do, and they pull back. This is looking great again for EU.
There's only 9 minutes left. I don't know how they're going to cap 2 flags in 9 minutes at this point at the pace of the game. Cubsy now moving forward. They're hunting after Pry, who has left through the center tunnel at the moment. Just slowing down Roasties with these polymers. We can see them trying to push into center field. Wealthy Man feeling a bit of damage as he dips down to half HP. He's got no healers nearby. He's forced into the ice block. Jamili chasing after here. Roasty chasing after now as well, trying to reconnect onto Pry. Healing stat and Cubsy are there. Maybe they're just going to try and burst him through it. I don't think they can, though. A lot of healing coming out from Cubsy right now, keeping Pry reasonably healthy. As I say, that's still down at half HP. Any damage to follow it up could be the end of his life here. Wealthy Man as well, dipping low. Jamili's going to finish him off, or sorry, the Shadow Breeze Valet is going to finish off Wealthy Man there. Well played, and we can see that Americas are wiping up, and now Europe can go on the offense and push in to end this.
Cubsy, Peekaboo, and Elite need to go from the flag room and connect to the graveyard. They have to get to the graveyard before they get opened up on, so it can be that 6v6. If they stay split, it's going to be a nightmare for them.
It definitely is going to be a nightmare.
Look what Pry's doing.
What's he doing?
Pry mounts up on to his yak, and he grabs the Zerking, and he is going for it. This could end it right here in an early fashion with 8 minutes to go. Actually, Pry's going around a bit. I don't know if he wants to
Valet lands a fear onto both healers. Peekaboo is actually getting set up on very aggressively at the moment. Cubsy caught into the deep freeze sheath. Elite needs to dispel. Pry finds him with the Berserking. Pry goes for the killing spree. Ironbark comes up from Cubsy to try and recover. Peekaboo is forced to trinket. Elite tries to connect. Elite gets cloned up. Smoke Bomb has to get dropped down. Defensively, I think there. Pry is still on the hunt for Peekaboo at the moment as both teams are going to collide on America's Graveyard. Peekaboo just in full retreat mode at the moment here, trying to cut away, but that debuff is stacking up. He's moving much slower. Pry is still just on the hunt, relentlessly tunneling into Peekaboo. Pry trinketing out of that blind, does get gouged up, trying to reconnect here. Cubsy and Peekaboo, though, are sticking together as a unit with Elite. I don't think it's going to go down as easily this time around.
Well, Rosie's actually decided to push off and go offense too, sapping healing stat, cheap shotting Waffles. The Shadow Dance comes out, trying to make something happen onto Waffles. These stacks are getting higher and higher. Doesn't like he's going to be able to accomplish too much, though, with that Holy Pally.
At the same time, Pry goes down right there, so he's going to be set back. Same with Raikou, as it looks like both Waffles and healing stats seem to be okay right now. So that push by US with Roasties, I don't think was going to work.
Yeah, both sides are going to be kind of evening out here. We can see actually Botar pulling back defensively. Waffles going to the graveyard as Valet will be rezzing here shortly along with Prey, and both teams are going to kind of equalize. I mean, at this point, Europe could just try and stall the game. Yeah. If they really wanted to take the win.
Yeah, but they're not. That's the funny part, is they're not stalling at this point.
Is that Roasty and stealth? Healing stat gets stabbed. Waffles is cutting on the outside fence. Roasty sets up here. Healing stat is forced to trinket. The sacrifice comes out, trying to pre-sacrifice the blind here. Smoke Bomb gets dropped by Roasties. Waffles trying to cut out. DFA out from Roasty. I don't think Roasty's going to be able to solo him. Roasty gets hodged up there by Healing stat. Healing stat will keep Waffles alive here, but that damage increase is stacking higher and higher.
And now Prize trying to go do the exact same thing Roasties was doing, pushing into both Peekaboo and Elite. It's going to be so hard for him to actually finish, though. The Paladin pre-healing, as well as the Save by the Light and buffs, are going to make it a nightmare for him to solo Peekaboo. But if he can go in and force some offensive cooldowns, here it goes. The Adrenaline Rush, sap onto Elite, kidney shot onto Peekaboo. Elite just decides to bubble. He's going to spam heal through this. Peekaboo's going to be completely fine. Now Pry needs to escape and just be happy with the cooldowns that he's forced.
But as this is going on right now, it looks like on the Alliance side, or I'm sorry, on the EU side, we do have a sap going out onto healing side. And you have Jamili also. Instant bubble by healing stat, knowing he's going to take a lot of damage. A death from above onto Waffles takes him down to half instantly. Jamili is helping out also, runs him with the fear. Waffles down to half right now, taking a ton of damage. Saved by the Light procs. Healing stat is feared into the blind. I don't think he has a trinket because he opened up with the bubble. A gouge also, and here we go. As we do see the damage coming out onto Roasties, but Botar was able to make it back in time. So we are going to have a little skirmish going on while you guys are watching the enemy flag carrier. All right, so now we have Waffles is going to try to live through this as we hear a yell going out as Pride just did die.
Pride just got 1v2'd there by Elite and Peekaboo, which means that there is pressure on Europe right now. Waffles has a lot of support, though. Roasty getting kidney shot. Roasty's going to shrink it out of that very aggressively. Lands the kidney shot onto Waffles. Botar is caught into a bash. They need to follow up the CC if they want to finish Waffles. Whoa, that's just a huge crit out of nowhere. And Americas are going to get a flag back on Europe, and there's only 5 minutes left. But if they get it, they're going to end up actually taking the win despite of it being a tie.
Yep. Because the Warsong Gulch rules are the last team to cap in a tie is the winning team.
I think they're doing exactly what they need to do. A little bit of a mistake on the first two caps, pulling Peekaboo way too far back.
Look at this.
And Pry was able to capitalize on that.
Pry is on Roasty right now. He saps him and is waiting. Okay, it does look like the gates are there, so they cannot go to the top of Warsong Gulch. But Pry has a kidney onto Roasties in the tunnel right now as his friends are coming back out to help him. Cubsy is on the way as the gouge lands, just as the Garrote also lands. And then Peekaboo is there to help out his rogue buddy right there as Pry is just going to get constantly controlled at this point.
Yeah, they flip the flags around. Peekaboo is going to be holding the flag for the Americas as it gets life gripped to the center field by Jamili. They're going to be crossing the map. Europe hasn't picked up the flag yet. We can see Waffle trying to go for it as quickly as possible, and these teams are going to run headlong into each other in center field in a moment. Elite reconnects with Peekaboo. Raikou caught in center field with Botar. They need to be able to stay alive and slow Peekaboo down. We see Waffles has picked up the flag. He's paired up with Valet to back him up. Peekaboo actually getting deeped up by Raikou, trying to solo him right now in center field. Valet is going to follow it up. Peekaboo getting polymorphed. They're slowing him down. Valet is going to be able to connect here shortly. Elite trying to catch up now as well, as all the teams are getting slowed here in center field, but Peekaboo does manage to escape up the tunnel, maybe overextending a little bit. Elite trying to catch up with him here, just jumping over and over, throwing out some damage onto Raikou, as it is going to be a bit of a 1v2 situation. I think that Europe definitely needs a little bit more than just Raikou on offense if they're going to take Peekaboo down.
Yeah, and it looks like Waffles actually is in, and they're going on healers in the midfield at this point because they know they have the numbers advantage outside. It is 5v4 right now because both Peekaboo and Elite are are back, which means if they can score a kill onto Cubsy right here, they're just going to be able to dismantle the North American team just step by step.
Yeah, we can see Peekaboo and Elite are on defense. Not too much action here, but there is a team fight going on in center field at the moment between the teams, and whoever really ends up winning this team fight could be the determining factor. Waffles getting set up on there in the center field, now getting cloned up. Peekaboo should be completely fine for the time being here, as both teams are actually still battling it out in the center field. Peekaboo's ready just in case anyone sneaks away, though. Wealthy Man getting bursted down. He's going to drop, and that's going to be a kill for Europe at the moment here. Waffles pushing forward, Pry pushing forward. They're going to look to finish off Roasties. There's the killing spree. Smoke bomb gets dropped. Good coordination between both the rogues. Elite desperately dive bombing into it, not able to stabilize. And Europe have taken a commanding lead here. Waffle needs to find a way to wipe up the team, get back to the base, and they need to push on a Peekaboo.
I think they need to be responding to what's happening on the midfield way better. That was another 6v4 situation. He's just sitting with the flag in the middle. Peekaboo and Elite playing defense, and Raikou just says, to heck with that, pulls back, and they're able to just win the team fight. Now they have a big advantage.
Yeah, Elite, but they are wiping them up. I mean, maybe they just want to camp them at the graveyard. Elite's got the Avenging Wrath up.
2 minutes.
Does get cloned up, and there is only 2. They just maybe just want to stall it as well. Waffle's just holding the flag in center field, not splitting up. Wealthy Man getting bursted down, and I mean, as long as the Europe can keep these Americas under control in terms of like killing them one by one, and they keep running back, they might be able to stall the game out. We see Waffles retreating. There's only a minute and 58 seconds left. Roasty's trying to move forward. Botar blinks back with him. The cheap shot follows it up. Offensive evasion out from Roasty's pre-Ironbark out from Botar to try and stabilize here. This is the Americas' last chance. If they need to take Waffles down, and it doesn't look like they're going to be able to accomplish their mission. Still only a minute and 40 seconds left in the game. Waffles in full retreat. Pry is in full retreat. Valet is in full retreat. And we can see that Europe are just going to look to try and stall this out and take the game.
Here's Roasty's last shot at it right now, as he is going, he is stealthed behind Waffles right now. Waffles has his Shadow Dance up, as Roasty's and Jamili are going to go hard onto him right now. Waffles taking a little bit of damage. Of course, the 2 healers are there to support, but the healers aren't going to do much damage. Wealthy Man now is able to connect onto Waffles as the Comet Storm comes crashing in down to half. Roasty's just keeps getting crowd controlled, though, as Waffles is just going to run for it. He only has to live for a minute, and then EU wins.
Yeah, definitely.
1 minute.
They just need to keep it up.
This is what they're going to do. Pry is just going to crowd control as much as he can on the way up, which is exactly what's happening. And Waffles can just waddle his way to victory, and he's now finding out about the gate. Oh no!
Oh no, there's a gate there.
America's going to the gate.
Oh no! Oh no!
He needs to escape.
Oh, if that can be the deciding factor, if he gets bursted down right now and it's all the gate's fault that he didn't know about, that's going to not be great. But it looks like Jamili is going to go for it by himself, and that's actually a dangerous situation.
It's so hard for them to chase them down if all they're doing is CCing. It's so hard to chase down. Cubsy doing everything he can to stop him, but he's not. He's still going to be able to get away. We only have 30 seconds left. If he can manage to survive, EU will take the first game in this battleground.
Yeah, and it's going to look rough here. I mean, Waffle's getting cloned up. Americans need to try and catch up. Roasty's a little bit too far behind.
I actually like the clone. I like the clone because it's going to buy him some time. And the big thing is Roasty is just getting shut down by Pry right now.
15 seconds, 14 seconds, 13 seconds, 12 more seconds.
They need to preemptively use cooldowns, just like Healing Stat's doing. He bubbles. He's just spamming out those heals.
8,
he wants to get the shield out.
7,
preemptively
6,
use all your
5,
cooldowns, evasion,
4,
everything.
3,
That's
2,
it's going to be
Oh no!
That's it.
EU takes the first game. Look at that. And the damage numbers just out. Wow, look at that. So both Valet and Jamili almost about the same. I want to talk about the killing blows, though, because that's all that Battlegrounds, that's all that matters in Battlegrounds. Is a scoreboard.
Absolutely.
Of course, we do have Valet and Raikou both with 6 kills apiece. Jamili coming next with 3 kills, tied with Wealthy Man and Roasty. Pry with only 1 kill. 1 killing blow during that, and that was that first.
It got him a flag cap.
It sure did.
Yeah, that was an important
kill. You're going to get a killing blow. That might as well be the one to do it.
Wow. And so that, like, overall, it seemed like just you had that midfield coordination, which is what we were talking about. Are you going to leave your flag carrier in with the fight? And that's what paid off for them, because you have a rogue who just has so many different cooldowns. And the thing is, because it's 6v6, every small kill you get gets you that much ahead.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they can just clean up the midfield and then they can push in. And it seemed like they were the American team was just messing that up over and over and over.
Yeah, whereas Prey, I mean, he was kind of the MVP, didn't he? He ended up getting 2 caps for his team in terms of killing Peekaboo. So Prey versus Peekaboo, and Prey is going to come out ahead in game number 1. We are going to be jumping to a bit of a different format in terms of map. It's not going to be a capture the flag. It's going to be a capture the base map. 3 bases for each team to take, and they're going to be battling out, as I would expect, in a 5v5 at Waterworks as we move into the Battle of Gilneas for the 2nd round. And I'm not sure if we're doing a draft pick or the teams are kind of locked into their comps. A little bit of an unknown part of the tournament here.
I'm actually not sure. We're going to have to find out. It is up to the admin's discretion, of course.
Does it look like someone's changing it up?
Quite possibly.
It looks like something might be changing.
Joe
for this next match,
Fernandez.
So
they're looking over at us.
Substitution,
Giving us
giving us a little nod. Yeah. So I don't know. What's the
There's
next
a lot
one?
of SWAT.
Gilneas?
Yep, Gilneas.
Okay, so Gilneas, yeah.
I mean, maybe they're just trying to take advantage of doing some damage because it's going to be a long, drawn-out
I guess
team
that's
fight.
true. Yeah. Because the thing is, you're not trying to dart around and maybe kill the enemy flag carrier, chase down an enemy rogue. You just need to smash the enemy team at Waterworks, and maybe just having the warrior is going to be there.
It's
just
basically a 5v5. You just have to think of it like that. Well, which composition can I run that's going to be the best in a 5v5 situation? Because that's basically what we've seen in the past. I mean, maybe someone can come up with some new, unique strategy, but in the 6v6 tournament we saw online, it was basically one person defends, and 5v5, and whoever wins that 5v5 battle just wins.
It's curious that Europe doesn't have very much experience in the format, yet they're trying to take advantage of the player swaps, as opposed to Americas. They're just sticking to their standard 6. And having played in a 6v6 myself, I'm not too certain how the Cleavy comp, if Joe Fernandez is going to be playing Warrior and Swapsy is going to be playing Enhancement, is going to go. But I mean, the Europe region have been dominating in Arena. Maybe they're going to show us something as well in the RBG format. They seem to be unstoppable.
Yeah, they really are. I mean, they destroyed. They just wiped the floor with them, basically, with that. And they really did. And the big thing to note was we were saying that the 6v6 format, the NA players had played in the GCD tournament. They've been following those GCD tournaments. So they knew that this was kind of a format that, GCD was looking at and stuff like that. And we kind of followed suit. And, it turns out that this format's kind of fun to watch.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, it's been a pretty cool experience in that first map. Obviously, Soda's doing his best to keep up with the camera. There's so much going on. We're just like, over here, yelling randomly. He's doing his best to keep up with it. So I think Soda did a great job, despite all the problems with that map. And hopefully this one will be much more cleaner on Gilneas, and it's going to be much more condensed, a lot less bouncing around. But, I'm interested to see if there is going to be any bouncing around. I mean, Americas have a much more mobile comp if they are going to be sticking with the double rogue, as opposed to Botar and Swapsy that appear to be swapping in for the European side of Skrillari Kept Gaming, the mouthful team name that they have fused together to make. But they are one up in the best of 3 format. If they win this, then Europe is winning in the 3v3 format. They're winning in the Battleground format, and they're just looking unstoppable moving into BlizzCon next week.
Yeah, and we'll have to see. Gilneas is going to be a much more interesting match, and we actually do have a Windows 10 game DVR replay over with Jackson.
Hey guys, that was so much fun to watch, and great job casting that. I know it's a new format, but it was an absolute blast. And in our first 6v6 BG grudge match, we do see EU taking the lead. Let's take a quick look at this replay where we talk some things out. So one of the really cool things about this format is how often it comes down to a 1v1 or a 2v2 situation, especially when it's rogue v rogue. You have this sort of assassin rogue built for damage, and you have this sort of tanky, faster rogue built for flag carrying. And unfortunately for the flag carrying rogue, they are usually at a disadvantage. There's no way for them to avoid openers or re-stealth or anything like that. So it's really up to them to use their mobility and use their communication with their teammates to avoid those situations. But it sure is a whole lot of fun to watch. Plus, Pry, being the assassin rogue that he is, even though he's playing combat, he is constantly yelling at his team. And I think that Europe is definitely bringing the hype, if not the skill. So in this next matchup, they are swapping over to a little bit more of a Cleavy comp for this Gilneas matchup. Maybe they're anticipating more of a battle over one node rather than the constant back and forth flag carrying kind of thing. So I think what's going to happen here is we're going to see the addition of Joe Fernandez and Swapsy pretty much forming a blender just about at any base where they are. But I think the NA team might be a little bit more mobile. So we'll have to see how this breaks down. But I am so excited to watch another one of these matches. That last one was a blast. Let's throw it back to the casters and get this going.
Hey guys, we are back and we're looking forward to bring you the second match in this exhibition best of 3 6v6 BG battle between Europe and the Americas. Europe lead 1-0, which was unexpected. I was a gambling man. I put my money on the Americas as they did at practice, but
throughout this tournament, anyone that I have said is going to win has lost. So I just need
caster curse, man.
It's caster curse. I really have a curse right now, so I just need to keep my mouth shut. I'm not going to make any more predictions and let the chips fall where they may.
You know what? One of the things I do like about Gilneas as a 6v6, because I tried it out with a bunch of my friends, and we kind of ran Gilneas. We tried out a couple of different ones when we heard GCD was going to run them to see what would be interesting and fun. Gilneas was actually really interesting because you can pull the goalie sometimes, because if you have the two rogues defending, and sometimes you can gamble and pull that rogue to either go on offense on the second rogue, because if the remaining 5 members are in a team fight and are dying or getting really low, they're not going to have the chance to just disengage and run away. And by the time you do see them run away, you can already be sending somebody back.
That's actually a very good
so
point.
Pulling the goalie, I think in 66, pulling the goalie is going to be like the strat for 66 that you're going to have to surprise people with.
If you have a rogue that's sitting in stealth at your node and he just comes over, helps you really, really quick, just drops his cooldowns and runs back.
Yeah.
You can't catch him. I mean, he's going to be able to get away with it. So if someone comes out with that risky play, I think it could definitely work out for a team.
Yeah, but we've got the draft ready. The Americas have locked in their composition. Let's take a second and look at that to see if they are going to be playing any sort of a different composition, or if they're going to be sticking with the main one that they were playing last time. It does look like they are going to be leading off with the same double rogue RMD shatter play combination, and they did lose previously 2-1 in terms of flag caps. Pretty close game, just not able to finish off Waffles towards the last seconds of that match. And now Europe, though, making those substitutions. I'm curious because all of them can play so many different classes that I'm not too sure what the composition is actually going to end up being. And, I mean, they put Swapsy on the desk, but I don't see a Shaman.
No, I don't.
They're playing the.
I wonder if this is updated for it. They are going to be Alliance, of course, as they do have. It looks like. Oh no, it looks like we do have a Shaman in there. It's just labeled a priest. So we do have double rogue. It looks like warrior. So it's going to be double rogue warrior. Shaman.
So they have no casters.
No casters.
That's interesting.
That's very interesting.
Rogue enhanced warrior.
That means they're just gonna. It is going to be a train.
Who do you think is going to be?
It is old school. It is old school war song, double warrior, wind fury, train, kill healers. Like that's what it's going to be in this. They're just going to wow.
And what's cool is that both teams have the rogues on defense. Like you're saying, pulling the goalie, both sides can do that. And it's going to be interesting to see how they react, because if one team pulls off their defending rogue, the other rogue might go in ninja. And then once you've got a base, it's really easy to hold it. So I'm curious to see how they're going to do that. Obviously, Peekaboo was the flag carrier for the Americas last time. I would expect him to be the initial capping rogue potentially here on Gilneas. Obviously, they're both really well versed on their class. They could switch whenever they want. Say, you know what, you were flag carrier, but I want to be this. And kind of switch between the roles pretty easily in this match. But they need to win this and tie the series up, or they're just down so much for the entire day.
And of course, that is the team from the Americas on. They are down 0-1, but they can definitely come back. We did see some dominating performance from some of these members in the GCD 66 tournament for Gilneas that we saw. So hopefully they have those strats down. And of course, they are going to be facing against Europe, who is currently up 1-0 right now. We did have some swaps going in, so we are going to have Botar, Waffle, Swapsy, Joe Fernandez, Healing Stat, and Pry going in. I'm glad they left Pry in after that last game. I think he really was my MVP in that game.
He was the MVP. He did an excellent job finding Peekaboo, making sure to bait his trinket, and then he knew when he didn't have trinket, he'd go grab Berserking and just finish him off. So that's one of the cool things about RBGs too, is you can take advantage of those buffs. So that's one of the things we're going to see at Waterworks, is people making sure they get the Berserking buff as well as the Rejuve buffs. The healers need to get that so they can increase their mana.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm curious to see if Europe is going to do that typical cleave playstyle, or if they're going to go after DPS. Obviously, they have access to rogues to drop some smoke bombs down as crowd control initiation, but in terms of like setup, they really don't have any. It's kind of like SK Gaming are going to be taking a bit more of a commanding role in this matchup, as opposed to Skill Capped EU in the previous composition. So I'm curious to see how the cleave format's going to go up against the caster melee kind of setup bursty comp.
I think it's going to be really hard for them to land a kill. I said I was going to keep my mouth shut, but I'm not going to. I think it's going to be really hard for them as a cleave composition to actually land a kill and get the crowd control needed, because with two healers, it's going to be very difficult to actually secure a kill unless you're crowd control. And I feel like the comp Rogue, Mage, Shadow Priest has way more control.
I don't know. Maybe if they are running a sub-rogue, perhaps they leave Pry back and they run Waffles as a sub-rogue up front. With that Shadow Dance, being able to toss out a ton of control at the same time. Because in this, when it's a 5v5 format that you are going to be fighting at the Waterworks, one kill just snowballs into 2, 3, 4. Maybe get that Garrote cheap shot off onto the two healers and just train somebody into the ground during that time.
They could end up training the Mage. They're all just sitting on the Mage, a Rogue, an Enhancement Shaman, and a Warrior with the Master Flag. Could be exceptionally difficult for them to actually get the crowd control that they need.
All right, and let's see what's going to go on in this matchup. Let me just get a couple macros down so I can jump around. As so Gilneas, this is going to be interesting to see how Gilneas is going to play out. This is a map that's going to rely a lot on not getting destroyed at the waterwork and then not getting your second node capped instantly.
Yeah, what we've seen in the past is whoever wins the waterwork fight wins the RBG.
Yeah,
pretty much. So these guys lose this fight, it's going to take a miracle for them to actually come back, because once you're just sitting there and you don't have to worry about capping the flag, the other team does. It's just, you're just in such a comfy position, and as time goes on, they have to worry about that, getting further and further behind on resources.
I'm just really excited that Europe is kind of subbing in some other players as well. We get to see some more faces too. Joe Fernandez and Swapsy did so well in the arena tournament. Now we're going to get an opportunity to see how well they'll do in the BG format, an exhibition match here today. Currently, Europe does lead 1-0 in the overall best of 3. Americas are going to be looking to try and take this game back against them here, and we can see that Americas have spawned actually on the Alliance side, and Europe will be fighting for the Horde side. And to my understanding, actually, Horde rogues that they spec for the speed boost can actually get to the flag faster, so the Americans are going to need to respond to that and try and cut them off.
Okay,
I didn't even know that.
I guess that makes sense, yeah. So it'll be interesting to see if we can, you know, we'll be following some rogues sometimes. We'll be going out and into the big team fight, since that's going to be really the big determining thing. But what I'll do is I'll be following the rogues on my screen, so I'll be able to let you guys know if there's any big attempts at the 1v1, and those are going to be so incredibly important when you only have 6 people, because if your rogue dies, maybe it's the rogue that you just pulled from Lighthouse, maybe it's the rogue from Mines, maybe you disengage out of that 5v5 fight, and then when you're one down in that, we saw that happen midfield in Warsong Gulch over and over against North America.
Yeah, Pry was able to take advantage of those 1v2, 1v1 situations, but in this format, it's going to be basically 5v5 for most of it. I'm curious to see if Pry is going to be as aggressive and maybe go for some ninja caps, maybe put the pressure onto Peekaboo and force a 1v1. He definitely seemed to be very confident on the Warsong Gulch. You can see both teams are going to be charging forward. Peekaboo seems to be the one to take the defending node. Waffle is going to also be the one taking the defending node, as both teams keep charging across here. No real advantage in terms of positioning just yet here. Healing Stat is the most forward player. Looks like Elite and Cubsy are going to follow him up as well here. Maybe the Shroud of Concealment comes out here for Roasties potentially. No, the Shroud of Concealment out from Prey. Jamili gets sapped. They rotate the sap over onto Elite. What can they get done with this is the question here. Not just anything. Maybe look for a resap. Not able to. Botar gets cheap shot. Healing Stat gets cheap shot. Cubsy gets put into the full blind. Elite is actually going to be the main target, I think, for Europe at the moment, as they are playing that Cleavy-based comp. There's the blind into the sap on Cubsy. Elite is still going to be the primary target at the moment here, as Prey is going after him relentlessly.
Oh, here we go. And it looks like Peekaboo is going to go for the ninja right now, as he does. He wants to bait Waffles out right now. It is at the mines, as it looks like Peekaboo is going to smoke bomb and go for it. And this is really a test of how you know how the rogue duel works, trying to cap against someone else, as it looks like both mines and the Lighthouse are going to switch over, as Peekaboo is going to get sapped. He's going for it. Gets sapped again.
Peekaboo actually trinketed that blind into a sap, so now he's susceptible to being opened on it. It's definitely risky for him. He's still going for that cap. Waffle's probably going to open up onto him, denying Peekaboo, just not letting him cap.
Oh, and they probably realize they pull the goalie, and this is not good.
Pry is running it over. Nobody sees him, I don't think. Botar's coming back to
trying to get out, but Botar was stopping him.
Roasty and Pry could have an epic rogue 1v1 though, if that's going to end up happening. These rogues are very sneaky across the map on both sides. Peekaboo going for the node. Waffles there, dropping the smoke bomb kind of.
I don't think Roasties can make it. I don't think Roasties can make
either. He's running. He got caught by the water, and Pry is going to take the base, I believe, which means that Roasty is forced to 1v1 Pry in the situation. He's going for the flag.
What needs to happen now is since Pry is back and Roasties and Pry's are going to worry about that, Peekaboo needs to re-engage at the waterworks, and they have to win this fight right now. There is no second guessing this. Actually, Elite is going to go and he's stopping Botar from coming back in. That's what it was. I thought Elite was going to swap around and try. They really need to kill. They need to shut down Healing Stat, and they need to kill Joe Fernandez like right now.
It's interesting. Maybe Joe and Swapsy are a little bit more tanky than the Rogue and Mage and Shadow Priest kind of setup. So maybe they're just going to try and turtle it out, take the ninja base, and take advantage of that turbo cleave defensiveness rather than the cleavy base damage. So I think that Europe is playing this very well strategically. We see Roasty getting sapped up by Prey.
Peekaboo's right next to him too. So it is going to be Peekaboo and Roasties versus Pry, but Peekaboo can't see Pry at this point.
Pry is just playing games right now with America.
I think he found him. I think he found him.
Nope. Full blind. Oh, the fire's going to cap over. Roasty's getting blinded here, and Pry's doing an amazing job. 1v1ing and just laughing in the face of the American Rogues at the moment right now. Roasty's tricking the kidney shot. Peekaboo gets snapped, and Pry is just laughing right now, 1v2ing him. Going for the throw now, and Pry gets blinded. Looks like they're looking to try and get the cap. Peekaboo looking to set up. Pry triggers the evasion. The kidney shot stops the cap, and Pry is just laughing circles at the moment. Finally, Roasty is going to catch him into that stun, but I don't think it's going to be long enough.
Waffles coming in, he's trying to stop him. Can he stop him?
He caps
it back. Finally caps it back. Actually pulling the goalie, like you said, Waffles coming in to try to help out Pry. Pry doing an excellent job there, though.
Look at how fast Pry's dying, though. Oh, no, it looks like Waffles is going to stop as a full blind goes on to Peekaboo while his evasion's up, so he's going to have to wait as Roasty gets dunked on by
EU
Waffles.
is losing the team fight, though, or winning the team fight. I'm confused right now about what's going on.
They can
Roasty
actually
goes
cap
down.
back this node. Waffles and Pry actually took down Roasty, so Peekaboo now needs to play the defense. Yeah, Peekaboo now in the same situation Pry was. Full sap onto Peekaboo. Peekaboo actually vanishing out if he gets blinded, yeah.
No, maybe he can delay it enough that that we do have. I mean, Roasty's is going to be rezzing in a second. Oh,
into the couch, into the kidney. Pry just pulls it back again. And this is going to be interesting. I don't know how the Americans can really come back from this. The lead is just so massive, and Peekaboo's kind of just standing there just like maybe in awe at the moment. Maybe they know that it's over. Peekaboo tries to take it back. Waffle's not going to let him. Roasty finishes off Pry.
Yeah, no, that's
now
good.
It's a 2v1 on
but look,
Waffle.
But look who's coming across.
Botar's coming in from the side.
They have to get him right now.
But something to note about Waterworks is I believe it's actually a 4v3 situation.
He got it.
Yeah.
He managed
got it back,
to take it back.
Barely with that kidney, and they stopped him. Okay, but the problem is now they have their 2 rogues who are sitting at Lighthouse right now. The team fight is going on. I'm not even sure of the number of kills at this point. It looks like the only kills that have happened, Jamili has 1 kill, Roasty has 1 kill so far.
Yeah, and really, Swapsy and Joe have been doing a great job in the team fight, just staying alive, taking advantage of their defensive capabilities in the Turbo Cleave, and now representing that over into the BG category as well. We see Botar is caught into a clone right now, but Americans really can't get anything done without their rogues, without their
Peekaboo actually going for a ninja cap right now, pushing in.
Oh, because Waffles doesn't have his trinket up from that last fight.
Is he going to get a good job? Came back and gets the blind under Peekaboo. These rogues doing such a crazy job trying to ninja on each other. Such amazing play coming out of these guys. Peekaboo actually getting cheap shot up. I think he will die here. Cheap shot, yeah. It's going to be go back, play defense.
He's still, not going to be able to stay alive. And Waffle and Prey are doing a great job so far. Cubs are actually getting pressured in the team fight here, dipping dangerously low. Elite trying to pick him back up as we see the deep freeze over on healing stat. Botar actually might be a target for somebody here on the map. I'm not curious where his position. There he is off to the left-hand side here at the team fight at Waterworks. And really, Swapsy and Joe are just doing a great job stalling the center field while Waffle and Pry do all the hard work.
So it looks like Elite is going to mount up. Oh, I know why. Because he is afraid of Waffles going for Lighthouse, as Elite is just kind of sitting back a little bit because Peekaboo
but Cubs is going to go down to the team fight because of that. And now Europe can take a bit of a swing here.
Yeah, that was kind of a little bit of miscommunication. I guess somebody was afraid that Pry was going to be going for Lighthouse, but Pry decided to go to the team fight instead.
There's no way that the Americans can take this back at this point, I don't think. I mean, Elite comes back here, but he's the only healer left. Joe should be able to finish off Jamili here. He is into the dispersion. Joe actually is forced to be deep frozen there, trying to keep Jamili alive as long as possible. We see one of the rogues sneaking back here to try and 1v1 Waffle at the moment.
Peekaboo actually trying to do it, but
Smoke bomb cap.
Yep.
Not going to get it, though.
Yeah. And Botar's there to also reinforce, so it's going to be hard for him to actually cap on that. Has anyone gotten Waterworks yet? I still think it's an uncapped node, so... I think Botar pulling back may have cost them the node here.
Yeah, I think even though now that Pry's here, I think that they're going to start cleaning up.
Cleaning up.
Yep. And there we go. A healing stat is going for it. Wealthy Man's trying to stay alive as long as possible to try to stop, to try to interrupt. But now Cubsy and Elite are back here. They are going to have Joe Fernandez sticking to them a little bit, but with Wealthy Man able to use interrupts with a lot of those ice lances staying away from the point a little bit, he should be okay as long as he doesn't get gibbed.
Yeah, and I can't help feel that the Americans need to kind of group up and take advantage of their cross-crowd control that they have available. Right now, the Rogues have kind of just been running all over the place. Elite caught into that kidney shot, dipping down half HP, is going to bop himself out, try and recover through some of this pressure. Wealthy Man doing a good job to spin the node, though, constantly hitting healing stat, trying to solo him at this point, but he's the only DPS at Waterworks. I mean, it is, what is that, 4v3? So technically speaking, the Americans should have an advantage somewhere else on the map.
I can't believe they're not killing anything. Botar is back sitting with Waffles.
Well, I mean, Wealthy Man has to solo somebody, and now Jamili finally is going to come back, so it is Wealthy Man and Jamili trying to make a kill happen here. Let's see if they can do it with Healing Stat as the only healer. Healing Stat is caught in the deep freeze. They're going to target him down, getting bursted very hard at the moment. Caught in the Horrify, trying to stabilize here. I believe he did use his bubble there to remove all incoming damage, and he should be able to stabilize. Now Botar, realizing that the fight is committed at Waterworks, is coming back here from the back line. He needs to get here quick, though. Healing Stat doesn't have very many cooldowns left. He's down to half HP. Botar is coming in hot, trying to get there as fast as possible, displaces to the fight, and reconnects with his team. He should be able to save Healing Stat here as he is caught into that cheap shot. He does go into the polymorph. I believe it was dispelled there. Rosty's looking to try and set something up. Full fear onto Botar. Botar trinkets that kidney shot onto Healing Stat, but Europe is just looking so good right now. The bases are tied, but they got that early lead.
Right, and it looks like Peekaboo knows that with this point, at this point, he has to go for it. He has to win that 1v1, and he has to win it fast.
Cubsy into execute right. Cubsy is going to go down, and Europe are just smashing in team fights. They're smashing in ninjas, and they're just smashing America, period.
Actually, Jamili, if you look, is going for that resurrect halfway through the res right now. Maybe a little bit of a Jamili sneaky res. Might actually res Cubsy, gets it off. Well done by Jamili. Is going to res Cubsy back into the fight immediately. Elite needs to stay alive, though. The Iron Bar coming up from Cubsy to keep him alive. Looks like he will be able to survive for now. Jamili needs to be able to go aggressive now. This fight is just one-sided at the moment.
Peekaboo's and Waffles doing the 1v1 right now as Peekaboo's, he almost fanned him out, but gets sapped on it as Waffles is going to try to move his position a little bit, blinds Peekaboo full. At this point, Peekaboo is just sitting and waiting, but there's so much crowd control going out on to the North American team. We were afraid that they weren't going to have a lot, but having that warrior with the moment that, with the fear in the moment he needed, wow, look at that, Peekaboo getting away with the sap as he is going to run, but he knows that Pry and Waffles are here. So they know that he's okay.
I'm actually a little surprised Pride didn't try to do the same thing and go just ninja the node. Roasties was at the team fight, very committed. Pride could have easily just went over there and done the same thing again.
And he would have known too. I don't know about that. A little bit of miscommunication on EU, but again,
maybe they tried to just play it safe.
Looks like they're setting up onto Botar with that Horrify. Healing Stat has caught into a full polymorph. They might be able to get a kill onto Botar. He's got to be careful. He's dipping dangerously low. His Saved by the Light is going to proc. Healing Stat leaves the poly into another poly. They need to follow up the CC a little bit longer if they want to take Botar down. Nice clone offensively on Botar at low HP. Well done by Cubsy. Healing Stat caught in the deep freeze. Cubsy needs to rotate that clone onto Healing Stat. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to, and the Avenging Wrath from Healing Stat should stabilize Botar through the remaining seconds of this damage. And it's kind of just a slow trudge on the victory. I mean, Europe doesn't even need to win this team fight, and Botar's actually going to go down. The Americans are starting to make something happen. Healing Stat's getting bursted now as well. Elite trying to run away from Prey at the moment. Healing Stat has that bubble up. It's his last line of defense. Cubsy into the kidney shot. I believe he trinketed that right away. He does not want to go down here. Shockwave onto Elite, and there's actually decent CC out from Europe at the moment. Prey is caught into a kidney shot. Healing Stat caught into a polymorph. The Americans need to start taking this team fight back if they want to cap the node and get a win.
And one of the things, I do apologize, we don't have the status of the resources for you guys. It is one base, 1-1. Both the mines and lighthouses are capped by their respective teams. It's about 360 points for Alliance and 684 for Horde. So that is a big amount to come back.
Prey! Is he alive?
No, he's dead. Botar wasn't able to keep him up. I mean, he was back at his base, of course. Healing Stat having a hard time dealing with all this crowd control, able to keep his team up. He has caught into that full hodge, and he could be next. Trying to Team America trying to clean up Team Europe at the moment. Botar comes in, throws out that Iron Bark. He might be able to keep him up for now, but right now it's looking good. I mean, if they can actually cap this Waterworks, the rest of the game won't matter. I think they can still come back.
Yeah, they might be able to. Botar's caught into a clone, but the Americans need to clean up this setup, and Joe Fernandez is doing a great job like he does in Arena of just stopping that setup. We can see Roasty's actually getting pressured at the moment. He's dipping dangerously low here. His Saved by the Light is going to proc. Peekaboo getting kidney shot by Waffle in the backline. Peekaboo tried to go for a ninja again.
Too. It is. He went for it. He should have known. He's going.
But that does mean that it's a 5v4.
Exactly.
It is a 5v4.
Botar's going to fall because of that lack of a team member. And again,
so that's actually pretty good.
Healing Stat's the last line of defense again, and somehow he's pulling off miracles. He's been the only healer here for a significant amount of the game.
Oh, you know what the Rogues just realized? It's only Waffles is going to go back. I thought that they were going to chase Peekaboo to the point and just kill him on the point and take it.
Maybe.
But I mean, Pry is going to. But I mean, I thought both Rogues were going to just chase him back.
Healing Stat's down. All the healers are now down for Europe. Americas could win this team fight. Prey realizes that he's just going to go for the 1v1 onto Peekaboo again here at the node. Let's see what happens. If he can find a sap, they might be able to take the node. Both Rogues just dancing pretty close to each other. I wonder if they know that they're this close to each other. Pry goes for the cap. Peekaboo needs to respond. Kill onto Swapsy. A kill to follow it up onto Joe here shortly now as well. Pry does get sapped here. Peekaboo does have the advantage in terms of the opener, but the Americas wipe up Europe at Waterworks, and they should easily take the node here.
Waffles
and now they're going to take a base lead.
Yeah, they are going to take the base lead, but Waffles is pushing in, trying to connect and get that last base at Lighthouse. Jamili pushing back, trying to help Peekaboo the best he can. He needs to get there quickly, or Pride and Waffles are going to be able to take out Peekaboo. Peekaboo doing a good job extending out the fight, and if they can sit on these two nodes and not get Ninja capped on, that's going to be good for the rest of the game. They could end up winning.
Jamili has made it back so far. It looks like Swapsy and Botar, I can't see them exactly where they are, but it looks like they might be coming over the hill at this point to help out. I don't know what they're going to do at this point.
It's a 2v2 between Prey and Waffles on double Rogue versus Rogue Shadow Priest. Prey doesn't want to deal with that. Maybe he's going to pull back and try and focus on the team fight. Waffles might be trying to slow Jamili and Peekaboo and try and set up a situation where it's 5v4. Healing Stat is waiting for his team here at the moment, I think. Joe Fernandez pushing forward here. It looks like they might charge headlong into a battle, but Swapsy's going in by himself. Botar is trying to follow him up. Wealthy Man trying to burst off Swapsy's overextension here as he dips down to half HP, but Botar is there to follow it up and keep him topped off. We've got SK Gaming battling it out right now which is almost Cloud9 at Waterworks.
And the thing to note is Roasties did try to take advantage of it and ran over and is trying to get the node from Pry. And Pry's playing combat, you know, so he might be able to kill him right here in this kidney. With a good blind. Oh, Roasties might get, oh no, as Pry is able to get out of that as he is going to killing spree now, as that does get vanished on. But Pry taking a bunch of damage right now, but Waffles is back too.
Waffle needs to back him up.
Jamili also needs to get to Waterworks. It is a 4v3 right now in favor of Team Europe, so if they can keep this fight going in a 4v3, it looks like Jamili will get back in time, can help out Wealthy Man, Elite, and Cubsy in this fight as they are defending Waterworks at the moment. Rosie's deciding to abandon mines, pulling back. Pry and Waffles going to, or Pry at least, is going to come to Waterworks, try to assist his team so they can get back that node. They need to get it as this game goes on. I mean, right now Alliance is up 2 bases to 1, 680 resources for Alliance, 900 resources for Horde, and they're catching up quickly.
They are catching up quickly. We can see this team fight is still going on. Cubsy getting pressure. Jamili gets sapped on his way in. Well done to just slow him down a little bit here and keep that 5v4 advantage as long as possible. Elite getting hexed up. Immediately dispelled though, however. We can see both teams looking to try and set something up. Cubsy seems to be the primary target for Swapsy, and Joe Fernandez is going to be able to kite away in that cat farm. Prey is going to open up onto Cubsy, trying to catch him out there. Elite now getting swapped over to a lot of damage coming up from Europe. We see Pride, the primary target, as he goes into that kidney shot. The Americas seem to be wiping up Europe here at the team fight once again, as Prey is going to fall to the incoming burst. Good cross CC out from the Americas, and it seems like finally the Americans have found their footing.
This could be it. All right, Peekaboo. Waffles actually turns around at that second when they realize that he might be coming because you know, it has to be. It's an opportune moment, as it looks like Waffles is going to go for it. Smoke bomb goes down. Peekaboo is trying to force him to get close as the cheap shot comes out also. He's just going to wait on it at this point because Pry is going to be rezzing. And there we go. All right, so this is really interesting because Waffles knows the res timer. Peekaboo does not. Oh, this
my
is
goodness
not
gracious.
good.
Waffles actually pushing in. Pry keeping Peekaboo there right now, defending.
Roasties, he called it out. Roasties is running for it. I don't think he can make it.
He needs to get there.
I don't think he can
Waffles
make
is
it.
going. He's going so fast.
Oh, no.
Is he going to make it first? It's a race between Roasty and Waffle
close.
right now. Waffle needs to get there just a little bit faster. He's burst is speeding over. Roasty's trying to reconnect. Waffle drops the bomb. How is Roasty going to stop it? I think Waffle is going to take the base. And now the Americans need. He doesn't get
stops him at the last second. That was amazing. Good job by Roasty having the presence of mind that he needed to go back and defend that base. That would have been a nightmare for America if Europe was able to ninja there once again.
Yeah, I think that's a big thing about 6v6 is like we were saying, pulling the person off, trying to play the mind games right there. Waffles knew the res time. He knew that even if Peekaboo was going to sit back and keep fighting as Pry came up, or if he was just going to stand there and look around for Waffles, Waffles just got out of there the second that Pry was like, don't worry, I'm resing in a second.
Botar is coming back to help Waffles, so it's going to be Botar and Waffle, but both America Rubs are just going to annihilate Waffles, I would assume here. DFA is following it up, and Peekaboo and Roasties are just going to roast Waffles and send him back to the graveyard.
Yep, but now Pry knows he's safe for now, and it means that they can re-engage back in the Waterworks. All they have to do is wait for a second for Waffles' res, and they might be able to get a little bit of head start on that team fight. Botar actually is, where did he go? He was up.
He's been hiding out in like the center mountain at the moment, trying to figure out where he wants to go, I think.
Maybe they're going to go for another ninja? I'm not sure.
I don't know what they can do. They haven't had much success in the team fight. Right now, it seems like Team America's doing an excellent job defending the flags. They're not getting ninja'd on. And, I mean, they don't have much time to make something happen. If they can't make something happen in the next couple minutes, it's going to be a nightmare for them.
Yeah, they're now currently at 1,200 resources to the 1,100 of the of the Europe.
Here it is. Here it is. Here's the push. All right. Okay, so this is what's going to happen now. Botar is actually going to sit back and play D. Pry and Waffles are going to go in hard, but this is really unfortunate for him. They just need to let him go.
He didn't see him. He doesn't know that he's not. Peekaboo and Waffles are going to have a bit of a 1v1. I think Peekaboo is going to come out ahead,
no,
though.
Waffles is here. Did he see Pry?
Both Waffles and Pry are there. They're both attacking right now.
Peekaboo needs to do something quick. What can he do here? He's going to blind Waffles, try and stop Pry with the auto attack. Now
I don't think he knows Pry is here.
Cubsy's coming back as fast as he possibly can. He needs to help Peekaboo at the moment. Peekaboo doing an excellent job.
Cubsy doesn't know. He doesn't know if he should go back right now. Waffles gets sapped. Pry is still playing very patiently.
Pry is still invisible at this point to Peekaboo. Peekaboo has no idea that Pry's here. He just needs to wait. They need to bait the opener. That's what they need to do right now. Oh, and now Cubsy is here.
Yeah, so I think they're going to have to abandon that mission. Pry is now immediately running back to the team fight. Actually, because Cubsy was rotating back and forth, Jamili is dipping pretty low right now. Elite is the only healer at the team fight right now. He's forced to use that Ore Master trying to pick his team back up, and it's interesting how the tug and pull of players is swinging this team fight over at Waterworks.
I like that both teams are sort of doing risky plays. It makes it very, very interesting. They both know that this Waterworks fight is hard. Both teams are playing well. They're not going down easily.
It's almost over, though. 14:36 in resources. Peekaboo trying to CC Waffles here at the node, and Cubsy comes back. And the Americans have this game in the bag. Outside of a miracle, I don't even think it's possible for Europe to win at this point.
If they get 3 capped, that's really it.
It's going to end literally in probably like 10, 9, 8, 7. I'm just giving you an imaginary countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. And the Americans are going to tie the series back 1-1 as they trade some bad-mouthing across the stage to the European team.
Oh my God, look at Swapsy, 2.4, 24 million.
24 million. Joe Fernandez 21.
And then if you look, Wealthy Sock and Jamili were in the fight the most time, 15 million, 14 million. Rossi's down to 5 million. I really liked the rogue play during there. I liked all the mind games. I liked the 2v1s with the rogues. I wish Pry would have, I wish they could have baited Peekaboo to get out and Pry would have annihilated him.
These games are giving me sort of an insight into what 6v6 RBGs could be. There were some very exciting situations, some 1v1s, some 2v2s, some very clutch situations. That was a lot of fun to watch. I'm excited for this third game.
Yeah, we're tied 1-1 between Europe's and America's at the moment, which means that the final deciding map is going to be Twin Peaks, another capture the flag format, and Europe seemed to come out ahead on Warsong. Can they keep up the momentum moving into Twin Peaks?
Now here you go. This is the Americas. This was the team that just won with excellent play from Peekaboo and Roasties, just constantly around the battlefield, knowing when the rogues are pulled, knowing when the healers are pulled back, and they need to re-engage on the team fights. That was really awesome that they were keeping track of all that.
There was just so much going on constantly. I mean, Joe and Swapsy just kind of got to tee off at Waterworks the entire game. That's why their damage was so much higher. And it was interesting how they were just trying to do a stall tactic while Prey and Waffles were the ones doing all the heavy lifting, trying to ninja bases over and over. It's an interesting strategy choice out from Europe. Unfortunately, it is not going to fool the Americas. They are going to take the win there and capture and win the Waterworks fight and hold 2 bases, obviously, until the 1,500 resources cap, which means that we're tied up 1-1. This final game will decide if the Americas can win anything against Europe, or if Europe will just dominate them in this format as well.
And to, of course, go with that Windows 10 game DVR replay, we do have Jackson Bajira.
Hey guys, that was another amazing 6v6 BG event. I think you got it right, man. These are a whole lot of fun to watch, and I think that we're just getting started with finding out what sort of strategies, finding out what sort of gameplay this format has to offer. Let's take a look at the replay here and see the end of this one. So obviously it's Guild Nance. It's just going to kind of tick down as the points accumulate. However, I think that this was pretty awesome. We saw Pry once again with that super aggressive combat rogue style, constantly trying to assault bases. And like Via was pointing out, the rogue versus rogue setups are so much fun to watch because there's all these mind games. Like, obviously they have no vision of the rogues when they're in stealth. So how are these battles going to work out? You know, how many people do you have to pull? You know, which rogue should you leave back? And when is a good time to go offensive? And what we saw there was some really nice strategies coming out of the European team, but the NA team fight at the Waterworks was what actually allowed them to secure that second base, start getting those increased points increased point accumulation, and that's what obviously allowed them to win that game. But now we're going to another flag carrying map, and in our first flag carrying map, we saw Europe with a more dominant team fighting style rather than sending the rogue really far into the flag room by themselves, just waiting to get opened up on by Pry. So I wonder if NA is going to make the adjustment to team fight a little bit more, because I think it's the team fighting that won them the last match. So either way, these are a ton of fun to watch, and I cannot wait to get to the second one. Let's throw it over to the casters and get it going.
All right, thank you very much, Jackson. Again, of course, Battle for Gilneas went really well for North America. However, if we would have paused the game about a minute or two in.
Yeah, you would have said that there was no way Americas could win.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be over in a landslide, like no problem. But I'm glad they were able to come back. They were able to recap the Lighthouse. I thought that was it. Once that Lighthouse went, I thought, oh, it's going to snowball to victory at
Well,
this
the thing
point.
is, once the game's stuck in like a one base situation, it can drag on for a really long time. And then eventually, whoever gets that second base, once you have two bases, it's pretty easy to defend them, especially if it's Waterworks and your main base. You just have to be very safe, very smart, make sure you have good map awareness, and things will go well.
Europe just kind of got split up a little bit too much. Their forces were thinned out, which meant that the Americas were able to take advantage of that and win the team fight at Waterworks and take the game overall. And now we're going to be jumping into Twin Peaks. And I think I saw Joe Fernandez and Swapsy actually go off the stage, which means that Valet and Raikou will be coming back, which makes me think that we're going to be seeing that mirror matchup again. Yeah. And I'm curious to see if Peekaboo's ready for Pry this time around, because he certainly didn't seem to be in the first match.
All right. We do, of course, have that draft ready. We're going to be going ahead and look at what team North America is going to be running. They are going to be running that same composition: Rogue, Mage, Druid, Paladin, as well as Jamili on that Shadow Priest.
Yep.
Yeah, and I'm glad they're sticking to their guns with this comp. It played really well in their favor this time, and it looks like so Europe. I did see some players stand up. Maybe they're going back to the original comp. I do believe that's what they're going to do. And there we go. Of course, we are going to have Resto Druid, Rogue, Shadow Priest, Mage, and Holy Paladin. I like this comp. This is a great setup. In a 6v6 format, the double Rogue is so versatile.
Yeah, it really is, especially with the capture of the flag maps. We deemed Prey the MVP of game number 1 on Warsong. Can he keep up the momentum and keep up the hype for his team moving into game 3? I think that Europe expected to take that win as much as we did when they got that early ninja, but the Americas are not going to give up. They battled it back and took game number 2, tying the series 1-1, and now bringing this to a final game 3.
Yeah, and absolutely. I mean, if we go back and kind of analyze the Warsong games a little bit, I think that North America was sort of catching on as the game went on, that they can't just have someone back, and they can't be at a numbers disadvantage for almost the entire game. So later on in the game, it actually looked like, I mean, they got the last flag cap as well. If they had just been doing that same strategy, who knows what could have happened. So I think they're going to be playing this one a lot smarter, and we might end up seeing a different result.
Yeah, we really could, and I'm curious to see. Obviously, teams are going to get comfortable. Europe is making a player swap, so they need to make sure that all their binds are good, everything's fine and dandy, because this is the final game of today for opening week towards BlizzCon. We've already got our teams secured, and we've eliminated 2 teams. Both of the Asian Pacific team and the Chinese team have been eliminated, Original Gangstar and Do It For Fun. Obviously, they're still here. They're going to get the BlizzCon dream, and they get the pro player passes as well to just explore BlizzCon and have fun with their friends here at BlizzCon, so they still get that awesome experience. Unfortunately, they just won't be able to play on the stage.
Yeah, since we're going into Twin Peaks, the big difference between Twin Peaks and Warsong Gulch is we have a dynamic graveyard system. So if you die while attacking, you're going to be further back. If you die in your base, you're going to be pushed further up. So because the back graveyard is so close to your defending area, like if you have a flag carrier right there, you're actually going to get ported to the midfield. And it's the same. There's like a line about 3/4 of the way up that determines which graveyard you should go to. So that's a big difference with Warsong Gulch. Of course, we have 2 different bases. You know, we have the Alliance base, which is up the ramp, and of course we have the Horde base, which just has the water entrance and a flat entrance to it. So it'll be interesting to see how these teams can handle the difference, because we are going to let the game decide who is going to be on the Alliance and Horde side.
Yep, so flipping a coin to try and see if either team can get an advantage. They are mirroring each other in terms of composition. They're preparing their computers, preparing their key bindings, preparing their strategies, potentially, despite Europe not having that much experience in the 6v6 format. They did take game number 1, and they almost took game number 2. The Americas kind of surprised us playing that through and just keeping a level head and winning the team fight and then playing very standard from that point. So let's see if Europe can keep up their momentum from game 1 or if that loss is going to put them on tilt.
One of the things I like about this particular matchup is that these guys are running the exact same setup, just like we saw in Warsong, so you can really tell the differences in strategy, which is nice to see.
Yeah. One of the things to note about Twin Peaks, I know a lot of people, like how big that map is, right? It seems gigantic, right? Did you know that the flags are almost in identical locations in terms of the size between Warsong Gulch and Twin Peaks?
Oh, really? I actually didn't know that.
The tunnel throws you off. You think it's so much longer because of that tunnel, but it's actually just about the exact same distance. It's pretty neat.
I'm curious to see where Peekaboo is going to position in this specific fight. Is he going to pull all the way back like he did on Warsong, or is he going to stay with his team? Because in the 1v1 situation with the flag, Pry just came out ahead. I mean, obviously he's got the advantage of the stealth attack and the damage
we've been talking
increase.
about that a lot, sort of the one-on-one situation. But when you're a rogue and you have a damage buff on, you're like a damage debuff, so you take more damage.
And
you're not in stealth. They get to sap and open on you. You're not advantaged. It's not a fair 1v1.
No.
One of the big things to note is the rogue positioning on D when they do have the flag is going to be really interesting, and it's probably going to be different between the two sides also. That middle ramp takes up a lot of room. The rogue is going to be able to run circles around, but if you're on the horde side, there's a lot of ways that the enemy team can just get on top of you very quickly. Even if you're just running around in circles throughout the base, go up, it seems like that ramp is going to give him a little bit of extra mobility. He might be able to jump down, go up the back route, go up the graveyard route. Like, there's a lot of different ways he can go, and it just buys him time constantly. On the horde side, though, minus the water and pulling back to the graveyard or out to the tower, I think the Alliance rogue in this situation might have an advantage in terms of how much they can stall.
Yeah, and it's kind of unprecedented in terms of the format for this 6v6 match between these teams. So in terms of positioning and strategy, I'm trying to be as creative here as possible. I mean, maybe the Shadow Priest come back on D to try and get a Z-axis with a life grip on top of the platform for the Alliance base, something like that. Some clever mechanic, maybe even playing Shadows. I don't think you can afford to play Shadow Step. You really need to be that burster speed spec running as fast as possible.
That's a really interesting...
But maybe switch the rogues up, and once you get the flag to the base, give it to the Shadow Step rogue so he can jump up and down. I'm just being as creative as possible. This could just all be garbage, what I'm saying, but you know, we can talk about being creative at the moment because this is really still a new format.
Yeah, exactly. And after zoning into the games, we can see that actually Europe is going to be playing that horde spot, so they're not going to have that giant ramp. Like you said, the bases are different, which is kind of cool. I don't think either side particularly has an advantage. It's just different.
Yep, as we have about 30 seconds until the gates are going to get open, but here we go. This is going to be our team from Europe. We have that team comprised of 3 different teams from Europe, so that's great to see.
Gaming.
Skrillari Capped Gaming versus, of course, it is going to be the team from America, which is going to be Storm Cloud. So that is the hybrid of Tempo Storm and Cloud9 together.
They actually have matching colors too, which is really nice to see.
The colors are very important here as we step into this.
Yes, they are.
It's currently tied 1-1 between the Americas and Europe as the gates are about to open, and I'm curious where they're going to position their members. We can see 3 players for the Alliance going through the side base and 3 players going through the front side of the base. Who's going to pick up the Berserking is a question. They got Jamili to pick it up on Warsong Gulch early on. It looks like Jamili is going to be the first person to run over there. As he makes a detour over to the left, as both teams do go into stealth. Valet is actually going to pick up the Berserking potentially as well. So both Shadow Priests are going to be leading off with a lot of damage.
Yeah, and Peekaboo is going to be pushing in across the map. Actually, maybe be getting a sap onto Valet, so going to be shutting down his damage a little bit. Waffles also pushing in. Looks like they're pushing back, seeing if they can catch Waffles, and it's not going to be happening. Both rogues going to easily make it into the opposing base and get the flags early on.
Yep, and now they're going to be looking to try and sneak back to their teams and reconnect, and it's going to be curious to see if Peekaboo can stay with his team once he has picked up the flag. We see Jamili is throwing out some Shadow Orbs, building up some procs as well to get some damage later into the game. It seems like there's a bit of a problem here as we move forward, but we still have it on a backup screen here for just a moment. We can see Cubsy caught into the kidney shot. Prey is doing quite a bit of damage with that Adrenaline Rush. The Iron Bark is going to come out from him. Elite trying to stabilize Cubsy as well as he dips dangerous low. The Barkskin and Iron Bark are up for Cubsy here, trying to stay alive. Pressure onto Botar now as well, as he is forced into Bear Farm as we bring you some more RBG radio action.
Yeah, as Peekaboo is going to be in the fight, this is a little different, or Peekaboo is rather caught in the fight, as he is going to try to make it over the group thing, but now we have Waffles who's going to re-engage. Basically what's going on right now, it is a big 6v6 with Peekaboo actually in the fight. There we go. Now both rogue flag carriers are going to be in and ready to battle it out. We have a bubble from Elite already, as it does look like the flag carriers are sitting pretty well right now. Now, Waffles is going to run for it, but Rosties is right on his back at the moment, just waiting to get back into the fight, as Waffles down to half right now. Oh, he's taking a lot of damage with that Comet Storm. It just and he's able to live with those heals from Botar. Botar doing a great job of keeping him alive back and already pre-shifting those constant polys coming out from Wealthy Man.
Yep, this is just a 6v6 arena basically right now with no pillars. These guys making sure they don't make the same mistake as they did last game. They want to make sure they have their full entire team here ready to go.
Wow, and Pride just got absolutely wrecked right there by Peekaboo, as Peekaboo is going to be pushing up just a little bit, going to get blinded out on top of the bridge, but they're doing a great job of just forcing it back onto the team of EU. They're actually pushing them back quite a bit.
Yeah, right now we can see Wealthy Man pushing forward, spamming out some polymorphs potentially here. Waffle is getting put into the full kidney shot. Will he go down is the question. He gets the evasion up. Botar is with him as well. Valet there as well. Wealthy Man and Roasty's not able to finish off Waffles just yet. There comes a Shadow Dance out from Waffles. I believe they're trying to cheap shot up Roasty's as well and counteract his incoming damage. Now switching back onto Wealthy Man, trying to reduce his incoming pressure as he retreats back to the graveyard. We can see the Americas are pushing forward onto the Europeans' graveyard. Botar is dipping dangerously low. He's got that bark skin up, trying to stay alive as he dips down to 30% HP. Cubsy clones him up at low HP. Peekaboo getting pressured by Pry as the smoke bomb gets dropped. He's dipping down to half HP. Cubsy and Elite need to get to him and save him. There's the Iron Bark. His Saved by the Light is going to proc, and Peekaboo will survive for now.
I'd like to see a swap on the Botar. He has no Iron Bark and no Trinket.
That's what they're doing right now?
He's actually getting right to him, putting him into that full kidney shot. He doesn't have any defensive cooldowns. Down to 20% HP. Saved by the Light procs on him. He might go down, catches the bop. He's going to survive. And Team US, or Team America rather, has to be very careful fighting on Europe's graveyard. I mean, even if they get a kill, Europe's going to be able to res right away. They need to make sure they're looting their corpses so they can't actually just run back to their body.
This actually is this dynamic graveyard. I do believe at this point they would spawn in the back graveyard, so there's at least a little bit of run. It is possible, though, that they are in that situation where they are going to res right back there. Ooh. It looks like...
Peekaboo dipping dangerously low here. Cubsy got cloned up. He's trying to stabilize his health here. He's down to half HP at the moment. We can see Cubsy is taking that high ground on the cliff, trying to make sure that he can't be swapped to. Good position actually from Cubsy there, trying to take advantage of it. We can see Roasty pulling back here with Cubsy. Maybe they're going to be retreating back or looking for a kill potentially. We see Peekaboo still holding that Pry. Pry is just never untargeting Peekaboo at the moment. Botar trying to go for a defensive clone, I would think here. Actually onto Elite. Elite is forced to bubble. Peekaboo is dipping down to half HP. Elite is just spamming heals, bombing them over and over. Botar trying to time a clone there over onto Cubsy, playing very aggressively at the moment. Prey is caught into that full kidney shot. However, Elite does get cloned up here for the time being. Waffles is caught into that stab, caught into the cheap shot. Roasty's looking to take Waffles down. Jamili backs him up, and there's no way that Waffles makes it out, and the Americas are going to take down Europe's flag carrier. Now can they make it back to the base in time?
Yeah, that's the thing, as it looks like Peekaboo, it needs to make it back because Pry is already on the way right now. Let's see if he can make it back before... looks like he might make it back in time as Peekaboo is running up the... No, I think Pry's going to pick it up. He did. Okay, so Pry picked up the flag a little bit earlier than if Peekaboo could get back, since Peekaboo is completely snared. Plus, he has a Botar on his back, just dealing some damage to him and pushing up.
Like you mentioned, these flag carriers are exceptionally snared right now, so Pry trying to get out of the base, but he doesn't have his burst of speed. He's moving very, very slow. He needs to get to his team, finally able to reconnect, but both rogues have such high stacks right now. One of them could go down easily. The sap out onto Pry. Roasty's going to cheap shot him with the smoke bomb, trying to just soul him down. Waffles in the smoke bomb with him, actually CCing him up a bit, so Pry is going to be completely fine. Running away. Roasty's on the chase, trying to get to him, but I don't think he's actually going to be able to land the kill. The disarm coming out from Valet, shutting down Roasty's and keeping Pry alive.
Yep, Roasties is in a little bit of an assault mode at the moment. Jamili going up with him. Healing stack gets blinded. Prey is completely alone in center field. He's retreating across the river at the moment. But Roasties is not giving up the chase. Goes for that offensive vanish. I'm curious if Roasties has smoke bomb available. Maybe he's looking to just take Prey down. He's going to sap him up. Gouge over onto Roasties. There's the full kidney shot. Can Roasties take him down? Pry pre-evasions all the incoming damage, and Healing stat should be able to reconnect with him and stabilize his health throughout the aggression of Roasties.
Yep, that is his trinket. So now he's in a situation where he has very high stacks and no trinkets, so the next on him could be a nightmare. Probably going to have to get... Actually, can you bop with the flag? I don't even think you can.
No, you can't.
All right, so Roasty's actually going to be taken down here. So Pry going to be completely fine at the moment. I'm sure when Roasty spawns, he's going to be chasing down Pry once again and trying to take him out.
Yeah, we can see the Americas are just kind of pausing at the moment, trying to figure out what Europe is trying to do. Cubsy and Peekaboo on defense at the moment.
But they have Waffles, Valet, and I do believe Raikou coming in right now. Oh, this is not good for North America as Peekaboo is doing everything he can. Cubsy does a great job of hiding and then trying to cycle and doesn't land on anyone, I don't believe.
How much damage got onto Waffles and actually got Waffles' trinket. So if Peekaboo can somehow stun him, there it is. The Hodge onto Waffles going to be shutting him down. Well done by Elite. Well done by Cubsy by getting his trinket. And because of that, I think think Peekaboo's going to be okay.
Yeah, Waffles is going to end up going down, and that's going to stall the push out from the Europeans, which means that the Americans have a little bit of breathing room to try and figure out a strategy to take down the opposing flag carrier at this moment, as Raikou does get cleaned up as well. Jamili seems to be 1v1ing Botar in the center of the map at the moment, not really getting too much done. Actually, Botar is kind of winning the 1v1.
Okay, okay. So right now we have I do believe Roasty with Zerking right now, and he's gonna prowl up to Pry.
This is gonna be a lot.
This is gonna be a lot of damage. But the problem is he has healing stat there, right there with him. So he's gonna have to eat through the sacks.
Is he gonna one-shot him? I'm so
we're gonna
curious.
have to see if the death from above one-shots him. It may very well do that. He gets gouged up, isn't able to get the follow-up.
Pry is able to bubble as, here we go. The Vendetta comes out on to Pry, or that mark for death rather. So it wasn't a Vendetta, as it looks like Roasties I don't know if he's going to have time. He
got Elite's bubble, so...
the Zerking has 8 seconds. He's not going to be able to use it on him. But again, Botar and healing back. This means that North America needs to clean up the midfield right now and get a push. However, we do see Waffles going out already. It's already in the Alliance base at this point.
Peekaboo's actually in a lot of trouble getting stunned up by Waffles at the moment. Down 50% HP. Elite trying to chop him off, is able to with that Avenging Wrath execution sentence. Both Peekaboo, Cubsy, and Elite are all playing defense right now. Peekaboo trying to clean up Waffles, keep him alive a little bit longer. And it's really, really nice as a defender when you can clean up some of their offense. You just feel so much safer, especially if you are able to kill someone like
Waffle
the Rogue.
aren't giving it up. Valet's at 10% HP and is still battling it out, landing a full fear onto Cubsy. Elite comes in the nick of time, though, to dispel that fear. And Valet's actually going into the backline, trying to heal himself back up behind the pillar, and Cubsy's trying to kill him by himself in cat form probably at this moment, and Cubsy and Valet are 1v1ing off. We switch onto the opposite side here. Pry is under fire, healing stat, and Botar desperately trying to keep him alive. Roasties is on on offense as well here, trying to finish off trying to finish off Pry. Roasties caught into that full kidney shot. Will he go down is the question, dipping dangerously low here. He does not have a healer. He's only got Jamili and Wealthy Man on Mage to back him up, and I think that Roasties is going to go down, and Europe are going to clean up the offense up from Americas.
Wealthy Man and Jamili could possibly make something happen if Botar and the healing staff have no trinket. Pride dipping down to 40% HP. They need to get the cross CC though. Jamili actually getting cloned up. Pride is going to sit on that node. Looks like he's going to be fine. I don't know how much they need.
Okay, they got the fear on him right now. As the
this is the double CC. He could actually die here if he doesn't have his Cloak of Shadows.
Follow-up CC?
There's no
the problem is, it wasn't the double follow-up because, of course, Jamili did use his fear for that. So that is a tough time for Wealthy Man to try to solo CC those two healers, as Pry's going to eat that Iron Bark and be okay.
Peekaboo actually taking a lot of damage too now, down to 30% HP. This could be a nightmare for them if they're able to get it. Pry also getting bursted down. Pry's going to go get a cap. Peekaboo get the cap. He gets the cap.
And Wealthy Man 2v3 the Europeans, and they get the cap, which means the Americans take a 1-point lead in this game.
And they're cleaning
with only 10 minutes left, and they're looking very dominant. And despite losing game number 1, they're bringing it back in game number 3.
I think they just learned from their mistakes. I think they just made a horrible mistake on Warsong, and they learned from it, and they're not letting that happen again. And they're doing an excellent job.
Now this is going to be kind of trouble, as he does have Waffles and Botar coming back. Pry is rezzed also. Okay, Waffles went 0 instead of coming back and stopping Jamili. I think they may have been able to get Jamili dead at that point if they both would have come back on him, because it took his team a little bit to get back to him.
Yeah, but Peekaboo has been swapped over. He is now holding the flag and looking to maybe get a quick cap here. The Europeans need to pick up this flag. I think this is Roasties on D to try and intercept Waffles. Waffles is going to pick up the flag. Roastie's going to sap him up and completely stall him out. Peekaboo getting sapped up in center field. Roastie's going for the 1v1 pre-evasion. Both rogues with evasion up, but he got Waffles trinket for free. It's not looking good. Waffles is trying to get back to his team. Running desperately down the ramp. The healing stat. Healing stat should be able to pick him back up, but Roastie's definitely getting a bit of an advantage here, getting the trinket. Rotates the sap over to healing stat. Waffles could dip dangerously low here if the Americans can catch up to him. Botar is going to reconnect though. Healing stat into the blind, and Roasties is on a one-man mission here. Jamili is going to reconnect. Wealthy Man is going to follow up as well. Now kidney shot over onto healing stat. They need some CC onto Botar, and they need to reconnect onto Waffles if they want to take him down. Peekaboo looking pretty safe here, but he did blow through his Cloak of Shadows.
Yeah, that is scary because he is right in the fight. They are going to dunk on Pry right now. Pry barely gets that grip back. That was great job by Valet, but Roasties is going to chase Waffles down. However, he does have both a healing stat with wings up, and he is going to just get denounced over and over into that Fist of Justice. This is not looking good for Roasties.
Yeah, Roasties is getting 2v1'd at the moment between healing stat and Waffles. Peekaboo, though, dipping down to half HP, doesn't have that Cloak of Shadows.
Shadow dance, though, and the smoke bomb onto Waffles. He can catch him in that stun. This could be it. He has no trinket. He needs to get some healing. Fortunately, healing stat is able to pull back and actually get some heals onto him. Waffles looks like he's going to be okay. I think they did proc that Save of the Light. Pardon me. He's going to use that burst of speed to get get away, and I think his trinket's going to be coming up very shortly. So
Roasties isn't giving up the chase, so I don't think he's going to be able to 1v2 now, realizing that is going to start retreating. But Waffle's just chasing after him. Both of these teams are so aggressive when they're holding the flags. Peekaboo forced to jump down, reconnects with Cubsy and Elite. Prey is still chasing after him. Waffle and Prey are in the same place.
Prey's just going to go
burst
for
him
it.
down here. Yeah, I'm curious if he is as well. There's a full kidney shot onto healing stat at the moment. Cheap shot over onto Botar. Roasties is going to try and solo him. Waffles isn't going to let that happen. Pops his own Shadow Dance defensively here onto Roasties to try and clean him up, but Elite Cubsy are there to pick him back up.
Oh, Peekaboo taking a ton of damage right now as Raikou does have his Icy Veins up, as Peekaboo does get that Iron Bark immediately right before Cubsy got a cheap shot, so that was great that he pre-cheap shot it. The dance comes out onto him, or the killing spree rather. Peekaboo down to half. That smoke bomb is going to fade right there, but this doesn't look good for Peekaboo right now.
No, it doesn't. He's blowing through its Cloak of Shadows and a lot of cooldowns. Can the Europeans take this back? Prey is relentless at the moment. They need to get some cross CC onto Elite, but Roasties comes back to try and finish Prey off. If Prey goes down, that's going to be all of the offensive pressure from the Europeans, and Prey knows that. He's just going to pull back to his team, get healed back up. We can see Waffle's actually 1v1ing Jamili. Jamili actually very overextended at the moment.
No, it was because he was back up there with Roasties. Roasties had to pull back because he knows Peekaboo is in trouble, but Jamili is just walking back with Waffles on his back. This is not good. Oh, there we go. Now Roasties is gonna go to re-engage. With Pride taking a ton of damage, it means that they're not too afraid of Peekaboo dying right now. And just as I say that, it looks like Pride's gonna catch a couple big heals, and it's gonna be okay to stay on the offense because
Waffle's also taking a lot of damage too right now. Waffle's gonna just go down to 10% HP.
Oh, he's gotta make it. Peekaboo's gotta make it.
He's running. Oh, Cubsy's pushing side with him. He's slowing so much. Is he gonna be able to cap the flag?
I think this is it.
I think that's gonna be it.
I think he's gonna cap. Valet can't make it, and Peekaboo is going to cap the second flag. There's only 6 minutes left.
Hey, they came back.
Yeah, the Europeans to cap twice. They got 6 minutes. They got to do it quick, but the Americans definitely looking very dominant on Twin Peaks.
All right, now we'll have to see where Pry is right now, because that's going to be really important. If I can switch to him on my screen, let's see. Where is Pry?
Pry is sneaking around. I'm sure he's probably...
He actually has the flag right now. He just got out of the Alliance base. Going to be pushing down midfield, trying to get a quick cap for his team, but I don't think they're going to let him.
No, they're not.
Yeah, he's just moving forward. Botar's with him. We can see actually both teams kind of battling it out on the ramp. Not really getting too much done. Prey does get sapped up. Curious what they're going to do to set up with this.
It's Roasties and Elite versus Botar and Pry. The denounces are coming out. They need the follow-up CC onto Botar, but Healing Stat shows up to save the day yet again as Pry is going to run back. They really need to try to get these quick caps right now because they haven't even, North America hasn't even picked up the flag at this point. Pry is running back. That means Pry and Waffles versus Peekaboo and Jamili could determine if they get this cap right now.
Yeah, they could. Pry is actually going for a quick cap at the moment, and there's no healers to support Jamili or Peekaboo. It's going to be a bit of a 2v2 in the base as the flag is going to get picked up by Peekaboo. Can Prey find him in time? Peekaboo getting sapped up. Good slows out from Waffle, and Pry is going to reconnect here, but he gets gouged up. And
Peekaboo, beautiful. Now Peekaboo's in the safety of Cubsy's arms, and he's going to be able to run
no,
back
look,
to
they're going to go for it. They're going to go for it. They have to. They can't sit and wait. They need to stay on the offense. The fear goes out onto Cubsy right there. Valet doing a great job, and they're just going to chase him down, even though he has the flag. Maybe he should have handed it off to Botar at this point, but he does have Roasties on his back. The great grip right there into Healing Stats arms as Peekaboo taking a bunch of damage because Waffle's on his back, but Elite is there and waiting. The deep goes out onto Elite as Pry is going to deal some damage to him actually because he knows he doesn't want to push that far up.
Yeah, Peekaboo's actually all by himself using a defensive smoke bomb, so Raikou and Valet can't really do too much. Cubsy able to displace back and get on top of Peekaboo and give him the hots he needs. Now Peekaboo's safe, has both his healers with him, but the double fear comes out from Valet. They might be able to actually kill Peekaboo. Valet setting him up, dispelling all his hots the best he can, but Raikou falling a little bit behind. Peekaboo doing a great job kiting away the best he can, and they just need to stall. They need to stall it as long as they can. There's only 3 minutes left in the game.
Pry died.
Yeah, Pry went down, which means that the Americans getting a little bit more of an advantage. We can see Valet getting kidney shot up there. They're trying to retreat back. Cubsy and Peekaboo staying together. Valet and Waffles just continuing to chase, but you can't see the time we can. There's only 3 minutes and 42 seconds left, and I don't think it's possible for the Europeans to take this back.
I don't think so. It would have to be some crazy things happening, especially because Pry and Raikou are dead at this point. They just rezzed up, as it does look like Peekaboo is going for the win.
No,
but of course, Waffles Waffles
able to
has
run
the
in.
flag.
He got
and gets
sapped up, though. He is sapped. Peekaboo's going to come in and try to finish him off if he can. They are going to reconnect.
There's no way he survives this. He evasions.
He got his trinket evasion. I think he might be able to live.
Elite is going to reconnect over here.
Price coming back.
Everybody is here on top of Waffles. I don't think he's going to make it. He gets bursted down. Peekaboo looking to score the point of the game. Somebody picked it up. Pride picked it up. He's trying to run away. Prey gets the MVP, trying to keep his team in the game. But now there are only 3 minutes left for the Europeans to cap 2 flags, and I don't know how they're going to do it.
This is what they have to do. This isn't going to be good. If that rogue wasn't right on Pry's back, maybe he could make it out. But Pry needs to make it all the way back to the cap. Botar has to assist him, which is unfortunate because he should be assisting his team right now. If this rogue wasn't chasing Pry, of course he doesn't know it. But they need to stay on the offense because Peekaboo's down to half right now. Look at this. The time's just ticking down over and over. And looks like here he comes. Roasty is going to be.
Is he going to go for it? He saps him. Botar is out of position a little bit. If Roasty's want to tries to bait his trinket, no. Now Botar is hotting him up down below here. Let's see what Roasty's decides to do. It looks like he's going to play it patiently, waiting for Jamili, I think, to come back here. Maybe they're going to look for a 2v2 Shadow Priest Rogue versus Resto Druid Rogue. It's going to be interesting to see if they can burst Pry down or if they go after Botar. They are both in stealth currently, looking to plan out their attack. Looks like they want to sap Botar, but Botar goes in stealth. There's the sap on a Botar. Prey jumps down, but he jumps down into the clutches of Roasties. He gets cheap shot by the Shadow, and Iron Bar comes out from Botar. He's going to get silenced up.
Pry trinketed as well as Botar, so the next setup, if they can delay it that long, is going to be very, very scary for them. Peekaboo actually dipping dangerously low as well. Saved by the Light proccing on him. Pry just sitting on the flag, wanting his team to kill Peekaboo so he can get this game up to a 1-2.
Yeah, right now we can see pressure on opposite sides of the map now as well. Cubsy getting caught into that deep freeze. A bit of pressure on Peekaboo.
The Shadow Dance Pry is going to destroy. Did he vanish? I don't know.
I'm not sure. He vanished.
Okay, so he was able to live through that. So it is still that 2v2.
Yeah, between Botar, Prey
like we were saying,
Jamili,
they both
Roasty.
don't have trinkets, so if they can get another clean opener, this is a cheap shot.
Shadow Fiend gets dropped.
Pry's going to go down.
Pry goes down.
Certainly right here.
Where's Peekaboo, though?
Peekaboo needs to try to get back to the flag and cap to secure the 3-0 victory.
He's so slow.
Get it? He's so slow.
Can he make it back in time? Peekaboo's just running.
Go.
He's running. He caps the flag. 3-0. The Europeans. Well played. The Americas can say that they took something away today, despite losing in the arena format. They have won the RBG 6v6 format 2-1 overall in that best-of-3 series. Some exciting games throughout, and that was actually
fun.
Pretty awesome.
Yeah, that was awesome. Yeah, I enjoyed that a lot.
Oh. Wow, and then the trash talk is coming out on the the BattleNet channels as everyone has each other on their BattleNets at this point. So, you know, a lot of, gotta shout it out to both teams, honestly. I mean, it was excellent play. I really liked that North America was able to bounce back from that loss at the beginning. Gilneas, we thought they were gonna lose at the beginning, and they came back. It was great, and of course, Twin Peaks, a little bit more one-sided.
Yeah, a little bit more. A little bit. I think a lot.
It was
a lot
pretty
of it.
one-sided. Yeah.
Didn't seem like Prey was able to kind of be the MVP of the game. I mean, he got that excellent steal back of the flag, but he wasn't able to really get anything done on offense on the last map, unfortunately, which means that the Americas are going to win our 6v6 exhibition match here, and this is getting close to the end of the day. I believe we're looking to set up a winner's interview at the moment, but I'm curious to see if people are going to set up some tournaments with this format into the future.
It's really fun. I liked watching it. I like talking to the players that played in it. They really liked it. They liked the smaller format. But we do have, of course, Jackson standing by with the Windows 10 game DVR replay.
Hey guys, what an exciting way to end our 6v6 BG exhibition grudge match versus NA versus EU. That was pretty exciting. Let's take a look at this replay. It seemed like the North American team struggled initially in our very first match to sort of figure out the strategy behind the flag carrying maps, but were able to come together as a team to secure the win and battle for Gilneas. Now in this one, I think they definitely came together as a team, really honed their strategy, and since this is a new format for just about everybody playing, these guys did a pretty good job figuring out quickly and definitely had a convincing victory, scoring 3 flag caps to win the game. So one of the things you got to do, and one of the things that's really exciting to look out for as we see hopefully more of this format in the future, is what sort of comps you decide to keep back on defense and what you decide to send out on offense. And what we saw was an awesome 2v3 Shadow Priest Mage combo against 2 healers and a rogue. And they had what it took and got that, I would say, decisive flag cap to secure the win for the team. But we do have an interview coming up with Elite, who has a little bit of RBG experience himself. We can sort of pick his mind in a moment. We're gonna go to the casters real quick. Be right back.
All right, thank you very much, Jackson, for that insight on that map. And that's what he said. I loved all the little 2v2 skirmishes, 3v3, the mid 5v5, 5v4 that we saw. I liked that they had to pull their rogues out of position. You know, you can't play ultra safe in this setup, and that's what I really liked about it.
Yeah, that's incredible. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. There's so many other maps yet to be explored. I don't think we've ever seen either Storm or Wrathy Basin in a 6v6 format, which could be really cool too. There's so many different nodes, so many little fights that could go on. Like you said, it's exciting to see those little battles, the one-on-ones. It's interesting.
Yeah, you can just imagine, like, in Eye of the Storm, it's not one base you have to defend, it's 2. So it's like, well, it's either a 4v4 in the middle, which will never end, because if it's double healer, double DPS, that will never end, unless you get some good knockoffs. But then you can't just sit 2 people back, so maybe you pull both of them to go to the center, maybe you pull both rogues to go O and fight their 2 rogues. There's
so many different things that can happen. Yeah.
And it's awesome to just have comebacks as well. Like in a 2v3 format, usually someone dies and that's it. It's over. So in the 6v6 RBG format, however, there were a lot of comebacks we got to see in game number 2. And even game number 1, they were coming close to taking that game back. So it was really awesome to see that. Even Jamil getting a res off in the second game. So you can really take advantage of your class's entire toolkit in this format. It was really awesome to see. And I can't wait to see more. It was just great.
You know, that res may have been what determined that entire game too, because that was during that big first fight while Lighthouse switched over and was able to win back. But if they would have kept losing healers and people at Waterworks, I think EU would have taken that also. So I think that res may have saved Gilneas for North America.
It's cool to have MVPs,
oh,
right?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's also cool to see like sort of class heroes, you know, Pry versus Peekaboo in a one-on-one situation. Who can defend the node? I think people have the opportunity to do a little bit more clutch plays, like we saw Pry, obviously, defending Lighthouse for so long against both Peekaboo and Roasties, which was cool to see.
Yeah, and we've got an interview with Bajira and the leader of Storm Cloud, representing the Americas, as they have fused their names together as well. So we're going to look to set up that interview with you guys now.
Hey guys, like you heard, I am joined by Elite, the, I guess, unofficial captain of Storm Cloud, fresh off of their victory over the EU in our exhibition match. How you feeling, man? I mean, I know RBGs are kind of, I mean, you're definitely an arena player, obviously, going to BlizzCon, playing arena, but you also like RBGs.
Yeah. So yeah, me and Jamelia are pretty much like huge RBG players on the America ladders. So you know, we really like the RBG a lot, so it's fun for us.
But you guys are like the only ones who know about RBG.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. So basically, our entire team of Storm Cloud, it's basically me and Jamelia are the RBG players, and then we're pretty much like telling the other 4 what to do, like where to be, and just, you know, the general knowledge with the RBGs.
Yeah. So did you have to do some coaching? Or some moral support?
Yeah, a little moral support at least, because you know the arena players are like, oh my God, RBGs again. What are we doing? So you know, after the first game, it was a little shaky because you know, PK at least didn't want to be there, but we had to cheer him on, and you know, he got a little excited after that.
Yeah, good. It seemed like the morale shifted a lot. You know, early on in the first game, we were in the EU teams all yelling with each other. It seemed like they were, you know, all working together, and it was a little quiet over on the NA side. But after that second game, you guys started, you know, getting riled up a little bit. In that third match, you guys definitely seemed to have the synergy. What was the main defining factor, you think?
After we lost the first game, we were kind of like, okay, so you know, both of our teams lost the series today in the arena portion of the tournament. So we just thought, okay, if we lose this tournament, then it's going to be a really bad week for, you know, until BlizzCon. Right. So we need at least something to, you know, make the Europeans, you know, be quiet over there. So, you know, with the RBG, you know, title in our hands now, it's, you know, we got something that we could, you know, brag about.
Awesome. So we did hear that you guys had to make a little bit of a strategic change as well. I know that you said that you had to coach people through a little bit. What were some of the main things that you guys changed from the first match onto the third match? Because there was a marked improvement.
So for the first match, we basically had Peekaboo just, you know, off in our own base by himself, and if we saw someone peel out, you know, we'd send one person. But you know, like Peekaboo didn't want to be by himself. You know, he wasn't having fun. So we're like, all right, you're going to come with us, you're going to play in the group fights with us, and as a team, you know, we have really good synergy, so basically we're pretty dominant in team fights. So for Gilneas and for the Twin Peaks, we had Pika stay in the team fights with us with the flag, so as soon as we got the flag carrier down, you know, we were able to pretty much win the match off the end, cat flags a little bit faster and, play better as a team. So
Awesome.
the team fights is really what made a difference.
Yeah, so you do play a lot of RPGs, a lot of the 10v10 RPGs. What do you think about the 6v6 format? Is that something that you'd like to see more?
Yeah, the 66 is actually really cool. I like seeing the, like the whole aspect of it, the whole dynamic. It's a lot more almost arena style, like arena based, because the team fights matter a lot more. One person dies, then it's a really big deal because you can really feel in the team fight as one person goes down. There's a lot bigger difference, with damage and healing. So even if when it's like a 4v3 at a node, you could really tell you're trying to just live instead of land a kill.
Yeah.
So the 66 really makes a cool aspect about about the whole where you have to be at the right time and make sure your team is doing well in team fights. So.
Yeah, it seems like there's some more like offensive and defensive comps that you can switch up and some cool strategies as well. But hey, you guys did a great job. It's cool to see you guys come from behind, get that victory in our exhibition. Hope you guys had fun because it was a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, we were hoping for the sweep, so we didn't get the sweep. We wanted the 2-0 janitor sweep as we promised.
Right.
We didn't get the janitor sweep.
It's just the last 2 games.
We just got it done, 2-1. But yeah, it's good enough for us.
Awesome. Well, that brings us to the end of our interview here. We're going to throw it to the casters for some final words and then say our goodbyes.
All right, thank you very much, Jackson, again, and some insight from Elite. Sounds like he liked the format a lot, which is really cool. Again, those team fights matter so much. It's so neat to see. I had a great day and great yesterday. These were some incredible matches, and this is just the beginning.
Yeah, it was an awesome way to lead into BlizzCon with this opening week. We couldn't have asked for better matches between all the teams, and even the 6v6 exhibition going down to a 2-1 nail-biter. It was just a great time this week, and it's going to be even more awesome next week.
Yeah, I bet all these players are ready and excited to get into the next games, to see who they're going to be playing against and actually compete on the stage. I know I'm excited to be there at BlizzCon with the live stage. We're going to have some more incredible games coming up for you guys next week, so make sure you stay tuned and watch those.
All right, and of course, Jackson does have some final words for you guys. But again, thank you from the caster desk. We really enjoyed these games. You guys better be there watching BlizzCon.
Take care.
All right, guys, we really could not have asked for a better World of Warcraft Arena World Championships Day 1 and 2. But keep in mind, like the casters mentioned, this is continuing into BlizzCon. We now know the teams who are locked in, competing on stage, and we really do hope to see you guys there. Hope you enjoyed the broadcast today. But for now, thanks for watching, and happy Halloween.
An event, a moment for people to come together.
We are thrilled that you are here.
Hello, BlizzCon. This community is everything.